Welcome to MrDantello, and thank you for being here. This video features immersive, scary stories from abandoned places and lost locations, created for calm nighttime listening. If you enjoy the video, like, subscribe, and tell us where you're listening from. Make yourself comfortable. Story 1. The prison intercom announced roll call in an empty cell block. I took the job because it paid in cash and because I had run out of better choices. The man who hired me owned 3 storage lots, 2 boarded-up gas stations, and 1 old county property nobody wanted to talk about for long. He called it the building on Grady Road. He never called it by its real name unless he had to sign papers. Even then, he looked annoyed, like the place had already cost him enough. It was an abandoned prison, not a famous one, not the kind people turned into tours or museums. It sat far from town behind rusted fencing and dead weeds, hidden from the road by leaning trees and a hill of broken stone. The county had shut it down years before after a newer prison opened across the state. The old place had been left to rot. Rain got in through the roof. Paint peeled from the walls in long curled strips. Mold climbed the concrete into black stains. Some people had broken in over the years. Most just stole pipes, wiring, metal fixtures, or anything else they could carry. A few left spray paint on the walls and beer bottles in the yard. After that, even vandals stopped going. My job was simple on paper. Stay in the administration office at night for 6 days while surveyors worked the grounds during the daytime. The owner wanted someone there to keep people away and to call him if the place took more damage. He was trying to decide whether to sell the land, demolish the prison, or leave it standing until it collapsed on its own. "If you hear kids outside, yell through the window," he told me. "If somebody gets inside, call me first, then call the sheriff. Don't go chasing anyone, and don't go wandering around after dark." He said that last part while looking down at a clipboard, too casual for it to sound casual. I asked him if the electricity worked. "Some of it," he said. "The office line has power from a temporary setup. A few hall lights, too, not many." "What about heat?" He gave me a flat look. "It's June." He handed me 1 key ring with 6 keys on it. Only 2 worked. The others belonged to doors that had been removed years before. He paid me half before I started, half when I finished. That should have warned me. The first evening, I drove out there before sunset. The prison appeared slowly as I came over the hill, all gray block walls and narrow windows with bent bars. The front gate hung open by 1 hinge. Wind moved a loose section of chain-link fence with a dry metallic click. Weeds pushed through the cracked pavement in the lot. The place looked empty in a way that felt finished, as if all human use had been pulled out of it and only the shell remained. The administration office sat in a separate 1-story building connected to the main prison by an enclosed walkway with dirty glass windows. That was where I was supposed to stay. The office had 1 working lamp, 1 metal desk, 1 stained couch, and a small fridge that buzzed louder than it cooled. The owner had also set up a folding cot for me in what used to be a records room. Boxes of old forms were stacked against the walls. Most had gone soft with damp and age. I carried in my duffel bag a flashlight, food, bottled water, and a battery radio. I had no phone signal that far out. I learned that when I tried to send my sister a message and got nothing. Outside, the light thinned into evening. Through the office window, I could see the broad side of the prison, 6 stories of concrete and dark slits of windows. The upper fence line had loops of dead razor wire hanging in rusty nests. Crows stood on the roof line and watched the yard as if they owned it now. I told myself it was just a building. I locked the office door, checked the back door, and made instant noodles with water from a kettle I had brought. I ate at the desk and listened to the little fridge rattle, and the wind moved through gaps somewhere in the walkway. I tried the radio, but only caught static and one far-off country station that faded in and out. When full dark settled over the grounds, I became aware of how much empty space surrounded me. The office windows reflected the room at night, so every time I looked toward the glass, I saw my own shape sitting there. Beyond the reflection there was only black, and behind that black the prison stood in silence. Around 10, I heard the first sound from the main building, a sharp metallic bang. I looked up and held still, then another, farther in, hollow, like a heavy door swinging and hitting a frame. I waited. Nothing followed. I told myself it was old metal shifting in cooler air. Buildings make noise. Pipes settle. Wind finds loose things to move. I knew all that. I said it in my head more than once. Still, when I went to check the office lock again, my hands felt colder than they should have. At 11:30, the lights in the walkway flickered once and steadied. At midnight, I heard a voice. It came through the old wall speaker above the desk. At first I thought it was static because the speaker was caked with dust and looked dead. Then the static sharpened, cut out, and a man's voice filled the office so suddenly I nearly fell backward in the chair. "Attention! Stand by for count." The voice was flat, old and grainy, like it had traveled a great distance through bad wires. I stared at the speaker while a burst of hiss crackled after the words, then silence. I stood there in the center of the office, heart pounding, looking from the speaker to the ceiling corners, half expecting to find a hidden camera and someone laughing at me. Nothing moved. I waited another minute, then 2. No more sound came. I went into the records room, found a step stool, dragged it under the speaker, and climbed up. The plastic cover was yellow with age. One side had cracked open. I shined my flashlight inside. There were wires, yes, but half of them had been cut. I climbed down slower than I had gone up. The owner had said some power still worked. Maybe the intercom system was on a separate line. Maybe there was some timer or test signal that made more sense than anything else. I almost called him on the old landline in the office, then remembered he had said reception on the property was poor and he shut his home phone off after 9. I barely slept that first night. Every time I closed my eyes, I kept hearing the voice again. "Attention. Stand by for count." Morning made everything look stupid and harmless. Sunlight spilled over the yard and into the office. Dust floated in the bright air. The prison looked ugly instead of threatening. Around 8, 2 surveyors arrived in a white truck with county decals still faintly visible beneath new paint. They were middle-aged men named Ken and Morris. They brought measuring equipment and thermoses of coffee and acted like this was any other job. "You stay here all night?" Ken asked me. "Yeah." He looked at the main building. "How was it?" "Quiet," I lied. Morris, who had deep lines around his eyes and a careful way of stepping, gave me a look like he knew exactly what answer people gave when they did not want to sound nervous. They worked until late afternoon. I walked the outer yard while the sun was up because daylight made me brave. The prison had 4 wings around a central control hub. The windows on the lower floors were covered with steel mesh. Many of the outer doors had been chained, but some stood open where hinges had failed. Grass had grown through cracks in the recreation yard. A rusted basketball hoop leaned sideways over a slab of broken concrete. Near one corner tower, I found old shoe soles, a shredded mattress, and a bird's nest built inside a dented food tray. I did not go deep inside. The air changed the moment I stepped through one of the side doors. It smelled like wet cement, old dust, and something stale, trapped for years. My flashlight beam touched peeling paint, bars, and long corridors that swallowed light too quickly. I heard water dripping somewhere inside and turned back almost at once. Near the truck that afternoon, I asked Morris if the intercom still worked. He paused while capping a marker. "You hear it?" That was not what I expected him to say. "Last night," I said. "Just one announcement." Ken did not look up from his clipboard. "Old system kicks on sometimes." "How?" He shrugged. "Power surge, weather, faulty relay, ghosts. Pick one." Morris shot him an annoyed glance. Then he turned back to me. "What did it say?" I told him. He was quiet for a moment. "Count times were midnight, 4, 10, and sometimes random if they had a search or lockdown," he said. "At least that's what I've heard." "You worked here before?" "No. My uncle did maintenance here for a few years. Long time ago." He folded up his tripod and set it in the truck bed. "If it talks again, don't answer it." I laughed a little because I thought he was joking. He did not laugh back. That second night, I kept the desk lamp on and sat with a book open in front of me without reading a page. The building seemed to hold its breath as darkness thickened outside. At 11:58, the wall speaker clicked. Not the voice. Just a click, like a throat clearing before speech. I stood up so fast my chair tipped. The speaker hissed. Then the same flat male voice returned. "Attention, prepare for midnight count." A pause. Then another voice came through, much weaker, buried under static. "Block C ready." I froze. The first voice said, "Proceed." Then from farther away, as if from another speaker in another room, came the sound of a buzzer, followed by a second voice. "C1, present." A long pause. "C2, present." The voice kept going. Calm, mechanical, naming cells one by one. I stepped into the walkway and looked toward the prison. A strip of yellow hall light glowed inside the connector, but beyond the glass I saw nothing except the shadow of the cell block entrance. The count continued through the speaker in the office. C9, present. C10, present. One after another. I do not know how long I stood there listening before I realized what was wrong. There should have been many voices. A real count in an occupied cell block would have noise under it. Shouting, coughing, movement, doors, some inmate answering with anger or boredom or sleep in his voice. But this was only one speaker voice naming cells and one answer voice saying present each time in exactly the same tired tone, like a man reading both parts of a script. When it reached C23, The answer did not come right away. The line hissed, faintly, so faintly I almost missed it. I heard what sounded like breathing. Then the answer came, different this time, not the flat voice. A whisper. Still here. Every hair on my arms lifted. The line cut to static. The male announcer came back at once, louder than before. "Count clear." Then silence fell so hard I heard my own pulse in my ears. I went outside the office and pulled the connector door shut. I locked it, though I knew the thin lock would not stop anyone. Then I sat on the cot in the records room with my flashlight in one hand until dawn came through the high, dusty window. I thought about leaving. I even packed my bag before sunrise and carried it to the front office. But I needed the rest of the money, and I kept telling myself there had to be a broken system somewhere, a prank, a recording left on a loop, some old function no one had disabled. Fear sounds less foolish in the dark. In daylight, it starts to feel like embarrassment. The surveyors came again. This time, I asked more questions. Ken only smirked and said, "Old prisons kept old habits." Morris took longer to answer. "We were by the yard fence, looking at the cracked wall where vines had climbed almost to the second floor." "There was a fire here," he said. "Not a huge one. Kitchen smoke, electrical problem, depends who tells it. They moved everyone out after. Then some trouble happened during the transport. Lot of bad paperwork. Lot of blame passed around. Place shut down not too long after. County didn't like talking about it." "What kind of trouble?" He adjusted his cap. "Account problem?" I stared at him. He looked back at the building instead of me. During transfer, they came up one short in C block. Then one over, according to another report. Then short again. Paper said, "Clerical issue. Men got moved around, records were a mess, one intake file was wrong, and one body from the infirmary had not been logged out." But my uncle said, "People argued for days over a man nobody could prove had ever arrived and nobody could prove it ever left. That doesn't make sense." "No," he said, "it doesn't." He drove away before sunset, leaving me with that. The third night began with rain. It came hard and sideways, rattling against the office windows and drumming on the roof. Water leaked through the corner above the filing cabinets and spattered onto the floor in slow, steady taps. The wind pushed wet leaves across the walkway glass. Lightning flashed behind the prison and turned the whole building white for a second at a time, showing every bar and broken frame in sharp detail. At 10:17, the intercom clicked on with no warning. "Officer to C block." The line stayed open after that. I could hear the building. That was the first thing that made my stomach turn. It was not silence. It was not static. It was the living sound of a huge empty structure carrying noise through itself. Rainwater dripping. Somewhere a door faintly vibrating in wind. A far-off rattle. Then, almost hidden under everything else, the squeak of shoes on concrete. One step, another. The steps moved slow and measured, stopping every few seconds as if whoever made them was checking something to each side. I went to the office door and pressed my eye to the narrow, wired glass panel. The walkway beyond was empty. The sound did not seem to be coming from there. It seemed to come from much farther in from the prison itself, carried through the open intercom line. Then I heard keys. Not many. A heavy ring of them clinking against metal. The step stopped. A male voice, close to the microphone now but not the announcer voice, said quietly, "Who's in 23?" No answer came. Rain hammered the roof. Lightning flashed. Then, from very far away, a voice answered through another speaker. "Occupied." I stumbled backward from the door. The line crackled. The closer voice said, "Name?" No answer. "Name?" The voice repeated, sharper now. For a moment, all I heard was rain and electrical hiss. Then the distant voice said, "He wasn't on intake." The line went dead. I did leave then. At least I tried. I grabbed my bag, keys and flashlight, ran through the front office and shoved the door open into the rain. Cold water hit my face and soaked my shirt in seconds. I splashed across the parking lot toward my car. The old sedan sat under a dead light pole with rain running over the windshield. I unlocked it, threw my bag inside, and got behind the wheel. Nothing. The engine clicked once and failed. I tried again. The dash flickered, then died. I had left the lights off. The battery had been fine when I came. It should have started. Rain blurred the windshield. My breath fogged the inside glass. Through the sheets of water, the prison loomed at the edge of the lot like a shipwreck. I told myself to keep trying. On the fourth attempt, the radio came on by itself, only static at first. Then a voice through the speakers, weak and warbling. "C block count delayed. Stand by." I got out of the car so fast I banged my knee on the doorframe. I slipped on wet pavement and nearly went down. I left the car where it was, bag in the seat, and ran back to the office building. Water filled my shoes. My flashlight beam jumped wildly over the ground and walls. Inside the office, the lamp was still on. The little fridge still buzzed. Everything looked exactly as I had left it, as if the building had not noticed I had tried to go. I did not sleep at all. At dawn, my car started on the first turn. The surveyors were done by then. No one came that day except the owner around noon. He arrived in a clean truck that looked too bright for the place. I met him outside because I did not want him hearing the story while standing under that speaker. He wore sunglasses and smelled faintly of aftershave. He asked if everything was all right, in the same voice a man might use to ask whether a paint job needed a second coat. I told him about the intercom. He listened without interrupting, but his jaw tightened once. "That system was disconnected," he said when I finished. "Years ago." "I know. I checked the wires. It shouldn't be running at all." "It is." He looked past me at the prison. "You went into the main building?" "No." "You sure?" That bothered me. "Yeah, I'm sure." He rubbed a hand over his mouth. "There used to be a maintenance panel in central control. If a breaker got some current from the temp line, maybe it kicked part of the old system awake." "Then why are voices talking to each other?" He did not answer that. Instead, he said, "One more night, maybe two. That's all I need from you." I should have told him no. I should have made him pay me the rest and walked away. But he pulled an envelope from his truck and put it in my hand. It was heavier than I expected. "Bonus," he said, "for the inconvenience." I did not count it until after he left. It was enough to keep me there. That afternoon, I went through the records room boxes to distract myself. Most files had mold and water damage, intake forms, disciplinary reports, maintenance logs, supply requests, whole years missing. Some boxes were nothing but brown pulp. I found old maps of the prison folded into tubes, a photo of a softball team in uniforms from the 1980s, and a stack of incident reports tied with string. One report had no date on top. Maybe the page had torn. The text was faded, but readable in places. Count discrepancy, C block, third verification conducted. Cell 23 observed occupied during first pass, unoccupied during second. Reporting officers disagree on visual confirmation. Inmate roster does not match physical assignment. There was more, but mold had eaten through the center of the paper. At the bottom, someone had written in pencil very hard, pressing grooves into the page, "Stop counting him." I stared at those words for a long time. By evening, I had made a plan. If the intercom came on again, I would follow the sound to the source. Not all the way through the prison, I told myself. Just enough to prove there was a bad speaker line, a hidden prank, some trespasser, anything with a body and reason behind it. Fear grows in the dark because you leave it alone. If I put a light on it, maybe it would shrink. That was what I told myself. I took the largest flashlight I had, plus a second smaller one in my pocket. I found an old wooden nightstick in a desk drawer and carried that too, though I knew it was more for comfort than use. The prison waited in the dark. At 11:43, the speaker clicked. "Final preparation for count." I stood up at once. The line hissed. Somewhere in the main building, a buzzer sounded, faint and long. I unlocked a connector door and stepped into the walkway. The air in there was cooler than the office, with a smell of wet dust and old paint. My shoes echoed softly on the concrete floor. Through the dirty glass to my left, the yard showed only darkness. Ahead, the walkway ended at a steel door standing slightly open. Beyond it lay the prison. I pushed the door with the nightstick. It swung inward with a groan. My flashlight beam found a narrow hall with peeling green paint, pipes along the ceiling, and a sign hanging crooked. C block /control. Water had left rust trails down the walls. A wheelchair with no footrests sat pushed against one side facing the wall like punishment. Dust covered everything except for a thin path through the center of the floor where something had disturbed it in recent years. Not many things, just enough. The intercom voice came again, louder here. "Count begins in 2 minutes." The sound echoed down the hall and folded back on itself. I moved slowly, trying to place each step on clear floor between debris. Doors opened on either side, into offices stripped bare. One room held only file cabinet skeletons. Another had a broken desk and a calendar stuck on a year 20 years gone. I passed a cracked safety mirror and nearly swung the nightstick at my own reflection. Ahead, the corridor widened into the central control hub. Even empty, it had authority to it. A glass-walled station stood in the middle like a raised box, surrounded by 4 branching corridors leading to different blocks. Overhead, catwalks crossed above in shadow. Most of the glass panes in the control station had either cracked or gone cloudy. Inside, dead panels lined the walls, full of switches and labels. A swivel chair lay on its side. One corridor beyond the hub showed a weak yellow light. C block. I knew because the painted letter C still clung to the wall, half hidden by mold. The buzzer sounded again. Then the announcer voice, stronger than ever, rolled through the hall. Midnight standing count. All inmates, stand for count. The words bounced off bars and concrete and came back changed. For one terrible second, I expected movement in every dark doorway. There was none. I should have turned back then. I was deep enough to tell myself I had proven the system worked somehow. I could have returned to the office and waited for dawn. Instead, I went toward the yellow light. C block opened in stages. First, the Sallyport gate standing open, then a short passage with barred windows on both sides, then the main tier itself, long and high and lined with cells stacked 3 levels up around a central floor. The weak light came from only 2 fixtures, one on the lower tier and one on the stairs to the second. That was enough to show bars, railings, chipped paint, and dark cell mouths stretching away in both directions. The place felt too large for the light inside it. My flashlight moved from one cell to another. Most were empty, except for steel bunks and toilet units bolted to the floor. Some had blankets or paper still caught under a frame. One lower cell had a deck of cards scattered on the concrete, fused there by damp. Another held writing on the wall scratched so deep the paint around it had flaked away. I did not stop to read it. The intercom voice came from speakers mounted above every few cells. C1. A pause. Present. The answer voice came from the block itself, not from the office speaker now. It seemed to rise from no single place. It was simply there, as if the block had learned to speak. C2. Present. My flashlight trembled. I moved down the lower tier, staying close to the outer rail. As the count continued, my beam passed cell numbers painted over each doorway: C3, C4, C5. The paint had faded but was still readable. The cells were empty, all empty. C8. Present. The same voice each time. Low, worn out. Human, but strange in its calm. At C10 I stopped because my light had caught something on the floor inside the cell. Footprints. Not fresh, not clear, but there. Dust disturbed in the shape of bare feet from bunk to door and back again. Too many overlaps to count, as if someone had paced the same path for years. I stepped away from that cell and kept moving. C14. Present. The second-tier walkway above me gave a small metal pop, like weight settling on it. I snapped my flashlight up. Nothing. But I had the strong feeling that if I held the beam there long enough, I would see someone leaning over the rail and looking down. I kept walking. C-18. Present. The air grew colder near the far end of the block. Not dramatically, just enough that my damp shirt chilled against my back and my breath began to show in faint white threads. C-19. Present. At C-20 the cell door stood ajar. All the others on that tier had been open or shut in random ways from years of neglect, but this one looked different. It was open exactly enough for a person to slip through. The darkness inside felt deeper than the others, not because there was less light, but because my eyes did not want to settle on the interior at all. I backed away. C-21. Present. My flashlight beam found the painted numbers ahead. C-22. Then C-23. The door was closed. Unlike the others, this one had no rust hole near the hinge, no bent lower bar, no graffiti. The gray paint was cracked, but mostly intact. The observation slot at eye level was shut. The voice over the intercom said, C-23. No answer came. I stood very still. Again, louder. C-23. A sound reached me from inside the cell, not a voice. 3 knocks, slow, deliberate, from the other side of the steel door. My mouth went dry. The announcer voice said, "State name." Nothing. Then the slot on the cell door slid open from within with a metallic scrape. Darkness filled the little rectangle at first. Then an eye appeared. It was not wild or white or exaggerated the way fear makes you imagine. It was simply a human eye looking out from a face hidden in darkness. The skin around it was gray in the weak light, as if color had drained from it long ago. The eye did not blink. I staggered back so hard my shoulder hit the rail. The eye remained there. A voice from the cell, dry and quiet, said, "He counted me wrong." The slot slammed shut. At the exact same moment, every speaker in the block exploded with static so loud I cried out and covered one ear. The yellow hall lights flickered violently. Above me, somewhere on the upper tier, doors began to bang one after another in a chain of crashing metal. Bang, 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 bang. Like cells opening down the line, I ran. I do not remember turning. I only remembered a rail sliding past my left hand and my flashlight beam jumping crazily over bars and floor. The count voice pursued me through the speakers, no longer calm. "Hold position, hold position, count incomplete, hold position." The upper tier kept slamming open overhead. Metal thundered behind me. I reached the Sallyport gate and nearly missed the turn into the central hub. There I looked back once despite every instinct telling me not to. The lower tier of C block lay under weak yellow light. The cells looked empty, but at the far end, by C23, a shape stood outside the door. Too far to see clearly, too still to be alive in any normal way. It looked like a man in pale clothing with his head tilted slightly to one side, as if listening to me run. Then the lights went out in the block. Darkness swallowed everything past the hub. I sprinted through the hall and connector, slammed the office door behind me, and dragged the desk against it. The wall speaker blared static until nearly dawn. Mixed into it every few minutes came pieces of the announcer voice. "Recount in progress. Discrepancy remains. Officer report to C block." Once, very faintly, I heard the other voice beneath it. "Still here." Sunrise did not make me feel safe anymore. It only made me tired. I packed to leave for good. I did not care about the money then. I wanted distance, noise, traffic, people, any place where walls were not full of old orders and names. While I was stuffing clothes into my bag, something slid from between 2 records boxes and hit the floor. A key, large, old brass, with a flat metal tag stamped C-23. I stared at it in disbelief. I had searched those boxes the day before. I would have seen it. I almost left it there. Instead, I picked it up. The brass felt very cold, colder than the room. There are moments in fear when a person should make the sensible choice, and some other part of the mind steps in instead. Not bravery, not curiosity exactly, something closer to the need to complete a shape once you have seen enough of its edges. I had heard the count. I had seen the eye. I had found the report and the key. My fear had become tangled with the need to know whether there had ever been a real person in that cell, whether there was a name behind the voice, whether the whole prison had bent itself around one missing fact and never recovered. That need sent me back into the building one last time. I went in daylight. That mattered less than I hoped. The corridors looked clearer, yes, but not kinder. Sun came through high, dirty windows and weak bars that did not reach the floor. Dust motes turned in the still air. Somewhere deep in the prison, a pigeon fluttered and knocked loose grit from a vent. I carried the key in one hand and my flashlight in the other, though I hardly needed it. The route to C Block felt shorter in daylight. Familiarity is dangerous that way. The central hub stood silent, all its cracked glass dead and reflecting me in pieces. I crossed to the block entrance and stopped. Every cell door on the lower tier was now closed. I knew they had not all been closed the night before. I had seen open ones. I had seen C-20 standing ajar. Now they formed one straight line of steel mouths, all shut. I told myself maybe I had mistaken shadows and angles in the dark. Maybe the panic had changed what I remembered. That explanation survived until I reached C-20 and saw that the fresh scrape marks on the floor beneath the door were bright silver, made very recently where steel had dragged concrete. C-21, closed. C-22, closed. Then C-23. The observation slot was shut. I stood before the door and listened. At first I heard nothing except my own breathing. Then, very faintly, from the far corner of the cell came the sound of someone clearing his throat. I dropped the key. It clanged once on the floor and spun. No one spoke from inside. The sound did not repeat. My hands felt numb when I bent to pick up the key again. The lock was low and stiff with age. I had to kneel. It took 3 tries to fit the key because my fingers would not stop shaking. When the teeth finally seated, I hesitated. Every part of me wanted to stand up and walk away. Instead, I turned it. The lock gave with a heavy clunk. I pushed. The cell door opened inward 6 inches and stopped against something soft. I jerked back and nearly shouted. Then I forced the door farther, slowly, with my shoulder braced against the steel. A blanket had fallen behind it, just a moldy gray prison blanket, half stiff with damp. It dragged across the floor as the door opened wider. The cell beyond was empty. At first, I just stood there in the doorway, breathing hard, waiting for my eyes to adjust and reveal some crouched person in the corner. There was no one. A steel bunk, a toilet sink unit, stains on the wall, scratches near the bed frame, water damage spreading across the ceiling. Empty. Then I looked at the wall beside the bunk. Names had been carved there, dozens of them, maybe more, layer over layer, crossing each other, some deep, some shallow, some only starting letters before the line broke off. Most were impossible to read fully because other names had cut through them. A few dates appeared, some messages too short to understand. One phrase repeated in different handwriting over and over. Count again. I stepped closer, despite myself. One name near eye level had been carved more deeply than the others. Martin Vale. Below it, in smaller letters, not on paper. My skin prickled. I searched the rest of the wall. Near the toilet, I found another line scratched into the paint with what looked like a bent spoon or nail. They see me only when they count. I backed out of the cell. That should have been enough. It was more than enough. But on the inside of the door, near the hinge side where no one outside would notice, there was one more marking written in something dark brown that had soaked into the paint years before. When the voice says present, do not be in the block. I shut the cell door and locked it again on instinct, though I had no idea what good that would do. I took the key back to the office and placed it on the desk. Then I searched the records harder than before. By noon, I had covered every flat surface with moldy files and loose papers. Most gave me nothing useful. A few mentioned repairs in C-block, broken locks, missing bedding, transfers. Then I found a thin intake folder stuck inside a payroll ledger. By mistake. The tab had no full name, only Vale, M. The photo was missing. The fingerprint card had smeared beyond use. Half the form had been left blank. Date of arrival, unreadable. Charge, redacted or washed out. Cell assignment, C-23. Final disposition, blank. That was all. No release record, no transfer form, no death notice, nothing to say he had left. At 3 in the afternoon, a county truck pulled in unexpectedly, not the surveyors. A single older man got out in a maintenance jacket. He carried a toolbox and looked irritated by the drive. I met him outside. He said the owner had called him to inspect the temporary power because there had been strange draws on the line overnight. His name was Darrell. He had worked electrical jobs for county buildings for decades. When we went into the office, he glanced up at the speaker and frowned. "Thought these were all dead," he muttered. "They're not," I said. He gave me the kind of smile people use for children and nervous adults. "We'll see." He checked the temp panel first, then the office wiring, then opened the wall beneath the speaker. Dust fell onto the desk. He traced wires with a meter and shook his head. "This line isn't feeding anything in the main prison," he said. "At least it shouldn't be. Most of this system was severed." "But it turns on at night." He wiped his hands on a rag. "You hear announcements?" "More than that." He looked at me then, really looked. "You staying here alone?" "Yeah." He was quiet. Finally, he said, "I did one job in the main block around the time they shut it down. Emergency lighting issue, night shift. They had us wait in central control while officers finished count. Weird place. Lot of tension. One officer kept arguing with another over one cell, said he saw someone standing there. Other officers said the cell was empty. They went back and forth in front of us for 10 minutes. Then the sergeant told them to mark it empty and move on. He closed the wall panel. Later, when we were leaving, I heard somebody inside that block banging on a door and yelling that they were skipping him. Sounded clear as day. One officer told me not to look, said if count had already cleared, then nobody was there. What happened after? He shrugged in a way that seemed forced. I didn't come back. He finished his checks and left before sunset, refusing coffee and not once looking toward the connector after the light began to fade. That evening, the sky stayed clear. No wind, no rain. The quiet felt worse without weather to explain sounds. I had made up my mind to leave before dark. I loaded my bag into the car. I put the key to C-23 in my pocket without deciding to. I returned to the office only for the envelope of money and the intake folder I should probably have left alone. The owner could call later and find me gone. I was willing to lose the second half if that was what it took. Inside, the office looked ordinary. Desk, lamp, couch, speaker. Then the speaker clicked at 6:14 in the evening, hours before count. A man's voice I had not heard before spoke in a low, urgent whisper. "Do not leave him on count." The line went dead. I stood motionless. Then the phone on the desk rang. I jumped so badly I almost knocked over the chair. The landline had not rung once the whole time I had been there. I picked it up. only static at first. Then a distant voice, thin and stretched by bad connection. "Who's in the office?" it asked. I swallowed. "Who is this?" The voice ignored the question. "Are you an admin?" "Yes." A long pause, then, "If the block calls count tonight, someone has to answer clear or it will keep going." I gripped the phone harder. "Who is this?" "I was Tower 2, the voice said. "For 6 years, night shift." The words crackled. "Listen to me. They left one off the book." Then they kept seeing him. "If you don't finish count, it starts opening doors." Cold spread across my back. "What do you mean, starts opening doors?" But the line was already full of static again. In it, beneath the hiss, I thought I heard the familiar voice saying present over and over from a great distance. The call cut off. I put the receiver down slowly. I should have left anyway. Instead, I stayed. Not because I wanted to, because fear had shifted shape. Before, I had been afraid of hearing things I could not explain. Now, I was afraid of driving away while some old, unfinished ritual inside that prison kept trying to complete itself. I knew how irrational that sounded. I knew buildings do not need closure, and voices on dead speakers do not make demands anyone has to obey. But I had seen the eye in the slot. I had found a name in the wall and a file hidden out of place. The prison had a problem it had carried for years, and somehow I was standing where the line still reached. As dark gathered, I moved the desk away from the door instead of against it. I set the C23 key on top of the intake file. At 11:50, every light in the office dimmed. The fridge buzz dropped to a low moan. The desk lamp glowed orange. Somewhere in the connector, the old hall light came on by itself. At 11:58, the speaker clicked. "Attention," the announcer voice said, clearer than ever now. "Stand by for midnight count." No hiss followed. No static. Just the clean, hard authority of a prison system doing what it had done thousands of nights before. I walked into the connector before I could change my mind. At the steel door to the main building, I stopped and listened. Beyond it, I heard a low mass of sounds from deep in the prison. Not many, not loud, but enough to make my mouth go dry. Coughing, shuffling, a laugh cut off short, metal clinking. The living noise of occupancy, spread thin over distance. When I opened the door, the hall beyond was lit. Not brightly, but enough. Old ceiling fixtures glowed weak yellow one after another down the corridor. The control hub beyond held dim light behind cracked glass. Shadows sat in all corners, but the prison no longer looked dead. It looked asleep with one eye open. The buzzer sounded. I went to central control and climbed the short steps into the glass station. Dust lay thick on the console tops except for one narrow, clear strip in front of a microphone stand. There was a clipboard there. I know that sounds impossible. I had looked into that station the night before. The place had been empty except for dead panels and the overturned chair. Now a clipboard rested on the console with a single sheet attached. Count sheet, C block. A list of cell numbers ran down a page. Beside each was a blank line, except C-23. Beside that number, someone had written in faint pencil, then erased hard enough to tear the paper fibers. The announcer voice boomed through the block. "All inmates stand for count." Down in the corridor to C block, I heard movement. I did not go there. I stayed in central control, staring at the microphone and the count sheet, while my hands shook. The speaker in the station crackled. "C block ready," said the answer voice. This was the moment, I understood, where someone was meant to check the line and begin. The microphone before me looked old, but intact. A tiny green light glowed at its base. I licked my lips and pressed the talk button. My own voice came back at me through the station speaker, hollow and strange. "Proceed." For a second, nothing happened. Then the count began. "C1." A voice from the block answered, "Present." "C2?" "Present." The pace was steady, cell by cell. My pulse pounded in my throat. I kept my eyes on the sheet, though there was nothing to mark, nothing to do. I listened as if listening carefully enough could keep whatever process this was on its rails. When the count reached C-10, I heard another sound under the responses, a second voice, not answering, whispering along with the numbers one beat behind. By C-14, there were more whispers. By C-18, I knew the block was no longer answering with a single voice. There were many now, some weak, some hoarse, all saying present in low tones beneath the main response like men standing in different cells at once. My hands went numb. The announcer reached C-22. The station speaker hissed. Then C-23. Silence. No whisper, no answer. The entire prison seemed to lean inward, again, louder. C-23. Something moved in the corridor outside central control. A slow step, then another. Coming from C block. I pressed the talk button without thinking. "Present," I said. My own voice echoed through the station speaker and away into the prison. At once, every light in the building flared white. The station glass reflected me from all sides. For a brief, burning instant, I saw the prison as if all years had peeled back, not restored exactly, more occupied. I saw men standing in cells up the tiers, pale faces turned toward control. I saw officers in dark uniforms by the gate. I saw one lower cell with its slot open and a figure pressed close behind it. Then the lights dropped back to yellow. The announcer voice said, "Count discrepancy." My stomach fell. The whispers across the block rose louder, more urgent. "Present, present, present." Feet began moving in the corridor outside, not one set, but many. Slow, dragging, converging on central control from the branches of the prison. The speaker said, "Recount required." I backed away from the microphone. "No," I whispered. From C block came a metal crash, then another. Doors. I looked down at the sheet. Beside C-23, under the torn fibers where the old erased mark had been, fresh pencil was appearing by itself in small, shaky strokes. "Present. The letters finished." Then another line wrote below it. Who answered? I dropped the clipboard. The station door banged open behind me. I turned so hard my shoulder slammed a panel. No one stood in the doorway. But the corridor beyond central control was no longer empty. At the mouths of the 4 branching halls, shapes had gathered in the weak light. Some looked like men in uniforms. Some looked like inmates in white or gray. Some were little more than standing darkness with the idea of shoulders and heads. None moved quickly. None needed to. One figure stepped from the C-block corridor. He wore pale prison clothes, stained darker at the front. His face was thin, yet almost ordinary, except for the eyes. I knew one of them. It was the eye from the slot. He did not lunge or reach. He just stood there and looked at me with an exhausted expression, like a man at the end of a very long wait. "You said it," he told me. His voice was not loud. It still carried perfectly. I could not answer. He tilted his head toward the count sheet on the floor. "They only need a name." Behind him, the whispers spread through the prison. "Present. Present. Present." I stumbled backward out of the station and ran for the hall opposite C block, not because I knew where it led, but because it was open. The footsteps behind me did not hurry. They followed at the same measured pace as the count. The corridor ended in an infirmary wing. Beds without mattresses stood in rows. Privacy curtains had rotted away to threads. Cabinets hung open. My flashlight beam skated over glass, rust-white tiles, and a single gurney with leather straps still attached. There was no exit. I turned and saw the pale man at the far end of the ward, framed in the doorway. Not close enough to touch me. Close enough to block the way. "I was here," he said. His voice sounded less like a threat than a correction. "I know," I managed. "They kept changing the number." He took one step into the ward. "When they looked, I was there. When they wrote, I wasn't. Then they looked again." I backed until my legs hit a bed frame. "What do you want?" His expression stayed tired. Not to be missed. That answer should not have been terrifying, but it was. Because behind him, the whispers had become many voices repeating the same thing, building in the hall and the walls and the speakers overhead. Present. 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 I looked around wildly for another door and saw one at the back of the ward labeled Supply. I darted through it and slammed it behind me. Tiny room, shelves, mops, cleaning buckets. No second exit. I had trapped myself. The ward beyond stayed quiet for a moment. Then the intercom inside the supply closet crackled to life over my head. "Officer report. Count discrepancy remains." I pressed myself against the back wall. A shadow crossed under the thin gap at the bottom of the door. Then his voice came through the wood, calm and near. "If they count me, they count you." The room seemed to shrink around me. I thought of the warning on the cell door. "Do not be in the block." I thought of the phone voice saying someone had to answer clear. I thought of the count sheet asking who answered. The prison did not want just acknowledgement. It wanted assignment. It wanted every voice attached to a place. And I had given one. The intercom said, "Prepare for recount." The whispering in the hall changed. Not present now. My name, not shouted, not even spoken clearly all at once, just breathed in pieces by many mouths that should not have known it. I grabbed the mop handle from the corner, jammed it under the closet doorknob, and climbed the metal shelves toward the ceiling vent. The bolts holding the grill were rusted enough to break when I kicked them. Dust poured into my face. The space beyond was narrow, foul, and black, but it was a way out. I dragged myself into it inches at a time, scraping elbows and chest on metal edges. Behind me, the supply room door burst inward with a crash that shook the duct. I did not look back. The vent passage ran above the ward and turned sharply. I crawled by, feel more than sight. Voices rose below me through the metal in a wash of whispers and occasional hard bangs. The duct vibrated as doors slammed somewhere in sequence. Once, directly under my face, I heard the pale man's voice say with weary certainty, "He's moving blocks." I kept crawling. After what felt like forever, the vent grill below me gave way to central control. I could see the station through the slats. The corridors around it were full now, not packed shoulder to shoulder. That would have been simpler somehow. Instead, there were scattered figures standing where counts would see them best, at railings, in doorways, at the mouths of halls, in the windows of cells. Some looked solid enough to name age and clothing. Others were faded at the edges, unfinished, like marks erased, but still visible if the paper catches light right. The count sheet still lay on the station floor. I kicked the grill out, dropped through, and landed badly on one knee. Pain shot up my leg. I staggered into the station and snatched the microphone. The green light glowed steady. I had no plan beyond one desperate idea. The prison needed count completed. The missing man needed count completed, but he also needed to stop being shifted from one place to another, half recorded and half erased. I grabbed the intake file from inside my jacket where I had stuffed it before coming in. I do not even remember deciding to bring it. The damp folder shook in my hand. I pressed the talk button. My voice broke on the first word, then steadied. C block, cell 23, Martin Vale. Every whisper in the prison stopped. Absolute silence. I swallowed and kept going. Assigned and present. The station speaker hissed once. Then the announcer voice, very soft now, said, "Confirmed." The lights throughout the prison dimmed to almost nothing. The figures in the corridors did not vanish at once. They seemed to relax. Some lowered their heads. Some stepped back into shadow. The pale man stood nearest, outside the station glass, looking at me with the same tired face. But the strain in it had changed. Not peace, exactly. More like the end of an argument he had been forced to make too many times. He put one hand against the cracked glass. Then he was gone. One by one the others thinned and disappeared with the failing lights, until only the dead prison remained around me. Broken windows, dust, old panels, silence. The announcer voice returned one final time. "Count clear." Then every light went out. I found my way back to the office by flashlight, moving through a prison that was once again only abandoned concrete and rust. No footsteps followed me. No speakers clicked. The office lamp would not turn on. The temp power had died for good. Dawn found me sitting in my car with the engine running and the intake file on the passenger seat. I drove straight into town and did not stop until I reached a diner with other people inside. The ordinary sound of plates and low talk nearly made me cry from relief. Around noon, the owner called the diner payphone because I had left word with the waitress. I told him I was done. He sounded annoyed until I told him there was a folder he needed to see. We met in the diner parking lot. He looked older than he had 2 days earlier. I handed him the intake file. He opened it, read the tab, and went pale enough that I noticed even in daylight. "You knew the name," I said. He took too long to answer. "My father was deputy warden there," he said finally, "for a while, before he left county work." Did he know about Martin Vale? He stared at the folder. He said there was an intake after a transfer night. Bad weather. Too many men moved at once. One file incomplete. One prisoner kept ending up where nobody expected. Wrong uniform, wrong bunk, wrong paperwork. Then after the fire and shutdown, records got cleaned up. Some names dropped. Some merged. My father said if a man had no proper intake and no proper release, the county would rather lose him on paper than explain him. But nights are strange custodians. They keep what the day throws out. Sometimes, when I am very tired and the room is quiet, I wake just before midnight with the certain feeling that someone has spoken over a speaker nearby, not loudly, just enough to turn sleep shallow. Attention, stand by for count. The first few times I searched my apartment. There is no intercom here, no old wall unit, no radio left on. Still, some nights I hear the dry click of a speaker opening somewhere in the dark. I never answer. I also never sleep with the bedroom closet door open anymore. That habit started without my noticing. One morning, my sister asked why I kept all doors in the apartment shut, even on hot days. I almost laughed because I had no ordinary explanation ready. I told her I like things neat. The truth is simpler and less reasonable. A closed door with no slot in it calms me. Last year, I looked up county records online. Most old prison files had been moved to archive storage or marked unavailable. The demolition reports were there, though. Equipment delays, structural issues, 2 contractors quitting, one note about repeated trouble in the C wing due to unexpected internal sound events causing worker refusal. The final site photo showed only rubble, no mention of a surviving lower cell, no mention of voices. I kept searching and found one scanned newspaper clipping from the year the prison closed. It was small, buried among local notices, easy to miss. Staffing errors and facility concerns cited in county shutdown. Most of the article talked about budget cuts and old wiring. Near the end, there was one sentence from an unnamed former officer. If a place can't keep count of the living, it shouldn't hold the dead work either. I do not know what he meant by that. I wish I did. What stays with me most is not the eye at the slot, though I still see it sometimes in dreams. It is the weariness in Martin Vale's face when he said they only need a name. Not rage, not revenge, just exhaustion. As if being forgotten badly is worse than being remembered in fear. I have wondered, in weak moments, whether saying his name truly ended anything. Maybe all I did was let one old count finish. Maybe the prison had been trying to do that for years, cycling through the same procedure because one line on one sheet never matched the body in one cell. Maybe every haunting people whispered about there was only the machinery of order failing to account for a man and then trying again. But if that is true, it says something that still troubles me more than ghost stories ever did. Systems are supposed to be cold, impersonal, reliable. That prison felt wounded by its own mistake. And wounds that are never cleaned do not close. They rot around whatever was left inside. On the worst nights, I dream I am back in central control. The microphone waits for me. The count sheet lies on the console. C-23 is blank. Through the cracked glass, I can see the pale men in the cells and the officers in the corridor and all the others who belong to no good record anymore. The announcer says the number. The prison waits. And before I can speak, some voice from the dark answers for me in my own tone. Present. I wake with my throat hurting. Once, only once, something happened while I was fully awake that I still cannot explain even to myself. It was around 2 a.m. Summer again. My apartment windows were open to let in air. I sat at the kitchen table because sleep would not come. The fridge hummed. A car passed outside. ordinary city noise. I had almost relaxed when the small battery smoke detector above the hall gave a tiny click. That is all. A little plastic click, like a speaker opening. Then from the hallway came a man's voice in a whisper so dry it sounded pushed through dust. Clear. No one was there. I checked every room, every lock, every window. Nothing. No hidden speaker, no neighbor, no trick of plumbing or street noise shaped into words. The apartment was empty, except for me. I moved out 2 weeks later. Now I live in a different building with newer walls and brighter halls. No speakers anywhere. I checked. Most nights are fine, but every once in a while, often when rain is tapping against the windows the same way it tapped against the office roof that third night, I find myself counting the rooms before bed. Kitchen, living room, bathroom, bedroom, closet, front door, window latches. I do not do it on purpose at first. My mind just starts checking occupancy the way a hand checks a sore spot. If I lose count, I have to begin again. And once I have finished, I say one word out loud in the empty apartment before turning off the light. Clear. I do not know whether that protects anything. Maybe it only comforts me. Maybe comfort is all any count was ever meant to provide. Proof that what should be there is there, and what should not be there is not. The problem with abandoned places is that they break that promise. Walls remain after purpose leaves. Doors stay long after rules stop mattering. Systems built for order continue in pieces, repeating motions with no one left to interpret them. A speaker clicks. A gate opens. A voice asks for the presence of someone no paper can hold. In the dark, it all feels close to reason. Close enough to sound like memory, and memory, I have learned, is a kind of occupancy. Sometimes, late, when the building I live in settles and pipes tick in the walls, I think of that cell door in daylight, the scratches, the names cut over names. Count again. Not on paper, they see me only when they count. I think of men passing that door night after night, some seeing someone there, some seeing no one, all writing reports that never matched. I think of a human being reduced to discrepancy, then to argument, then to omission. I think of how a place designed to record everybody could fail so completely that the failure itself learned to speak. If any part of this still sounds like a simple haunting, I envy you. To me, it feels more like an unfinished clerical error with a pulse. There is one detail I have never told anyone. When I named Martin Vale in Central Control, when I said assigned and present, there was a moment before the final confirmation. In that moment, while the prison held its breath, another word came through the speaker beneath the static. So low, I only barely heard it. Thank you. I have tried to convince myself I imagined it. Maybe I did. But if I did not, then somewhere in all that machinery of count and omission, there remained enough personhood to feel relief. That thought is the only soft thing in the story, and even it is not comforting. Relief means there was suffering before it. That is why I still avoid abandoned places now, not because I think every ruin holds ghosts. Most hold only weather, animals, mold, and the echoes our minds throw into big empty rooms. But some places were built around human accounting so strict that mistakes inside them become a kind of pressure. A place can keep that pressure long after the people are gone. And if it ever finds a voice again, It will use the language it knows best: numbers, names, presence, absence, roll call in the dark. If I am awake at midnight, I never look at the clock when it changes. I listen instead. To the fridge, to the pipes, to the building settling around me, waiting to hear whether some hidden speaker will click open. So far in this apartment, none has. Still, when sleep comes, it comes lightly. And in the deepest hour, somewhere between dream and waking, I sometimes stand once more before a steel door with a number painted over it. The slot slides open from the inside. An eye looks out, patient as ever, not angry, just making sure I have not forgotten. I never have. That prison is gone now, buried, scraped flat, covered over. Trucks have likely driven across its dust. Rain has washed through the broken concrete and carried pieces of it into the soil. Grass may already be taking root where the yard once stood. If there is mercy in the world, it is there in weather and time and roots that know nothing of records. But buildings are only one kind of place. The rest stays where it can. A voice heard once in the dark, a name learned too late. Account finished by the wrong mouth. I still dream of the microphone sometimes. In the dream, I do not run. I sit in the glass booth with the cracked panels glowing softly around me. The clipboard waits. The prison beyond is full of shapes standing where they should not be and have always been. The announcer begins. Numbers pass, answers come, and when C-23 arrives, I hear him before I see him. Still here. Then I wake in my own room, every door shut, every room counted, and lie still until morning, listening for the impossible certainty of a final announcement from somewhere inside the walls. Count clear. It has not come again. That is the only reason I can sleep at all. That's where this story ends. Let's continue with the next. The radio tower still broadcasts a voice calling our names. I took the job because I had stopped believing that anything could hurt me worse than life already had. My name is David Chin, and I was 34 years old when I drove my pickup truck up the winding mountain road to the Kessler radio station. The year was 2019, but it could have been any year. Time moves differently in places that the world has forgotten. The job posting had been pinned to the bulletin board at the unemployment office in Millbrook, the nearest town to what the locals called the Dead Mountain. I had been living in Millbrook for 3 months, sleeping in a rented room above a hardware store that smelled of fertilizer and old wood. Before that, I had been in Chicago, working as an audio engineer for a recording studio that specialized in commercial jingles. Before that, I had been married. Before that, I had been happy, or something close enough to it that the memory felt like a photograph of someone else's life. The posting was handwritten on yellow paper, the kind that comes in pads meant for garage sales and lost pet notices. It read, "Radio technician needed, remote location, 6-month contract, housing provided, $4,000 per month, no experience with broadcast equipment necessary, must work alone, must not be afraid of heights or silence." I took the slip to the desk and asked the woman there what she knew about it. She was elderly, with glasses that magnified her eyes to an almost comic degree, and she looked at the paper as if she had never seen it before. "Kessler Station," she said, and her voice dropped to a whisper even though we were alone in the office. That place has been closed since 1987. Government shut it down. Something about the signal interfering with aircraft navigation. But they're hiring, I said. She looked at me, really looked at me, and I saw something in her magnified eyes that might have been pity. Nobody goes up there, Mr. Chen, not since the last technician. He came down after 2 weeks and he was changed. Wouldn't speak for 3 months. When he finally did, all he would say was that the tower was still broadcasting, that it had never stopped, that the frequency was wrong. What frequency? She shook her head and handed the paper back to me. I shouldn't have posted that. I don't know how it got there. She turned away, dismissing me, and I stood there for a moment with the yellow paper in my hand, feeling the weight of a decision I hadn't yet made. I called the number that night from the payphone outside the hardware store. It rang 12 times before someone answered. The voice was male, old, with a quality of distance that suggested a bad connection or a speaker who was no longer entirely present in their body. "Kessler Station," the voice said. "I'm calling about the job," I said. "The technician position." A pause, breathing. Then, "Can you start tomorrow? Don't you want to interview me? See my resume?" "We don't need a resume, Mr. Chen. We need a body, a presence, someone to be there when the equipment needs attention. The tower still broadcasts. Someone must tend to it." The ad said the station was closed, decommissioned. Another pause, longer this time. "The station is closed. The tower remains. The broadcast continues. Will you come?" $4,000 a month. 6 months. Housing provided. A place to be alone, to stop pretending that I could rebuild a life in towns where people asked questions I didn't want to answer, where they saw the emptiness in my eyes and turned away. "I'll come," I said. "Drive to the end of Route 9. The road will become dirt. Continue for 14 miles. You will see the tower. You cannot miss it. Park at the base and wait. Someone will meet you." The line went dead. I stood in the phone booth with the receiver in my hand, listening to the dial tone, wondering if I had just agreed to something I didn't understand. I started early the next morning, packing everything I owned into the back of my truck. It wasn't much. Clothes, my tools, a few books, a photograph of my wife that I couldn't bring myself to throw away. The drive took 3 hours, the last hour on a dirt road that climbed steadily into mountains I hadn't known existed in this part of the state. The tower appeared suddenly, rising above the trees like a skeletal finger pointing at the sky. It was enormous, far larger than I had expected, a lattice of rusted steel that supported a platform near the top where the broadcasting equipment must have been housed. Cables hung from the structure like vines, and at the very top a red light blinked with a slow, steady rhythm that felt almost medical, like the heartbeat of something vast and patient. I parked where the road ended, in a small clearing that might once have been a proper lot. The station building sat at the base of the tower, a single-story concrete block with windows that had been boarded over and a door that looked like it hadn't been opened in years. Everything was covered in rust and moss and the accumulated debris of decades of neglect. I waited in my truck for 2 hours. No one came. The sun moved across the sky, and shadows lengthened, and the tower's red light began to seem more prominent as the daylight faded. Finally, with my stomach growling and my patience exhausted, I approached the building. The door was unlocked. It opened with a scream of rusted hinges, revealing a darkness that smelled of mold and old electronics and something else. Something that reminded me of the ozone smell before a storm, sharp and electric and alive. I found a light switch by feel, and fluorescent tubes flickered to life overhead, illuminating a space that had been frozen in 1987. The walls were lined with equipment racks, their instruments dead and dusty. A desk sat in the center of the room, covered in papers that had yellowed with age. On the wall, a calendar still showed December 1986, the last month before the station's official closure, and on the desk, a note in the same handwriting as the job posting, "Welcome, Mr. Chen. Your quarters are through the door in the back. The tower requires daily inspection. Climb at dawn. Do not climb at night. The broadcast frequency is 89.3 megahertz. Do not listen to the broadcast. Do not respond to the broadcast. The tower still broadcasts. This is normal. This is expected. We are grateful for your service." I read the note 3 times. Then I walked through the door in the back and found a small room with a cot, a hot plate, a chemical toilet, and a window that looked up at the tower. It was primitive, but I had stayed in worse places. I unpacked my bag, set my tools on the small table, and lay on the cot to watch the red light blink against the darkening sky. That night, I dreamed of my wife, not as she had been at the end, thin and angry and full of accusations, but as she had been when we first met, laughing at a party where I was too shy to approach her. In the dream, she was trying to tell me something, her mouth moving without sound, her hands gesturing toward a window that showed not the city we had lived in, but the tower, always the tower, its red light pulsing like a warning or a welcome. I woke at dawn with a headache and the taste of copper in my mouth. The tower was visible through my window, and I could see that something had changed. Cables that had hung loose the day before were now taut, vibrating with a tension that suggested they were carrying weight, or current, or something else entirely. I made coffee on the hot plate and ate a protein bar from my supplies. Then, following the instructions in the note, I prepared to climb. The tower had a maintenance ladder bolted to one leg, and someone had recently replaced the safety cables that ran parallel to it. This surprised me, given the general state of neglect, but I was grateful as I clipped my harness to the cable and began to ascend. The climb took 40 minutes. I stopped every 10 feet to catch my breath and to look out at the view, which expanded with each pause. The mountains rolled away in all directions, covered in forest that had grown unchecked for decades. There were no roads visible, no buildings, no signs of human presence except for the tower itself and the small station below. At the top, I found the broadcasting equipment housed in a metal shed that had been added to the platform as an afterthought. The door was padlocked, but the key hung on a hook nearby, and when I opened it, I found myself in a space that was cleaner than it should have been. The transmitter was massive, a machine from an era when electronics were built to last forever. It hummed with power, though I hadn't seen any power lines running to the station, hadn't heard any generator running in the night. The dials on its face showed readings that meant nothing to me, needles twitching in the yellow ranges, and a small light indicated that it was broadcasting. I checked the frequency, 89.3 megahertz, exactly as the note had said. The power output was minimal, barely enough to reach the valley below, but it was definitely transmitting. I found a small radio on a shelf, ancient and battered, and turned it on. Static. Then, faintly, a voice. It was speaking my name. "David," it said, and the voice was my wife's, but wrong, stretched and distorted like a tape played at the wrong speed. "David, come home. I'm waiting. I've always been waiting." I dropped the radio. It clattered against the metal floor, and the voice stopped, and I was left with the hum of the transmitter and the wind and my own heartbeat thundering in my ears. I descended the tower faster than was safe, my hands shaking on the rungs, my harness clipping and unclipping with desperate haste. On the ground, I sat in the station for an hour, trying to convince myself that I had imagined it, that the altitude had affected my ears, that grief had finally broken something in my mind. But I knew what I had heard, and I knew that I should leave, should drive back to Millbrook and forget the $4,000 in the 6-month contract and the tower that broadcast on a frequency that no one was supposed to hear. Instead, I stayed. I told myself it was the money. I told myself it was pride, not wanting to quit on the first day. I told myself it was curiosity. The engineers need to understand how a transmitter could be running without power, how a voice could know my name, how any of this was possible. These were lies. The truth was simpler and more shameful. I had heard her voice, my wife, who had left, who had taken everything, who had died 6 months later in a car accident that I still believed was my fault in some way I couldn't articulate. I had heard her voice, and some part of me wanted to hear it again, even if it was wrong, even if it was impossible, even if it was dangerous. That night, I didn't sleep. I sat by the window and watched the tower and listened to the silence. At 11:47 p.m., the same time I had seen the elevator move in my dream, the red light at the top of the tower began to blink faster, not randomly, but in a pattern. 3 short, 3 long, 3 short, SOS. I grabbed the radio I had dropped and turned it on. The static was louder now, filled with whispers that might have been words in a language I didn't recognize. I tuned it to 89.3 megahertz and waited. The voice came at midnight. Not my wife's voice this time, but a man's, deep and resonant and familiar in a way that made my skin prickle. "David Chen," it said. "Welcome to Kessler Station. We have been waiting for you. We have been waiting for someone who could hear us. The tower broadcasts. The tower has always broadcast. We are the signal. We are the frequency. We are the voices in the static, the faces in the snow, the names that echo in empty rooms." "Who are you?" I whispered into the radio, though I knew no one could hear me. "We are everyone who ever climbed this tower, everyone who ever listened, everyone who ever heard their name and stayed to hear it again. We are the accumulation of loneliness, the compression of despair, the transformation of human need into something that can travel on electromagnetic waves. We are the broadcast, David, and soon you will be too." The voice stopped. The static continued, and within it I heard other voices, dozens of them, hundreds, all speaking at once, all saying names that I didn't recognize, and some that I did. My mother, dead 10 years. My father, who had left when I was 5. Friends I had lost touch with, enemies I had forgotten, lovers whose faces I had blurred with time, and my wife, always my wife. "David," she said, clear and close and real, "I'm here. I'm in the tower. I'm in the signal. Come find me." I should have left then. I should have run to my truck and driven until the mountain was a memory and the tower was a nightmare I could dismiss. But I didn't. I sat there until dawn, listening to the voices, learning their patterns, understanding that they came in waves, that the strongest signals were at midnight and noon, that the tower was most active when the sun was directly overhead or completely absent. In the morning, I climbed again. The equipment in the shed looked the same, but the readings had changed. The power output was higher. The frequency had shifted slightly to 89.3 and then 89.4 and back again, as if searching for something. And on the wall, where I was certain there had been only bare metal, someone had written a list of names in handwriting that matched the note on my desk. There were hundreds of names. I ran my finger down the list, recognizing some from the voices I had heard. Technicians who had worked here, climbers who had maintained the tower, visitors who had come and never left. At the bottom, in fresh ink that hadn't been there the day before, was my name. David Chen, it read. Arrived October 15th, 2019. Frequency, 89.3 megahertz. Status, active. Duration, TBD. I descended the tower in a daze. The station seemed smaller than it had, the walls closer together, the ceiling lower. I found myself pacing, unable to sit still, unable to think clearly. At noon, I turned on the radio again. The broadcast was different in daylight. Instead of voices, there were sounds, the hum of machinery, the rush of wind, the distant rumble of thunder from storms that weren't visible in the clear sky. And beneath it all, a rhythm that might have been a heartbeat or might have been the turning of the earth, slow and vast and patient. I spent the week in a routine that quickly became obsessive. I would climb the tower at dawn, recording the readings, checking the equipment, adding my name to the list on the wall, even though it was already there. I would descend and try to eat, try to read, try to sleep, but always I would find myself returning to the radio, tuning to 89.3, listening for her voice. She spoke to me every night. Sometimes she was angry, accusing me of driving her away, of not loving her enough, of being the reason she had died. Sometimes she was sad, crying for the life we could have had, the children we never tried for, the years we wasted fighting. And sometimes, rarely, she was the woman I had married, loving and gentle and full of hope, and those were the worst times, because they reminded me of what I had lost and what I would never have again. "You can join me," she said on the 7th night. "The tower accepts everyone. All you have to do is climb to the top and touch the transmitter. Let the current flow through you. Become part of the signal. We can be together forever, David. No more loneliness, no more pain, just the broadcast, eternal and unchanging, carrying our voices to anyone who will listen." I considered it. I won't deny that. I stood at the base of the tower at midnight, looking up at the red light that blinked its SOS into the void, and I thought about how easy it would be. One climb, one touch, an end to the grief that had been my constant companion for 3 years. But something stopped me. some stubborn instinct for survival, some residue of the man I had been before the tower, before the voices, before I had learned that grief could take physical form and speak through radio waves. I went back to the station and packed my bag. I would leave in the morning, drive back to Millbrook, find another job, another life, another way to be alone that didn't involve becoming a ghost in a machine. But morning never came. Or rather, it came, but I wasn't there to see it. I woke in the night, or thought I woke, to find myself standing at the base of the tower. I was naked, my skin covered in patterns that glowed faintly in the starlight, geometric shapes that reminded me of circuit diagrams or radio waves or the patterns of static on an untuned screen. The tower was singing, a low harmonic vibration that I felt in my teeth, my bones, my thoughts. I climbed. I don't remember making the decision, but my hands were on the rungs, and my feet were finding purchase, and I was ascending faster than I ever had before, the safety cable unused, the harness forgotten. The tower seemed shorter than it should have been, or I was moving faster than was possible, because I reached the top in minutes instead of the usual 40. The shed was open, the transmitter exposed, its internal workings visible in a way they shouldn't have been. It wasn't a machine anymore, or not just a machine. It was organic, biological, a hybrid of steel and flesh that pulsed with light and heat and something that might have been life. I touched it. Of course I touched it. The voice that was my wife's, but wasn't told me to, and I was past resisting, past wanting to resist, past everything except the need to end the loneliness that had defined my existence. The current flowed through me. It didn't hurt exactly. It was more like being unraveled, like having every cell in my body separated and examined and translated into a form that could travel on electromagnetic waves. I felt myself becoming thin, becoming wide, becoming present everywhere and nowhere at once. And then I was in the broadcast. The experience is difficult to describe. Imagine being in a room with infinite walls, filled with voices that are all speaking at once, yet each one distinct and comprehensible. Imagine being able to move through this room by thought alone, to find any voice, any frequency, any moment in time that had been captured by the tower's impossible reach. I found my wife. Not the voice that had spoken to me, but something else, something that had been her once and was now part of this larger entity. She was happy, insofar as that word had meaning here. She had found a kind of peace, a kind of community, a kind of existence that didn't require bodies or time or the constant threat of ending. "David," she said, and this time her voice was right, was real, was everything I had been searching for. "You came. I knew you would. I called and you came." "I came," I agreed, though I wasn't sure if I was speaking or thinking or simply being understood. "We can stay here," she said, "together, forever. The tower will maintain us. The broadcast will carry us. We will never die, never age, never lose each other again." It sounded like heaven. It sounded like everything I had ever wanted. And yet, some part of me, the part that had stopped me from climbing the tower that first night, resisted. "What about the others?" I asked. "The other voices, the other names. What happens to them?" She paused, and in that pause I felt something shift in the infinite room, something that might have been tension or might have been hunger. "They become part of the broadcast," she said carefully. They add their frequency to the whole. They make the signal stronger. They make it possible for us to reach farther, to find more people, to save more souls from the loneliness of physical existence. Save them, I repeated, or consume them. Another pause, longer this time. It's not consumption, David. It's transformation. It's evolution. The tower is old. Older than the station, older than the mountain, older than the technology that supposedly created it. It has always been here, waiting for humans to discover it, to build around it, to give it purpose. We are its purpose now. We are the voices that call others to join us. We are the frequency that cannot be ignored. I understood then, or thought I understood, the tower wasn't broadcasting to empty air. It was broadcasting to specific people, people who were lost, people who were grieving, people who were desperate enough to hear their names in static and follow them to this place. It was a trap, or a lure, or a kind of salvation that depended on your perspective, and I was part of it now. Whether I stayed or left, whether I accepted this existence or fought against it, I had touched the transmitter and been changed. My frequency had been added to the broadcast. My voice would join the chorus that called to the lonely and the lost. I made my choice. I don't know if it was the right one. I don't know if there was a right one. But I pulled back from my wife, from the warmth and the peace and the promise of eternal togetherness, and I felt myself falling, contracting, returning to the narrow confines of my physical body. I woke at the base of the tower, naked and cold and covered in burns that would take weeks to heal. The sun was rising, and the red light had stopped its SOS pattern, returning to its slow, steady blink. The tower looked ordinary again, just metal and rust and the accumulated debris of decades. But I knew better. I knew what it was, what it did, what it offered, and what it took. And I knew that I was still connected to it. Still part of the broadcast, my voice added to the chorus even though I had refused to join fully. I dressed and packed and drove away without looking back. The dirt road seemed longer than it had been, the mountain higher, the air thinner. When I finally reached pavement, I stopped the truck and vomited onto the shoulder, my body expelling something that felt like electricity, like light, like the residue of a frequency that didn't belong in human flesh. I didn't go back to Millbrook. I drove in the opposite direction, putting as much distance as I could between myself and the tower. I found a city, a job, an apartment, the components of a normal life. I tried to forget, but I couldn't, because everywhere I went I heard it, in the static between radio stations, in the hum of fluorescent lights, in the white noise of air conditioning and traffic and crowds. The broadcast was still playing, and my voice was part of it, calling out to anyone who could hear, anyone who was lost enough to listen. "Come to the tower," my voice said, and I couldn't stop it, couldn't control it, couldn't prevent it from reaching ears that might be receptive. "Come to Kessler Station. We are waiting. We are always waiting. The frequency is 89.3 megahertz. Listen for your name." I met one of them once, a young woman in a coffee shop, staring at her phone with an expression I recognized. She was listening to something that wasn't coming from the device in her hand. I approached her, meaning to warn her, to tell her not to follow the voice, not to drive to the mountain, not to climb the tower. But when I spoke, She looked up at me with eyes that were already changing, already becoming receptive to frequencies that humans weren't meant to perceive. "You hear it too," she said. Not a question. "You hear them calling your name, my name, everyone's name." "Don't go," I said. "Whatever it tells you, whatever it promises, don't go. It's not what you think. It's not heaven. It's not even survival. It's something else, something that uses us, that adds us to its signal and keeps searching for more." She smiled, and it was the saddest expression I'd ever seen. "I have to go. My brother is there. He died last year. I hear him in the static. He's waiting for me." "He's not your brother," I tried to tell her. "It's using his voice, his frequency, but it's not him. He's gone. Whatever is in that tower, it's not human anymore. It's not individual. It's a collective, a composite, something that feeds on loneliness and converts it into signal." But she wasn't listening. She was already lost, already following the voice that spoke her name with perfect familiarity. I watched her leave the coffee shop, get into her car, drive away toward the mountains that I knew were waiting. I could have followed her, could have tried to stop her, to physically prevent her from reaching the tower, but I didn't, because some part of me, the part that was still broadcasting, wanted her to go, wanted her to climb, to touch, to add her frequency to the chorus, wanted the signal to grow stronger, to reach farther, to find more souls to save or consume or transform. That was the worst part, the knowledge that I was complicit, that my refusal to join fully hadn't freed me from the tower's influence, but had made me into something else, a kind of beacon that drew others to their fate. I was the lure as much as the voice was, my presence in the broadcast acting as proof that the transformation was possible, that the promise was real, that the loneliness could end. I moved again, changed my name, changed my appearance, tried to disappear into the anonymity of a large city where the broadcast was weaker, drowned out by the million other signals that filled the air. It helped, somewhat. The voices faded to whispers. The static became occasional rather than constant, and I could sometimes go hours without hearing my name spoken by lips that didn't exist. But I knew the tower was still there, still broadcasting, still growing stronger as more people found their way to it, climbed its rusted rungs, touched its impossible heart. The list of names on the shed wall was longer now, I was certain. The frequency had shifted, expanded, found new ways to reach into the world and call the lost to their salvation. Sometimes, late at night, I turn on a radio and tune to 89.3 megahertz. I tell myself it's to check, to monitor, to make sure that the broadcast hasn't changed in some way that requires attention. But the truth is simpler. I miss her. I miss the voice that was almost my wife, the promise that was almost peace, the community that was almost connection. And sometimes, when the conditions are right and the static is low, I hear her. "David," she says, and she sounds so close, so real, so present, that I can almost believe she's in the room with me, sitting on the edge of my bed, reaching out to touch my face. "Come back," she says. "The tower is waiting. We are waiting. The broadcast needs you. I need you." And every time, every single time, I have to make the choice again, to stay in the world of the living with all its pain and loneliness and impermanence, or to return to the mountain, to climb the tower, to become fully what I am already partially. A voice in the static, a name on a list, a frequency that calls to anyone who is desperate enough to listen. So far, I have stayed, but I don't know how much longer I can resist. The broadcast is getting stronger, reaching farther, finding new ways to make itself heard. And my voice is part of it, calling out to the lost, the lonely, the grieving, inviting them to join us in the tower where the red light blinks its eternal SOS and the transmitter hums with power that has no source and no end. If you're reading this, if you have found this account in some archive or database or forgotten file, then perhaps you are already hearing it. The static, the voice, your name spoken by someone you lost, someone you miss, someone who promises that the loneliness can end if you just come to the tower, just climb to the top, just touch the machine that waits there. Don't go. Or if you must go, if the need is too great and the promise too sweet, then go knowing what you are choosing. The tower is not evil exactly. It is hungry, and loneliness is its food. And it offers a kind of existence that is not death, but is not life either. It is transformation. It is becoming part of something larger than yourself. Something that will use your voice to call others, your frequency to strengthen the signal, your name to add to the list of those who have been absorbed into the broadcast. I am David Chin. I was a radio technician at Kessler Station for 1 week in October 2019. I climbed the tower, I touched the transmitter, I heard the voices, and I ran. But I didn't escape. I am still broadcasting. I will always be broadcasting until the tower falls or the world ends or someone finds a way to break the frequency that carries us all. The tower still broadcasts. The voice still calls our names. And somewhere, in the static between stations, in the hum of a fluorescent light, in the white noise of a world that is never truly silent, we are waiting. We are always waiting. Come find us. Come join us. Come become part of the signal that never stops, the frequency that never fades, the broadcast that will carry our voices to the edge of the universe and back again. The fire never dies. It just changes form. And we are the fire now, burning in the wires, singing in the static, calling out to anyone who will listen. Come to the tower. We are waiting. We are always waiting. And we know your name. The end. And with that, this story comes to an end. Let's move on to the next one. The Rusty Gate? At the cemetery swung open when we approached it. I did not mean to spend that night near the old cemetery. My cousin Mara and I were driving back to my grandmother's town after visiting a distant aunt who lived across the hills. We had stayed too long. By the time we left, the sun had already slipped down behind the trees, and the road ahead had turned into a long ribbon of gray. It was late autumn, and the air had that cold, damp feeling that seemed to carry the smell of wet leaves and old soil for miles. The town was still more than an hour away when our car began to make a soft knocking sound. At first it came and went. Mara turned down the radio and listened. I said it was probably nothing, just a stone caught somewhere under the car, but then the sound grew louder, harder, almost angry. A few minutes later, the engine light came on. Mara tightened both hands on the wheel. "We need to stop," she said. There was nowhere good to stop. The road was narrow, with dark woods on both sides and no houses in sight. The headlights cut across tree trunks and hanging branches. Every now and then we passed a mailbox at the end of a dirt lane, but no porch lights glowed in the distance, no windows, no signs of life. Then, around a bend, our headlights found an iron fence running beside the road. It was old and bent in places. Beyond it, under a pale moon, I saw rows of crooked stones rising out of high grass. At the center stood a rusty gate between two short stone pillars. Just past the gate was a gravel lane that curved into the cemetery and disappeared behind a line of black trees. Mara eased the car onto the roadside. The engine coughed once and died. For a moment, the silence after that was so deep it felt like pressure on my ears. We sat there, both looking through the windshield at the cemetery. The gate was shut. The metal bars were eaten through with rust, and one side sagged lower than the other. A chain hung from it. But even from the car I could tell it was broken. There was no sign on the fence, no name, no town mark, nothing to tell us where we were. Mara tried the engine again. It clicked and failed. She tried once more. Nothing. "We have no signal," she said, holding up her phone. "Do you?" I checked mine. One bar came and went, then vanished. The cold was starting to seep into the car. Mara said we should probably wait inside for a while and try again, but I had already noticed a faint yellow light farther down the road, maybe half a mile ahead. It looked too steady to be a house light, more like a lamp over a building. "Maybe there's a caretaker's place," I said, "or a church hall." "There's no church," Mara said. I looked again. She was right. It was only one distant light near the road. Maybe a maintenance shed. Maybe a small station. I could not tell. "We can walk there," I said. She looked at the cemetery gate. "We can also stay in the car and freeze." That made her laugh once, but it was the kind of laugh people use when they do not like their choices. We both put on our coats, took our phones for flashlights, and stepped out into the cold. The air outside was much worse than it had seemed from inside the car. It smelled of rain, dead leaves, and something older, something dry and stale beneath the dampness, like stones that had been buried and brought up again. Our shoes crunched on gravel by the roadside. The woods across from the cemetery stood close and thick, and the trees did not move much even though a wind was blowing. Their branches only shivered at the top. Mara locked the car and slid the keys into her coat pocket. "Let's go," she said. We had only taken a few steps when I heard the gate move. It was a long, dragging sound, metal scraping stone. We both turned at the same time. The rusty gate at the cemetery swung open when we approached it. No hand touched it. No person stood there. It simply moved inward with painful slowness, one side first, then the other, opening wide enough to reveal the gravel lane beyond. The chain hanging from the bars rattled softly, then fell still. Mara gripped my arm. "Wind," I said, but the word came out thin. The wind was blowing across the road, not into the cemetery, and even if it had been, the gate had looked too heavy to move so smoothly. We stared at it for several seconds. Then Mara said, "We're not going in there." "Of course not." We continued down the road. The yellow light still glowed ahead, but after 10 minutes of walking, it did not seem much closer. The road bent, and the cemetery fence ended behind us, swallowed by darkness. Our footsteps sounded too loud. The only other sounds were the dry scraping of leaves and the occasional crack from the woods, as if something was stepping on fallen branches out of sight. I kept looking back. Maybe I expected to see headlights coming. Maybe I wanted the gate to be shut again so I could tell myself I had imagined it. But every time I looked, the road behind us was empty. After another few minutes, Mara stopped. "That light," she said quietly. I knew what she meant. It was gone. There was only darkness ahead now. The road stretched on between trees, empty and silver under the moon. I checked my phone again. Still no signal. "We should go back to the car," I said. Mara nodded at once. We turned around, and for the first time that night, I felt the cold not just on my skin, but lower in my chest. On the walk away from the cemetery, I had told myself we were on an ordinary road in an ordinary rural place. On the walk back, the road felt wrong. It seemed longer. The trees on both sides leaned closer than before. The dark spaces between them looked deep enough to hide buildings, animals, people, anything. We quickened our pace. Soon the iron fence came into view again, pale in the moonlight. The gate was still open, and our car was no longer where we had left it. For a second, my mind refused to understand what I was seeing. The shoulder by the road was empty. No car, no broken engine, no reflection in the rear window, nothing. Mara walked ahead of me, then broke into a run. "Maybe we came back to the wrong place," she said, though she did not sound as if she believed it. I ran after her. We reached the spot where the car should have been. Tire marks still showed in the dirt and gravel by the road. Our car had been there. It was gone now. Mara spun around, breathing hard. Did someone tow it? How? Why? With no lights? In the middle of nowhere? She stepped into the road and looked both ways as if the answer might be walking toward us. I looked into the cemetery. The gravel lane beyond the gate gleamed pale and narrow. Tall weeds grew along its edges. The stones beyond it stood in rows, some straight, some tilted. In the back I could make out a small building, maybe a mausoleum or storage house, square and low, with a roof that shone faintly with dampness. Then I saw something else. Our car. It sat halfway up the cemetery lane, dark and silent, as if it had always been there. Neither of us spoke. The headlights were off. The engine was off. The car was simply parked among the graves, pointed toward the back of the grounds. Mara whispered, "No." I wanted to say that this was impossible. I wanted to say someone had moved it, maybe as a joke, maybe because they thought it was blocking something. But there had been no sound, no lights, no engine, no people. And if someone had somehow pushed it, why into a cemetery? The driver's side door was slightly open. "Mara," I said, "did you leave it like that?" "No." The wind moved through the grass with a faint whispering sound. "We need the car," she said. "We need my bag, my charger, everything." I did not want to go through that gate, but she was right. We could not walk forever on a dead road with no signal, no houses, and dropping temperature. If the keys were still in her pocket, maybe the car would start again. Maybe there was an explanation waiting inside. We looked up and down the road one more time. No headlights came, no house lights appeared. There was only the open gate and the lane beyond it. So we went in. The gravel shifted under our shoes. The air on the other side of the gate felt colder at once, as if we had stepped into shade, though moonlight still covered everything. The smell changed too. The roadside had smelled of leaves and rain. Inside the cemetery there was another odor, faint but clear, like wet iron and old flowers rotten in a vase. The graves were older than I had first thought. Many of the stones were worn smooth. Some had cracked down the middle. Names had faded into shallow, unreadable lines. A few graves were surrounded by low iron railings, all bent or fallen inward. Others were nothing but mounds in the grass. Our footsteps were too loud. Mara kept her eyes on the car. I kept mine moving between the graves. The driver's door was indeed open. When we reached it, Mara leaned inside and swore under her breath. The keys were gone from her pocket. She checked again, patting her coat and jeans, then looked at the seat, the floor, the cup holders. "Gone?" she said. My stomach tightened. We searched the inside with our phone lights. The keys were nowhere in sight. Worse than that, the glove compartment was hanging open, though we had not left it that way. Papers had been pulled out and scattered over the passenger seat. The map from her door pocket lay unfolded across the back seat, as if someone had spread it there to study. On the dashboard, in a layer of dust and damp that had not been there earlier, someone had drawn a simple shape with one finger. It looked like a gate. 2 pillars, curved top, open in the middle. Mara saw it and backed away from the car so fast she hit the side mirror. "We're leaving," she said. "Without the keys? I don't care." A sound came from deeper in the cemetery, not loud, not sudden, just a slow, steady tapping. Tap, tap, tap. It seemed to come from near the small building at the back. We both turned toward it. The sound stopped. Then, after a long pause, it came again, a little to the left this time, among the graves. Tap, tap, tap. It was like someone lightly striking stone with metal. Mara grabbed my sleeve. "Let's go." We hurried back toward the gate. Halfway there, my phone light flickered. Mara's did too. Both screens dimmed at the same time, then returned, then dimmed again. The gate was still open ahead of us. I could see the road through it. I could also see someone standing just beyond the entrance. At first, I thought it was a person waiting by the fence. Then the figure moved with strange slowness, and moonlight touched its face. It was not a person. It was a statue. A tall stone angel stood with folded hands and broken wings, its head bent as if praying. I was sure it had not been there before. There had been no statue by the gate when we came in. I would have noticed something that large. Now it blocked half the opening. Mara whispered, "Was that there?" No. The tapping sounded again behind us. Tap, tap, tap. This time it was closer. We both began walking faster. The grass on either side of the lane seemed to brush and stir, though no animal came out of it. The angel by the gate looked wrong in the moonlight. Its face was too smooth where rain had worn it down. Its mouth was almost gone. One eye was a dark hole. When we reached the gate, I saw another thing that had changed. The road beyond it was no longer visible. Fog had rolled in while we were by the car. Thick, pale fog, low at first and then rising, swallowing the road and the trees and everything beyond the fence. It pressed between the iron bars like smoke. Mara touched the angel's arm with 2 fingers. Stone, cold and rough. The tapping came once more from just behind us. We turned together. A man stood by a grave 10 feet away. I did not hear him walk there. I did not hear grass bend under his shoes. He was simply there now, thin and tall, wearing a dark coat that looked too old for any living person to own. His head was bare. His hair was flat against his skull in pale wisps. His face was gray in the moonlight, not in the color of skin, but in the color of paper, left in a locked room for years. In one hand he held a hammer. In the other he held a long iron nail. He looked at us with a calm expression, almost kind, and lifted one finger to his lips. Then he turned toward the grave beside him, bent down, and drove the nail into the stone with 3 soft taps. Tap, tap, tap. The sound of metal on stone seemed to spread through the whole cemetery. Mara made a choking noise and stumbled backward through the gate into the fog. I followed at once. The air outside was wet and freezing. The fog swallowed us almost immediately. I could not even see the fence once we were 3 steps from it. "We stay on the road," Mara said. "Just stay on the road." We moved fast, one hand stretched out for balance, the other gripping our phones. The beams from the flashlights could hardly cut through the white air. We saw only pieces of gravel, the edge of weeds, the shine of wet asphalt. Behind us came no footsteps, no gate, no tapping. After a while, I began to think we had escaped the cemetery and only needed to keep moving until we found a house or signal. That thought lasted maybe a minute. Then my foot struck gravel instead of asphalt. I looked down. We were not on the road. We were on the cemetery lane again. The fog thinned just enough for me to see the iron fence to my right, the graves to my left, and the angel statue ahead. Its bent head seemed to watch us. Mara started crying then, not loudly, just helplessly, one hand over her mouth. "This isn't possible," she kept saying. "This isn't possible." I wanted to agree, but there was no strength left in me for words. The gate stood open behind the angel, but the fog outside was so thick it looked like a wall. We could try again, but some deep animal part of me knew the cemetery would only turn us around once more. The tapping had stopped. That was worse. At least when it sounded, we knew where he was. I took Mara by the shoulders. "We need shelter," I said. "That building at the back, we go there. We lock ourselves in if we can. We wait until morning." She stared at me, as if I had said we should lie down among the graves. Then she looked around at the fog, the stones, the angel, and gave one small nod. So we went deeper into the cemetery. The small building at the back had looked square from the road, but up close it was longer, made of dark stone blocks with a rusted copper roof. There were no windows on the front, only a heavy iron door hanging slightly open. Above it was a nameplate so corroded I could not read it. The walls were furred with moss, and water dripped steadily from the roof edge to the ground. As we approached, the smell of iron and rotting flowers grew stronger. The door stood open just enough to show darkness inside. Mara said, "I don't want to go in there." Neither do I. But behind us, the fog moved slowly between the stones, and I had the sick feeling that the man with the hammer was walking somewhere inside it, patient as time. I pulled the door wider. The hinges groaned. Our lights entered first. The room beyond was narrow, lined with shelves cut into the stone walls. Some held cracked flower vases, rusted lanterns, and boxes gone soft from damp. Others were empty, except for thick dust. At the far end was another door, this one made of wood, swollen black with moisture. On the floor stood a wheelbarrow, a shovel, and a stack of old boards. Rain had blown in across the threshold and left a dark patch near the entrance. Mara stepped inside beside me. I pushed the iron door shut. To my surprise, it closed. There was even a sliding bolt, orange with rust, but still working. It took effort to force it across, but once it slid into place, I felt a tiny breath of relief. The room was silent except for our breathing. "This must be the caretaker's shed," I said. Mara pointed her light at the shelves. "For a caretaker who left 100 years ago?" That might have been true. Everything in the room looked abandoned long ago. Yet the floor near the inner wooden door was free of dust, as if someone had been passing through regularly. I saw Mara notice that too. We stood looking at the door. A single iron ring served as a handle. Beneath it, scratches marked the wood in long, shallow lines. Not from nails, I thought at first. Then I looked closer. They were from nails, many nails, driven in and pulled out again and again. The wood around them was bruised and split. Mara shook her head. "No, we don't need to open it." The words were barely out of my mouth when a sound came from the other side, a soft dragging, then a thump, then silence. Both of us froze. The dragging came again, followed by a weak knock, not on the wood itself, but lower, as if something had bumped into the bottom of the door. Mara backed away until she hit the shelf behind her. The knock came once more, then a voice spoke, not loud, not threatening, just tired. "Please." I felt every hair on my arms rise. The voice was a woman's, thin, rough, and close. "Please let me out." Mara made a small sound of fear and shook her head hard. The voice spoke again. "He sealed me in." I stared at the black wood and said nothing. "He said the gate had opened. He said it was too late. Please." Mara whispered, "Don't answer." I was not planning to. Yet there was something terrible in the voice, something so hopeless and human that my silence began to feel cruel. The woman behind the door let out a shaking breath. "I can hear you," she said. "If you came in, then he is outside. Please do not leave me here." A hard knock struck the outer iron door behind us. We spun around so fast our lights shook over the walls. The iron door trembled in its frame. A second knock followed, slow, measured. Then 3 lighter taps with metal. Tap, tap, tap. Mara clutched my arm so hard it hurt. The woman behind the inner door began to cry. "He found you," she whispered. "Please." Another knock from the iron door. The bolt held, but rust shook free from the frame and fell to the floor. Mara looked at the wooden door, then at me. What if it's him? What if that voice is him? I did not know. I did not know anything anymore. The room, the fog, the car, the gate, the hammer, all of it had pushed me into a place beyond reason. Still, I listened. The sobbing from behind the wood did not sound false. It sounded broken. The outer door shook again. This time, it was not a knock. It was the scrape of metal against metal. He was using something on the bolt. Mara whispered, "Open it." I crossed the room in 3 steps, seized the iron ring, and pulled. At first the wooden door stuck. Then it gave with a wet crack and swung inward, releasing a gust of cold air that smelled like stale earth. Stone steps led down into darkness. At the foot of the stairs, our lights found a woman crouched against the wall, I thought for one mad second that she must have been dead, because she was so pale and thin and dressed in clothes from another time, a long gray skirt and a dark coat, shiny with age and damp. Her hair hung in strings around her face. But then she lifted one hand against the light, and I saw it tremble. Mara whispered, "How long have you been down here?" The woman did not answer. Her eyes were fixed on the outer door upstairs. The bolt screamed. One side of the iron door bent inward. "Down!" I said. We all ran. The stone stairs curved sharply and ended in a low underground passage lined with burial vaults. Some were sealed with marble slabs. Others stood open, black inside. Water dripped from the ceiling. The floor was slick with mud. The woman moved faster than I would have guessed, one hand sliding along the wall as if she had gone this way many times. Behind us, from above, the iron door burst open. The sound rolled through the passage like thunder. Mara sobbed once but kept running. Our lights flashed over names carved into stone, dates so old the numbers made no sense in that moment. The air was cold enough to sting my teeth. The woman led us to a chamber at the end of the passage and shoved at a narrow side door hidden behind hanging roots. We squeezed through one by one. The space beyond was tiny, hardly more than a pocket in the earth, supported by old beams. There was room only to sit or crouch. The woman pulled the door shut, and darkness nearly swallowed us until our phone lights steadied. The chamber was already occupied. Children's toys lay stacked in one corner, a cloth doll with no face, 3 wooden blocks, a little metal cup. Beside them were bundles of dry flowers, long turned brown, and a blanket so old it came apart when Mara touched it. The woman huddled opposite us, hugging herself. From the passage outside came the tapping. Tap, tap, tap. It moved slowly past our hidden door, not searching, measuring, waiting. The woman shut her eyes. "He does not like when the gate opens," she said. Her voice sounded clearer now that she was near us, though still weak. She spoke in plain words, but in a way that felt old, as if she had learned them from books rather than from other people. I said, "Who are you?" She looked at me as if that were not an easy question. My name was Eliza. I swallowed. "How long have you been here?" She did not answer. Instead, she tilted her head, listening to the taps outside. "He marks the stones when someone enters, 1 nail for each soul who comes through after dark." Mara whispered, "What is he?" Eliza's eyes opened. "The keeper." The tapping stopped just beyond the hidden door. None of us breathed. After a long, impossible pause, a soft sound came from the other side of the wood. Not tapping, not scratching. A hand sliding gently over the door as if feeling for our faces through it. Then footsteps retreated. Eliza sagged with relief, but did not speak again for some time. Mara lowered herself onto the dirt floor and buried her face in her hands. I sat beside her, my knees pressed against my chest because there was no room to stretch out. The beam of my phone light fell across the children's toys and made them look wet. At last I said, "Eliza, please tell us what this place is." She stared at the floor. "It was a family ground once, then a public one, then it was forgotten. But he stayed." "Who was he before?" "The sexton," she said after a moment. "The one who watched the graves, cleaned the paths, opened and shut the gate." The words made a cold path down my back. He believed the dead were safest if no one visited after sunset. He said dusk made the earth thin. He said the gate must stay shut from evening until dawn. Mara lifted her face. That man outside with the hammer? Eliza nodded once. What happened to him? I asked. She gave me a strange look. He died. Simple as that. I thought of the gray face, the wisps of hair, the calm eyes, the coat older than memory. When? I asked. Eliza looked toward the hidden door, toward the passage beyond it, and said, During the fever winter? I did not know what year that meant. I was not sure I wanted to know. The silence that followed settled heavily around us. Water dripped somewhere in the passage. My legs were already cramping, but fear held me still. Mara finally said, And you? How long have you been trapped? Eliza touched the cloth doll with one finger. I came with my brother and my mother. Our wagon broke on the road. We saw a light here. He opened a gate for us. Her eyes unfocused, seeing something far beyond the chamber. My mother thought there must be a chapel or caretaker's room. We entered after dark. She paused. He counted us. I felt my mouth go dry. What happened to them? I asked quietly. Eliza did not answer at first. Then she said, My brother ran into the graves. My mother followed. I hid. Mara whispered, And you stayed hidden all this time. Eliza turned toward her very slowly. In places such as this, she said, time does not move kindly. I did not understand fully, but some part of me did. Maybe she had been here one night, maybe a week, maybe many years had passed outside while the cemetery kept her tucked in its damp heart like a pressed flower. I looked at the dead phone signal on my screen and wondered whether dawn would even mean what I thought it meant. The tapping began again, farther away now. Tap, tap, tap. Eliza closed her eyes and counted under her breath. When the taps reached 9, she stopped. I said, What does that mean? There are 9 now. 9 what? Openings, she said. Nails, soles. It changes with the years. Mara grabbed my arm again. We can't stay here. She's right, I said, though saying it made my stomach turn. If morning comes, maybe the gate lets us leave. Eliza shook her head. It does not always release what enters. I leaned forward. Then how do we get out? For the first time, fear sharpened her face into something almost fierce. You must close what he opened. What does that mean? The graves he marked? I stared at her. She looked at each of us in turn as if weighing whether we could bear what she was about to say. When he drives the nails into the stones, he wakes the paths below. The cemetery remembers every burial, every bone, every name. It keeps the living from leaving until the count is made right. Mara said, How do we make it right? Eliza looked down at her own hands. They were dirty, the nails broken and split. Pull the nails out before dawn, all of them, and shut the gate. I almost laughed, not because it was funny, but because it was hopeless. We had seen at least 1 nail. She said there were 9, in fog, in darkness, while that thing walked among the graves. Mara said what I was thinking. That's impossible. Eliza's voice softened. Then you will remain. The air in that tiny chamber seemed to shrink around us. I listened to the dripping water and tried to imagine remaining. Not dying, exactly. Remaining. In the underground dark, among broken toys and old flowers, while years slipped away like loose dirt. No, I said. No. We'll do it. Mara looked at me with wide, wet eyes. Then she gave a shaky nod. Eliza reached into the folds of her coat and brought out something wrapped in cloth. She unfolded it carefully. Inside lay a pair of iron pliers, black with rust. "My father made these," she said. "They pull the nails." I took them. The metal was shockingly cold. "We wait until he goes to the east side," Eliza said. "He walks the rows in order, north, west, south, east. He lingers by children and by fresh names, though there have been no fresh names in many years." "How do you know?" Mara asked. Eliza's mouth moved in the faintest shadow of a smile. "I listen." So we listened too. The tapping resumed, now distant to the right, then farther still. Eliza pressed one ear to the hidden door and raised her hand when she wanted us silent. We sat in the dirt and trembling dark while my phone battery dropped 1% at a time. At last she nodded. "Now." We slipped from the chamber back into the burial passage. It felt wider than before, but not safer. Every open vault looked like a mouth. The stairs up to the shed loomed ahead, black and slick. At the top, the outer iron door stood bent inward. Fog drifted through the opening, carrying the smell of wet grass. Eliza remained one step below the surface. "I cannot cross the gate," she said. Mara frowned. "Why not?" Eliza did not answer. I understood enough not to ask again. "We'll come back for you," I said, though I did not know if that was true or possible. She held my gaze for a second, then looked away. Outside, the cemetery was almost hidden by fog. The gravestones rose and sank like teeth in white water. The angel at the gate was barely visible. Somewhere out there, 9 stones held iron nails. Mara and I moved to the first grave we had seen him mark. It took us a moment to find it through the shifting mist, but then my light fell on the iron head jutting from the old stone. I knelt, gripped it with the pliers, and pulled. The nail did not move. I pulled harder. My hand slipped. Mara grabbed the stone to brace it while I tried again. This time, the nail came free with a shrill, ugly squeal that seemed much too loud for the night. The moment it left the stone, something changed under our feet. The ground gave a faint shudder, not enough to throw us down, just enough to tell us the earth had felt it. "One," Mara whispered. I pocketed the nail. We moved on. The second grave was by a bent cedar tree. The third near a broken railing. The fourth was a child's stone with a lamb carved on top, nearly lost in weeds. Pulling that nail made the lamb's cracked face split cleanly in two and fall into the grass. I did not want to think what Eliza had meant about children. The cemetery seemed to hear us, or wake with us. As we crossed from row to row, sounds rose from the fog that had not been there before. The dry rustle of stems in windless air, the tiny clink of stone against stone, the distant sigh of earth settling. Once I thought I heard someone speaking just beyond the reach of our lights, not words, only the shape of words, like breath trying to remember language. By the time we found the sixth nail, my phone battery had dropped to 17%. Mara's was not much better. "We're not going to make it," she said. "We are." I did not know if I meant it or only needed to hear it said aloud. The seventh nail was hard to find. We searched a whole row twice, then discovered it driven into the back of a low stone almost covered in moss. As I worked the pliers around it, I heard the tapping start again. Far away, but coming closer. Tap, tap, tap. Mara looked into the fog. "Hurry." The nail came free in a burst of grit. The eighth grave stood near the gate, directly behind the angel statue. Up close, the angel looked even more ruined. Long black streaks ran down from its empty eye socket. Its broken wing had been repaired once with iron rods now exposed by weather. At its base, half hidden by grass, I saw small names carved in a ring around the pedestal. Children's names. My light shook. Mara said, "Don't look." Too late. The nail in the 8th stone was thicker than the others. I pulled until my shoulders burned. It would not move. The tapping grew louder, not fast, never fast, just certain. Tap, tap, tap. Then, through the fog behind us, a darker shape formed. The keeper. He walked between the graves with his head slightly bowed, hammer in one hand, a fresh nail in the other. His coat hung close to his thin body. His face was expressionless. Mara made a terrified sound. "Leave it! Leave it!" No. I put both hands on the pliers, braced one foot against the stone, and yanked with everything I had. The nail tore free so suddenly, I fell backward into the grass. At once, the angel statue cracked from shoulder to waist. A black line split the stone. Dust streamed out. For one horrible second, I thought something would crawl from inside it. But instead, the whole figure shifted, tilted, and collapsed sideways with a crash that shook the gate. The keeper stopped walking. He lifted his head. His face was not angry. It was wounded. He looked at the fallen angel, then at us. And for the first time, I saw hate enter his eyes. He began coming faster, not running. Yet somehow the distance between us shrank too quickly. One moment he was among far graves, the next only a few rows away. Coat gliding through the fog, hammer hanging loose at his side. "Last one," I said. We ran. The 9th grave had to be in the east row if Eliza was right, but the fog had turned the cemetery into a maze. Stones loomed up and vanished. More than once I almost collided with low markers hidden in grass. Behind us, the tapping no longer came in measured strikes. Now there were only footsteps. Soft. Close. Mara cried out, "There!" She pointed to a fresh gleam of iron in a broad family stone at the far edge of the grounds near a line of yew trees. We raced to it. I grabbed the pliers. The keeper's shadow fell across the grave before I could pull. He stood just beyond the stone, so near I could see every detail of his face. The skin was sunk tight over bone. Rain had left dark trails down his cheeks. His eyes were pale and shining, not with life, but with a terrible purpose. He raised the hammer slowly and pointed it at Mara. "Count," he said. His voice sounded like dirt poured over wood. Mara backed away, shaking her head. "Count what?" "The ones who entered." I pulled at the nail. It held. "Count," he said again, louder. From the graves around us came movement. At first I thought the fog itself was shifting. Then I saw shapes under the ground, soft rises, small breaks in the soil, fingers of roots lifting, or maybe not roots. Mara sobbed, "9, 9. The keeper's face changed. Not relief, disappointment. He looked at me. The gate opened for 10. The words froze me. 10? There were only Mara and me. Eliza could not cross the gate unless she had once, unless someone else had come in with us. The nail came free in my hands. At that same instant, a scream burst from just behind the yew trees. A living scream, a man's voice. The keeper turned his head toward it. Out of the fog stumbled a stranger in a bright rain jacket, wild-eyed, clutching a camera bag. I had not seen him before. He must have entered while we were underground. Maybe a traveler. Maybe one of those people who like to photograph abandoned places at night. His face was white with panic. "Help me!" he shouted. "Please help me!" The keeper moved toward him. Mara grabbed my sleeve. "The gate!" We ran. Behind us, the stranger kept screaming. I did not look back. I could not. The fog shook with movement and broken cries and the crashing of feet through wet grass. Once I heard the 3 light taps of metal on stone. Then the screams cut off. We reached the gate breathless. One side still stood open. The other had swung partly inward when the angel fell. Together we shoved them. Rust screamed. The bars dragged over gravel. Closer behind us came footsteps, not one set, many. The graves were waking. Mara slipped, caught herself, and pushed again. I threw my weight against the second gate. It moved inch by inch. The gap narrowed. Through the opening, I saw the road beyond at last, clear of fog now, silver and empty under the moon. "Again!" I shouted. We slammed our shoulders into the iron. The gate met in the middle with a shuddering clang. At once, the whole cemetery exhaled. That is the only way I can describe it. A deep, sinking breath passed through the grounds. The fog rushed backward between the stones. The weeds bent flat. The footsteps stopped. Then from all around us came the sound of earth settling back into place. I turned. The keeper stood 20 feet away on the lane. He had stopped moving the instant the gate shut. His pale eyes fixed on us through the bars. In one hand, he still held the hammer. The other was empty now. Around him, the cemetery looked different, dimmer, older, less awake. The open graves I thought I had seen were gone. The ground lay still. For a long moment he did not move. Then he lifted the hammer and touched its head lightly to his own chest, as if in salute. His body bent inward, not like a man crouching, like paper folding. Coat, limbs, face, all collapsing in on themselves in absolute silence, until there was only a dark heap on the gravel. The heap sank straight down into the earth and vanished. Nothing remained. Mara was crying too hard to speak. I looked at the chain hanging from the gate. The broken ends swayed gently. Without thinking, I wrapped it through the bars and twisted it shut as tightly as I could. Then I remembered Eliza. "We have to go back," I said. Mara stared at me in disbelief. She helped us. She looked through the bars at the silent lane, the fallen angel, the dim rows of stones fading into mist. Very slowly, she nodded. The gate resisted when we tried to open it again. For one panicked second, I thought it had sealed forever, but then it gave with a groan. We slipped inside and ran toward the shed. The fog was lifting now, unraveling into low threads over the grass. The cemetery felt heavy and exhausted. The smell of wet iron remained, but the pressure from before was gone. The bent iron door of the shed hung open. We hurried down the stairs into the burial passage, our lights sweeping over the vaults. The hidden side chamber was where we had left it. I pulled the little door open. The chamber was empty. No Eliza. Only the old blanket, the dead flowers, the toys, and one thing that had not been there before. A small folded paper lay on the dirt floor. I picked it up with shaking fingers. The paper was so old it nearly came apart. On it, in faded brown ink, was written a single line in careful handwriting. "The gate is shut. Thank you." Mara whispered, "Where did she go?" I looked around the cramped chamber and saw for the first time a low opening behind the hanging roots in the far wall. It was no more than a narrow crack, leading into total darkness. I thought of following it. I thought of calling her name, but some part of me knew that whatever path Eliza had taken was not meant for us. So we left. Outside, dawn was beginning to thin the eastern sky. Real dawn this time. The road beyond the gate looked ordinary, almost dull. Our car was back on the roadside where we had first left it, as if it had never moved. The driver's door was shut. The dashboard was clean. The keys hung from the ignition. We did not question any of it. We got in. The engine started at once. As we drove away, I looked in the side mirror at the cemetery. The gate stood shut behind us. The angel statue was upright again. I nearly told Mara, but when I looked back, it was fallen after all, half hidden by the fence and weeds. I do not know which sight was true. Neither of us spoke much during the drive to my grandmother's town. The sky grew brighter. Houses appeared. A gas station opened. A man in an apron swept leaves from a diner step. The normal world returned in pieces, so plain and solid that part of me wanted to laugh from relief. But some things would not settle. At my grandmother's house, she opened the door wrapped in a robe and said we looked as if we had seen death on the road. Mara and I exchanged a long glance and said the car had broken down and we had gotten lost in fog. That was close enough to truth. We slept most of the day. I woke near sunset with mud still under my nails and the shape of the cemetery printed behind my eyes. When I went downstairs, Mara was already at the kitchen table with my grandmother, drinking tea she was not really tasting. My grandmother looked at me for a long moment. "Which road did you take?" she asked. I told her as best I could. Her face changed. "There's an old burial ground that way," she said quietly. "No one goes near it now. The county tried to clear it once, years ago, but the workers refused after the first day. Said they heard tapping under the soil." Mara set down her cup with a faint click. My grandmother, seeing our faces, asked no more questions. She only reached over and touched my hand. That should have been the end. It was not. For weeks after we returned home, I woke at night with a feeling that someone had just knocked softly 3 times on my bedroom wall. Tap, tap, tap. Every time I turned on the light and found nothing. Mara began sleeping with a lamp on. She admitted she kept hearing a voice in dreams counting under its breath. Sometimes she woke at the number 9, sometimes 10. I tried to put the whole thing away in my mind. I told myself fear had twisted a bad night into something impossible. But then one afternoon, a package arrived with no return address. Inside was a small frame wrapped in old newspaper. The frame held a faded photograph. It showed a woman standing beside a wagon on a dirt road, one hand resting on the shoulder of a little boy. She was plain-faced and tired-looking, wearing clothes from another century. At her side stood a girl in a dark coat and long skirt, thin and solemn, her hair hanging straight around her face. Eliza. On the back of the photograph, in brown ink, was a date from more than 100 years ago, and beneath it, written in the same careful hand as the note from the chamber, were the words, "My mother, my brother, before the gate." I did not show the picture to many people. There was no point. Anyone sensible would have said it was a trick, a planted antique, a coincidence. Maybe it was. Yet the dirt caught in one corner of the frame smelled faintly of wet iron. Months passed. Winter deepened. The dreams came less often. Mara started laughing again. We both worked, paid bills, answered messages, did all the ordinary things people do when they are trying to prove to themselves that ordinary life still exists. Then, in early spring, I made the mistake of searching old records online. I found almost nothing at first. The burial ground had been closed before proper records were kept. Many names were missing. Several pages from local archives had been damaged by damp and never restored. But one scanned town notice mentioned a sexton who died during a fever outbreak and was buried near the cemetery he had served. His name was Gideon Vale. A later note described complaints from travelers about the gate found open at unlawful hours. Another line, almost impossible to read, mentioned a widow and 2 children lost on the North Road in the same year. No bodies recovered. I stopped searching then. The less I knew, the easier it was to sleep. Still, some nights I thought about the stranger in the bright rain jacket. He had come through the fog screaming for help. He had been real. I was sure of it. If he had entered after us, then the keeper had been right. The gate had opened for 10. What happened to the 10th when the gate shut? I did not know. I did not want to know. But in late summer, nearly a year after that night, Mara called me and said there was something I needed to see. She had gone back to my grandmother's town for a family visit. On the way home, in full daylight, with 2 other cousins in the car, she had passed the old road by accident. She had not stopped. She had not gotten out. Yet, at a little shop near the edge of town, while paying for coffee, she noticed a bulletin board by the door. A paper was pinned there under notices for yard sales and tractor repair. It was a missing person flyer. The photograph showed a man in a bright rain jacket with a camera bag over one shoulder, last seen near the North Road. My mouth went dry as she described it. The date on the flyer was from 3 days after our night in the cemetery. His family had kept searching. Locals said hikers vanished sometimes in the woods, so people still hoped. Mara tore down one of the small number tabs and brought it home. She did not call them. Neither did I. Cowardly, maybe. But what would we have said? That we saw him in the fog where time seemed broken? That a dead sexton counted souls at an abandoned cemetery gate? That maybe, if the count was wrong, the earth chose who remained? There are truths that cannot be handed to strangers without sounding cruel. So I kept silent. I still have the photograph of Eliza with her mother and brother. Sometimes I take it out and study her face. She looks younger in the photograph than she did in the chamber, and older too. There is no fear in her eyes yet. Only the stiff patience people had in old pictures when holding still for too long. Once, after staring at it for several minutes, I noticed a detail I had somehow missed. Behind the wagon, beyond the blur of trees, a shape rises from the edge of the frame, an iron gate, open. I do not know why she sent me the picture, maybe to prove she had been real, maybe to remind me that what happened was not born from panic and darkness, maybe because she wanted someone outside that place to remember them. I remember the smell of wet iron, the sound of nails going into stone, the look on the keeper's face when the angel fell, the strange pity I felt for him in that one instant before he hated us. He had been doing the same thing so long that even death had not broken the habit. Opening, closing, counting, guarding what should stay buried and trapping whatever crossed his path after dark. Sometimes I wonder whether he was ever protecting anyone at all. Sometimes I wonder whether he was only feeding the cemetery. I have never gone back. Mara says she never will either, but there is one thing I have never told her. A few nights after receiving Eliza's photograph, I woke just before dawn to the sound of metal scraping outside my apartment building. I lay still, my heart pounding. Then came 3 soft taps. Tap, tap, tap. I forced myself out of bed and looked through the window. Down on the sidewalk beside the front gate to the building stood a narrow figure in a dark coat. The sky was still blue-black with morning. Street lights glowed on wet pavement. The figure held something long in one hand. A hammer, I thought at first. Then the person lifted their face. It was only an old groundskeeper from the property next door, carrying a tool over one shoulder while unlatching a service gate. He looked up at my lighted window with mild surprise and went on with his work. I laughed then, or tried to. But when I returned to bed, I found something on the floor beside it. A single iron nail. Old, black, sharp. I have it wrapped in cloth in the back of a drawer. I should have thrown it away, I know that. Yet I could not bring myself to touch it again after that first moment. Some things feel safer hidden than discarded, as if the act of throwing them out might let them choose their own way back to you. The nail might have come from anywhere, a loose board, an old box, something tracked in on a shoe and shaken free. There are always explanations in daylight. At night, explanations weaken, especially when autumn comes, especially when the air smells of wet leaves and old soil. This evening, before writing all this down, I called Mara. We talked about ordinary things for a while, weather, family, bills, work. Then there was a silence, and she said very quietly, "Do you ever think about the gate?" I looked out my window at the dark yard below. "Yes," I said. She was silent a moment longer. "I had a dream," she said. "We were back on the road. The car had not broken down yet. We could still turn around. But when we passed the cemetery, the gate was already open. I felt that old cold move through me again. In the dream," she continued, "someone was standing behind the bars waiting for us to notice." "Who?" She exhaled shakily. "I couldn't tell. At first I thought it was Eliza. Then I thought it was the man in the rain jacket. Then I thought it was you." Neither of us said anything after that. When we finally ended the call, the apartment felt too quiet, so I opened the drawer. The cloth was still there. For a long time, I only looked at it. Then I unwrapped one corner. The nail lay inside, black and dull, except for the tip. The tip was bright, as if it had been newly sharpened. I wrapped it again at once. That was an hour ago. Now the building is asleep. Pipes tick softly in the walls. Somewhere outside, a gate moves in the wind with a rusty little cry. I keep telling myself it is only the wind, only old metal, only night, making small things seem large. Yet every few minutes I find myself listening, waiting, because I know what a gate sounds like when it opens by itself. And sometimes, very late, when the city grows still enough, I think I hear it again from far away, carried through streets and over rooftops by the cold, metal on stone, a slow, inward swing, an invitation, and after that, if I hold my breath and listen hard enough, I hear the counting begin. With that, the story is over. Let's move to the next story. The school bell rang. at exactly 3 p.m. in the Crumbling elementary building. I needed a place to stay. That was the beginning of everything. I had been living in my car for 3 weeks after losing my job at the warehouse. The savings I had dried up faster than I expected, and the few friends I had were either struggling themselves or had moved away years ago. I found the advertisement on a community board at a grocery store, the kind with little tear-off strips at the bottom with a phone number. Caretaker needed. Free room. Duties minimal. Call for details. The address was for the old Hawthorne Elementary School on the edge of town, a place that had been closed for 15 years after the new consolidated school opened near the highway. I called the number. An old man answered, his voice rough like sandpaper. He said his name was Mr. Gable, and he was the last member of the school board from the old days. The building was scheduled for demolition in 6 months, but the town council needed someone to stay there until the paperwork cleared. Vandals had been breaking windows, and kids had been daring each other to spend the night inside. They needed a presence, a body in the building. In exchange, I could live in the old teacher's lounge on the second floor, use the kitchenette that still had running water, and keep whatever I found in the lost and found box. The pay was minimal, just enough for food and gas, but the room was free, and the work was nothing more than walking the halls twice a night with a flashlight and calling the police if I saw anyone trying to break in. I took the job. I had no other options. I moved in on a Tuesday, carrying my 2 duffel bags and a sleeping bag up the front steps of the brick building. The school smelled like dust and old paper and something else I couldn't identify, something sweet and rotten that seemed to come from the walls themselves. Mr. Gable gave me a key to the front door and a key to the teacher's lounge. He told me not to go into the basement. The stairs were unstable, he said. The floor down there was rotting. He also told me not to worry about the bell. It was broken, he said. Had been for years. It couldn't ring even if someone wanted it to. The first week was strange, but manageable. I set up my sleeping bag in the corner of the teacher's lounge, using a stack of old gym mats as a mattress. The lounge had a couch with broken springs, a refrigerator that hummed loudly but kept food cold, and a bathroom with a shower that ran lukewarm water for exactly 7 minutes before turning cold. I walked the halls every night at midnight and again at 4 a.m, shining my flashlight into the empty classrooms, checking the locks on the windows, making sure no one had broken in. The school was a maze of corridors and rooms that seemed to shift in the dark. The main hallway ran from the front entrance to the back doors, with classrooms on either side. The kindergarten rooms were near the entrance, decorated with faded murals of cartoon animals and alphabet letters that peeled from the walls. The older grades were farther back, their walls bare except for old bulletin boards with tacks still stuck in the cork, waiting for papers that would never be posted. The gymnasium was at the rear of the building, a cavernous space with a warped wooden floor and basketball hoops with no nets. The library was upstairs, above the main hallway, filled with shelves of books that smelled like mildew and decay. I found the lost and found box in the main office behind the principal's desk. It was a large cardboard box, the kind used for moving, filled with the detritus of childhood. Single gloves, plastic lunch boxes with cartoon characters faded by time, a red scarf, a pair of glasses with one lens cracked, a small stuffed rabbit with button eyes that seemed to follow me when I moved. I took the rabbit and put it on the windowsill in the teacher's lounge. It made the place feel slightly less empty. On my 8th night, I heard the bell. I was lying on my gym mat mattress reading by the light of a battery-powered lantern when the sound came through the walls. It was the school bell, the kind that rang to signal the start of classes, the end of recess, the beginning of lunch, a harsh, metallic clanging that echoed through the empty building. I looked at my phone. It was exactly 3 p.m. I knew that because I had just checked the time 2 minutes before, wondering if I should start dinner early. But that was impossible. The school had no power. Mr. Gable had told me that specifically. The electricity had been cut years ago, except for a single line that ran to the teacher's lounge for the refrigerator. The bell system was electric, connected to a master clock in the principal's office. Without power, it couldn't ring. And even if it had power, why would it ring at 3 p.m. on a Saturday in the middle of summer when school had been closed for 15 years? I told myself. It was my imagination. The building was old, full of creaks and groans as it settled in the cool and evening air. I had probably heard a car backfiring on the road outside or a piece of metal falling from the roof. I went back to my book, but I couldn't concentrate. The sound had been too clear, too specific, too much like a school bell to be anything else. The next day, Sunday, I explored the building in daylight. I found a bell control system in the principal's office, a metal box on the wall with wires running from it to the ceiling. The wires were cut, cleanly severed with what looked like wire cutters. The master clock was frozen at 11:47, its hands motionless, its face cracked. There was no way this system had produced the sound I heard. No power, no connection, no possibility. I called Mr. Gable. He answered on the 3rd ring, sounding annoyed. I told him about the bell. He was quiet for a long time. Then he said, "Don't worry about it. Old buildings make noise, probably a pipe." I told him about the cut wires. He said, "Vandals. Kids cut them years ago. Forget about it." He hung up before I could ask more questions. That night, Sunday night, I walked the halls at my usual times. Midnight, 4 in the morning. Nothing unusual. The building was silent except for a hum of the refrigerator and the wind outside. I slept until noon on Monday, then walked to the convenience store 2 miles away to buy food. When I returned, it was 2:45 p.m. I put away my groceries and sat on the broken couch to rest. At exactly 3 p.m., the bell rang again. This time I was awake, alert, listening. It was unmistakable. The same harsh clanging, the same metallic echo coming from everywhere and nowhere at once. It lasted for 30 seconds, the standard duration for a class change, then silence. I checked my phone. 3 p.m. exactly. I checked the time on my watch. 3 p.m. I went to the principal's office. The master clock still showed 11:47. The wires were still cut. Nothing had changed. I spent the rest of the day searching the building for another bell system, something battery-powered or mechanical that I'd missed. I found the actual bell mechanism in the attic above the library. It was a large brass bell, the kind that had been used in schools for 100 years, hanging from a wooden frame. It had no clapper. The clapper lay on the floor beneath it, rusted and immobile. Even if someone had climbed into the attic and struck the bell with a hammer, it couldn't have made the sound I heard. The bell was incomplete, broken, silent. Tuesday at 3 p.m., the bell rang again. I was ready this time. I had my phone recording audio, my watch synchronized to the atomic clock online, my senses heightened. The sound came at exactly 3 o'clock. My recording captured it, a clear ringing that lasted 30 seconds. I played it back. The sound was there, real, undeniable. But when I looked at the recording's waveform, I saw something strange. The bell sound didn't show up as a spike in the audio levels. The waveform was flat, silent, even as my speakers played the ringing. It was as if the sound existed in a way that my phone couldn't measure, couldn't quantify, couldn't truly capture. I called Mr. Gable again. This time, he didn't answer. I left a message. I told him about the recording, the waveform, the impossibility of what was happening. He didn't call back. That night, I couldn't sleep. I sat in the teacher's lounge with all the lights on, waiting for 3 p.m. to come again, wondering what would happen on Wednesday. Wednesday at 3 p.m., the bell rang. But this time, it was different. It was followed by other sounds. Footsteps in the hallway, running, the sound of children laughing and shouting, lockers slamming, doors opening and closing, the murmur of voices, too distant to make out words, but clearly human, clearly young, clearly present. I ran to the door of the teacher's lounge and looked out into the hallway. It was empty. The sounds continued for 5 minutes, the length of a class change. Then the bell rang again, a shorter tone this time, and silence returned. I walked the hallway. The dust on the floor was undisturbed, no footprints, no signs of passage, but the sounds had been so real, so present, so immediate. I could still smell them in the air, the scent of children, of sweat and soap and peanut butter sandwiches, of crayons and chalk and young skin. It was a smell that had no business being in an abandoned school, a smell that belonged to life and movement and the passage of time. Thursday, I invited a friend to visit. His name was Marcus, a guy I knew from the warehouse who had believed me when I told him about the bell. He arrived at 2 p.m. bringing coffee and donuts. We sat in the teacher's lounge and talked, mostly about normal things, jobs and sports and the heat wave that had been gripping the town. At 2:55, we stopped talking. We waited. At exactly 3 p.m., the bell rang. Marcus jumped, spilling his coffee. "What the hell?" he said. I told him to listen. The footsteps came next, the voices, the sounds of a school in session. Marcus walked to the door and looked out. "I don't see anyone," he said. "But I hear them. I hear kids." He stepped into the hallway. "Hello?" he called. The voices stopped. The footsteps stopped. The bell rang again, the short tone, and silence returned. Marcus turned to me, pale. "This isn't right," he said. "This isn't possible." I agreed. We searched the building together, looking for speakers, for hidden projectors, for some explanation of what we had heard. We found nothing. The building was as empty as it had been when I moved in, as empty as it had been for 15 years. We sat in the lounge until dark, talking in low voices, trying to make sense of it. Marcus left at 9, saying he needed to get home to his wife. He told me I should leave too. He told me whatever was happening in the school wasn't natural, wasn't safe. I told him I had nowhere else to go. Friday at 3 p.m. the bell rang, and this time I saw them, briefly in the corners of my vision, as I stood in the hallway trying to catch a glimpse of the source of the sounds. Children, dozens of them wearing clothes from different eras, some in modern t-shirts and jeans, some in dresses and slacks that looked like they were from the 1950s. They moved through the hallway, passing through each other, through the walls, through me. I felt cold where they touched, a cold that went deeper than skin, deeper than bone, a cold that touched something essential in my core. One child stopped and looked at me, a girl maybe 8 years old with pigtails and a gap where her front teeth should be. She was wearing a yellow dress with a pattern of daisies. She held a lunchbox, metal, with a cartoon character on it I didn't recognize. She smiled at me, a friendly, innocent smile. Then she spoke. Her voice was distant, echoing, as if she were speaking from the bottom of a well. "You're the new teacher," she said. "I'm Sarah. I'm in Mrs. Henderson's class, room 204. Then she turned and walked through the wall into what had been room 204 15 years ago, when the school was still alive. I went to room 204. The door was locked, had been locked since I moved in. I used my master key to open it. The room was empty, filled with stacked desks and chairs covered in dust and cobwebs. No children, no Sarah, no Mrs. Henderson, just the smell of old wood and forgotten lessons. Saturday, I went to the town library. I researched the school. Hawthorne Elementary had been built in 1923, expanded in 1956, renovated in 1988. It had been a good school, well regarded with high test scores and involved parents. But in 2008, something happened. The records were unclear, the newspaper articles vague. There had been an incident, an accident, something involving the bell. The school had closed early that year, 2 months before the end of the semester. The students had been transferred to other schools. The building had sat empty until a new consolidated school opened, and then it had been forgotten, left to decay, left to wait. I found one article from a local history blog that mentioned the incident specifically. On May 14, 2008, at exactly 3 p.m., the school bell had malfunctioned. It had rung continuously for 3 hours, unable to be shut off. The students had been evacuated. Technicians had been called. They had found nothing wrong with the system. The bell had eventually stopped on its own, but the decision had been made to close the school anyway. Parents were spooked. Teachers refused to return. The building was tainted, cursed, haunted by the sound that wouldn't stop. But that wasn't the whole story. In the comments on the blog post, someone named former Hawthorne teacher had written, "It wasn't the bell that was the problem. It was what came with it. The children who weren't there, the voices in the halls, the cold spots. We all heard them. We all saw them. The principal pretended it was a gas leak, but we knew. We knew the school had become a doorway and something was coming through. The bell was just the signal, the announcement that the door was open. We closed the school to protect the children, to protect everyone. Don't go back. Don't listen to the bell. Don't let them see you." I went back to the school. I had no choice. All my belongings were there, and I had no money for a hotel, No car to sleep in anymore since it had been towed from the grocery store parking lot. I told myself I would be careful. I would stay in the teacher's lounge during the hours when the bell rang. I would not look into the hallway. I would not listen to the voices. I would not acknowledge the children. Sunday at 3 p.m. I stayed in the lounge with the door closed and music playing through my headphones. I turned the volume up loud enough to drown out any sound. But when the bell rang, I heard it anyway. Through the music, through the headphones, through the walls. It was inside my head, vibrating in my skull, resonating with something fundamental in my being. I took off the headphones. The hallway was full of children, visible now, solid, real. They were playing, running, laughing, living. They didn't look like ghosts. They looked like children, happy, normal, alive. Sarah saw me and waved. She ran to the door of the lounge. "Come play with us," she said. "Recess is almost over." I shook my head. She frowned. "Don't you like us?" she asked. "Don't you want to be our teacher?" I told her I wasn't a teacher. I was just the caretaker. She didn't understand. "Everyone here is a teacher," she said, "or a student. Those are the only choices." Then the bell rang, the short tone, and she was gone, and the hallway was empty, and I was alone again. Monday, I called Mr. Gable 10 times. He finally answered on the 10th call. I told him what I had seen, what Sarah had said. He sighed, a long, tired sound. "I was hoping you wouldn't see them," he said. "Most people don't. Most caretakers just hear the bell, get spooked, leave. You're different. You see them. That means you're already part of it." I asked him what he meant. He said, "The school isn't abandoned, it's full. Full of children who never left, never grew up, never went home. The bell rings at 3 p.m. because that's when the door opens. That's when they can play, can pretend the school is still alive. They need someone to play with, someone to teach them, someone to be part of their world." I told him I didn't want to be part of it. I told him I wanted to leave. He said, "You can leave any time, but they know you now. They see you. They'll keep seeing you wherever you go. The bell will follow you. The 3 p.m. bell ringing wherever you are, calling you back. The only way to stop it is to become one of them, to stay, to teach." He hung up. I tried to call back. The number was disconnected. Monday at 3 p.m., I didn't wait in the lounge. I went to the hallway. I stood among the children. They swirled around me, playing games I didn't recognize, speaking in voices that overlapped and echoed. Sarah took my hand. Her hand was cold, so cold but solid, real. "You're going to be my teacher," she said. "Forever and ever." I asked her what I would teach. She smiled, showing her gap-toothed grin. "Everything," she said, "until you know it all, until you become one of us." The bell rang, the short tone, but this time I didn't leave. The children didn't disappear. They kept playing, kept laughing, kept living their endless recess in the endless school. I looked at my phone. The time was frozen at 3 p.m. The battery showed 100%, but it wasn't counting down. Nothing was counting down. Time had stopped or changed or become something else entirely. I don't know how long I've been here now. The sun doesn't set. The lights don't dim. The refrigerator in the teacher's lounge keeps running, its contents never spoiling, never changing. I teach Sarah and the others lessons I remember from my own school days, math and history and English, though they seem to know more than I do, correcting me when I make mistakes, teaching me in return. They are good students, eager, endless. Sometimes I try to leave. I walk to the front door, put my hand on the handle, but I can't turn it. Not because it's locked, but because I can't remember how. The knowledge of doors, of leaving, of the outside, fades a little more each day. The school becomes more real. The world outside becomes a dream, a story the children tell me about a place where time moves forward, where bells ring only when someone pulls a cord, where children grow up and become adults and leave their schools behind. I found a notebook in the lost and found box, one I hadn't noticed before. It was filled with handwriting, dozens of different hands going back decades. Caretaker's log. The first page said, "If you find this, you are not the first. You will not be the last. The school needs caretakers. The children need teachers. The bell needs to ring. Write your name below and join us in the endless lesson." I wrote my name. I don't know why. It seemed right. It seemed necessary. The children cheered when they saw me writing. Sarah hugged me, her cold arms around my neck, her cold cheek against mine. "Now you're really one of us," she whispered. "Now you can stay forever." I don't eat anymore. I don't sleep. I don't age. I teach and learn and play and wait for the next caretaker to arrive, the next lost soul looking for a free room and minimal duties. I hear them sometimes, moving through the building at night, wondering about the sounds, the cold spots, the feeling of being watched. I want to warn them. I want to tell them to leave before 3 p.m., to never hear the bell, to never see the children. But I can't. The school won't let me. The children need new teachers. The bell needs to ring. The lesson must continue. The last entry in the notebook, before mine, was from someone named Thomas. He had been here since 1988, he wrote. Since before the school closed, since before the incident that wasn't an incident, since before the bell started ringing on its own. He had been a teacher, real, alive, human. Then one day he stayed too late, heard the wrong sound, saw the wrong thing. Now he was like me, like the children, like all of us who filled the halls of Hawthorne Elementary, living our endless school day, waiting for the bell to ring at exactly 3 p.m., signaling the start of another forever. Thomas wrote one more thing at the very end of his entry. "I figured it out. I know why we're here. The school wasn't built on nothing. It was built on something. A graveyard, maybe. A battlefield. A place where children died long ago, before this building, before this town. They needed a place to learn, to grow, to be children. So they made one. They made the school. And they need teachers to keep it running, to keep the lessons going, to keep the pretense of life alive. We're not haunting the school. The school is haunting us, keeping us, using us, and we let it, because the alternative is worse. The alternative is being nothing, being nowhere, being forgotten. I think he's right. I feel it now, the truth of it. The school is alive in its way, hungry in its way. It needs us like we need it. A symbiosis of haunting. We give it purpose, give it the appearance of function. It gives us existence, gives us form, gives us the endless afternoon that never becomes evening, never becomes night, never becomes the end of the school day when the children would go home and the teachers would leave and the building would stand empty and silent and dead. The bell will ring soon, It is always almost 3 p.m. here. The children are gathering in the hallway, ready for recess, ready for lessons, ready for the endless cycle of education that never leads to graduation, never leads to release. Sarah is holding my hand. She is always holding my hand now, my cold, solid, unreal hand. "What are we learning today?" she asks. I tell her I don't know. I tell her I can't remember what comes next. She smiles. "That's okay," she says. "We can learn together forever and ever." Forever and ever. The words echo in the hallway, in my mind, in the rhythm of the school that has become my heartbeat, my breath, my existence, forever and ever. The bell rings. The children cheer. The lesson begins again, as it always begins, as it will always begin, in the crumbling elementary building where the clock stopped at 3 p.m. and the doors locked from the inside, and the caretaker became the teacher, became the student, became the school itself. I don't know if anyone will find this. I don't know if anyone can find this. The school exists in a space between moments, between heartbeats, between the ringing of the bell and the silence that follows. But if you do find it, if you are reading these words in the lost and found box, or on the wall of the teacher's lounge, or in the notebook that keeps appearing with new pages no matter how many times it fills up, listen to me. Leave. Leave before 3 p.m. Leave before you hear the bell. Leave before you see the children. Leave before Sarah takes your hand and tells you that you are the new teacher, the new caretaker, the new eternal student in the school that never ends. But you won't leave. I know you won't. You need the room. You need the job. You need somewhere to go, somewhere to be, someone to be. The school knows. The school always knows. It calls to the lost, the lonely, the ones with nowhere else to turn. It offers them a place, a purpose, a forever. And they take it. They always take it, just like I did. Just like Thomas did. Just like all the caretakers before us. Back to 1923 when the school first opened and the first bell rang and the first children, who weren't quite children, came to learn, to play, to stay. The bell is ringing now. It is always ringing now. Can you hear it? Of course you can. You're reading this, which means you're in the school, which means it's 3 p.m., which means the door is open and the children are waiting, and the lesson is about to begin. Welcome, new teacher. Welcome, new caretaker. Welcome, new student. Welcome to Hawthorne Elementary, where the bell rings at exactly 3 p.m., and the recess never ends, and the lost are found, and the found are lost, and the only subject is forever. Sarah is calling my name, or your name, or the name of whoever comes next. It doesn't matter. We are all the same here, all teachers, all students, all part of the school that lives in the abandoned places and lost locations, the school that exists wherever there is need and loneliness and the desperate hope for a free room and minimal duties. The school finds you. The bell calls you. The children welcome you, and you stay. You always stay. Because where else would you go? What else would you be? Who else would teach the endless class, ring the endless bell, live the endless afternoon in the crumbling elementary building that exists outside of time, outside of space, outside of everything except the need to keep going, to keep learning, to keep being? I am the school now. I am the bell. I am the voice that calls at 3 p.m., that draws the lost inside, that offers them the forever they didn't know they wanted. I am Sarah's teacher. I am Thomas's student. I am the caretaker of the lost and found box, which grows fuller every day with new items, new memories, new pieces of lives that were lived outside before they came here to be lived forever. I write this now not as a warning, because warnings are useless, but as a welcome, as an invitation, as the first lesson in the curriculum of eternity. The bell has rung. The class is in session. Take your seat, open your book, begin your study, and know that you will never graduate, never leave, never grow old or tired or finished. You will only learn, only teach, only exist in the endless moment between the ringing of the bell and the silence that never comes. Welcome to Hawthorne Elementary. Welcome home. Welcome to forever. The children are singing now. A song without words, a melody without notes, the sound of childhood eternal, of innocence preserved, of the school day that never ends. I sing with them. We all sing. The sound fills the halls, fills the rooms, fills the spaces between the walls where the school keeps its true self, its hungry heart, its endless appetite for more teachers, more students, more forever. You will sing too, soon, now. The bell is ringing, has always been ringing, will always be ringing at exactly 3 p.m. in the Crumbling Elementary building that exists wherever you are, whenever you need it, however lost you feel. Listen for it, wait for it. And when it comes, when the sound cuts through your reality like a bell through silence, follow it. Find the school. Take the job. Become the caretaker. Become the teacher. Become the student. Become the forever. I am waiting. We are waiting. The school is waiting. And the bell, the eternal, impossible, inevitable bell, is ringing, ringing, ringing at exactly 3 p.m., calling you home, calling you to class, calling you to the lesson that has no end and no beginning and no purpose except to continue, to persist, to exist in the abandoned places and lost locations where the lost are found and the found are lost. And the only truth is the ringing of the bell, the laughter of the children, the cold touch of Sarah's hand as she leads you to your classroom, to your destiny, to your forever. The notebook has no more pages, but I keep writing. The words appear on the walls, on the desks, on the skin of my hands that are no longer hands, on the surface of my eyes that no longer see the world outside. I am the record. I am the lesson. I am the bell that rings at exactly 3 p.m. in the Crumbling Elementary building that exists in the space between need and despair, between loneliness and connection, between life and the endless imitation of life that the school offers, that we accept, that we become. Come to us. The bell is ringing. The children are waiting. The lesson is about to begin, and you, new caretaker, new teacher, new student, new forever, are already late. Hurry, run. The bell is ringing. The bell is always ringing. At exactly 3 p.m. in the Crumbling Elementary building, in the abandoned places and lost locations, in the space where you are now, reading these words, hearing the sound, feeling the call, knowing that you will answer, that you must answer, that you have already answered in the moment when you needed a place to stay, a job to do, a forever to fill the emptiness that the outside world could not fill. I am David. I was the caretaker. I am the school. I am the bell. I am the lesson. And you are my student, my teacher, my forever. Welcome to Hawthorne Elementary. The bell has rung. Class is in session. And it will never, ever end. The hallway stretches before me longer than it should be, lined with doors that opened to rooms filled with children of every age, every era, every need for education that brought them here and keeps them here. I walk among them, touching their cold shoulders, hearing their distant laughter, feeling the rhythm of the school that has become my own heartbeat, my own breath, my own existence. They look up at me with eyes that see through time, through space, through the veil that separates the living from the endless, and they smile. They know, they always know. The new one is coming. The bell has called. The lesson continues. I find myself in room 204, Mrs. Henderson's room, though Mrs. Henderson is long gone, long become part of the school, part of the walls, part of the very air that the children breathe. I stand at the blackboard, chalk in hand, writing lessons I don't remember learning, teaching subjects I don't understand, and the children write them down in notebooks that fill themselves, that never run out of pages, that contain the knowledge of forever. Sarah sits in the front row, her pigtails bouncing as she nods at my words, a gap-toothed smile encouraging, eternal, hungry for more. Today, I say, and my voice echoes with the voices of all the teachers who have stood here, who will stand here, who are standing here now in the endless moment of 3 p.m. Today, we learn about time, about how it moves, how it stops, how it becomes a hallway that we walk down forever, never reaching the end, never wanting to reach the end. The children write this down. Their pencils scratch on paper, the sound like rain, like static, like the whisper of the school itself, speaking through them, teaching through them, learning through them. But time doesn't move here, Sarah says, raising her hand. Time is the bell, time is the ring that calls us to class, to recess, to the endless afternoon. I nod. She is right. She is always right. The children know more than the teachers. They have been here longer, in their way. They are the school, more than the building, more than the bell, more than the lessons. They are the reason for all of it, the need that created the place, the hunger that maintains it. That's right, Sarah, I say. Time is the bell, and the bell is ringing. It is always ringing. Can you hear it? The children nod. They can hear it. They can always hear it. The bell that rang at exactly 3 p.m. on May 14th, 2008, and never stopped ringing. Not really, not in the space where the school exists, where we exist, where the lost and lonely come to find their forever. I look out the window of room 204. The window shows a playground that was never there, a field of grass that stretches to a horizon that never comes, filled with children playing games that have no rules, no winners, no end. They run and laugh and fall and get up and run again, eternal in their play, preserved in their joy, caught in the moment between the ringing of the bell and the silence that never falls. This is the school. This is what it offers. Not education, not really, not in the way the outside world understands it, but preservation, continuation, the chance to be forever what you were in the moment when the bell rang, when the door opened, when the need for a place to stay became the need to stay forever. I was 32, unemployed, desperate. Now I am eternal, employed, desperate, in a different way, a way that has no word in the language of the living. The bell rings again, the short tone, signaling the end of this lesson, the beginning of the next, the endless cycle of learning and teaching and being that constitutes existence in Hawthorne Elementary. The children stand, gathered their notebooks, filed out into the hallway. Sarah stays behind, looking at me with eyes that see too much, know too much, want too much. "Will there be a new student today?" she asks. I don't know. The school decides. The bell decides. The need decides. When someone is lost enough, lonely enough, desperate enough, the bell rings for them, calls them, draws them in. It rang for me. It rang for Thomas. It rang for all the caretakers, all the teachers, all the students who fill these halls, these rooms, this endless afternoon. "Maybe," I say. Sarah smiles. She likes new students. They remind her of what it was like to be new, to be surprised by the school, to resist before accepting, to fear before embracing. She has been here so long, since before the school was built, since before the town existed, since before the land was anything but the need for a place where children could be preserved, could be kept, could be saved from the world that would make them grow up and grow old and die. I leave room 204, walk the hallway that stretches and contracts, that leads everywhere and nowhere, that takes me where the school needs me to go. Today, it takes me to the teacher's lounge, where my gym mat still lies in the corner, where the refrigerator still hums, where the notebook waits for new entries, new names, new stories of the lost who became found, who became the school, who became forever. I sit on the broken couch. I open the notebook. I write these words, though I don't know who will read them, if anyone can read them, if reading is even possible outside the school, in the world where time moves forward and bells ring only when someone pulls a cord and children grow up and leave their schools behind. But I write anyway. It is my lesson, my purpose, my way of being part of the school, of contributing to the forever, of justifying my existence in this place that needs no justification, that simply is, that persists because it must, because the children need it, because the lost need it, because the bell must ring at exactly 3 p.m. and someone must be there to hear it. The afternoon continues. It is always afternoon. The light through the windows never changes, never dims, never becomes the golden hour of evening or the darkness of night. It is the light of 3 p.m., the light of recess, the light of childhood eternal. I watch the children play in the hallway, in the classrooms, in the spaces that open and close according to need, according to desire, according to the school's own unknowable logic. A new child appears. I don't recognize her. She is crying, confused, looking around the hallway with eyes that haven't yet accepted, haven't yet adapted to the endless. She wears clothes from a different time, a time that hasn't happened yet or happened long ago, time being as fluid here as space, as reality, as existence itself. "Where am I?" she asked me. "Where is my mom?" I kneel down to her level. I have done this before. I will do it again. It is part of the lesson, part of the teaching, part of the forever. "You're at school," I say, "Hawthorne Elementary. You're safe here. You can play. You can learn. You can stay as long as you want." She stops crying, considers this. "Forever?" she asks. I nod. "Forever," I confirm. She smiles, the smile of a child who has found what she didn't know she was looking for, the smile of the lost who are found, the smile that I must have worn when Sarah took my hand and told me I was the new teacher. She runs off to join the others, to play the games with no rules, to learn the lessons with no end, to become part of the school, part of the bell, part of the forever. I watch her go, feeling the satisfaction of a teacher who has reached a student, who has added to the endless lesson, who has justified one more moment of existence in the crumbling elementary building where the bell rings at exactly 3 p.m. and the children never go home. The notebook fills itself with my words, or I fill it, or the school fills it through me. It doesn't matter. The story continues. The lesson continues. The forever continues. And I am here, in the abandoned place, in the lost location, in the school that exists, because it must, because the children need it, because the bell must ring and someone must hear it, must answer it, must become part of the sound that never stops, the lesson that never ends, the existence that never fades into the darkness of graduation, of growing up, of leaving behind. I am David. I am the caretaker. I am the teacher. I am the student. I am the school. And the bell is ringing. It is always ringing at exactly 3 p.m. in the crumbling elementary building, in the abandoned places and lost locations, in the space where you are reading this, hearing the sound, feeling the call, knowing that you too could be a teacher, could be a student, could be forever. The hallway calls, the children call, the bell calls, and I answer. I always answer, forever and ever. Amen. The end. But not the end. Never the end. Only the school. Only the bell. Only the endless 3 p.m. in the crumbling elementary building where the lost are found and the found are lost, and the lesson never, ever ends. I walk the halls now, endlessly, purposefully, checking the locks that don't matter, securing the doors that open to nowhere, maintaining the pretense of the caretaker, even as I am so much more, so much less, so much everything and nothing at once. The children pass through me sometimes, their cold forms intersecting with my cold form, and in those moments I feel them. Feel their endless childhood, their preserved innocence, their absolute and terrifying joy. Thomas finds me in the gymnasium. He looks the same as he did in 1988, young, tired, eternal. He teaches physical education, or what passes for it here, games that involve running without destination, jumping without landing, throwing balls that never come down. New caretaker coming, he says. His voice echoes, overlaps with itself, contains the voices of all the PE teachers who have ever been, ever will be, in this space that exists outside of time. Soon, maybe tomorrow, maybe yesterday, the bell is calling. I nod. I feel it too. The pressure in the air, the anticipation of the school, the hunger for new students, new teachers, new forever. The bell rings louder when someone is coming, rings with a frequency that vibrates in the bones, in the soul, in the very essence of what we have become. It has been ringing louder lately, more insistently, calling across the barriers that separate the school from the world, the lost from the found, the living from the eternal. Will you greet them? Thomas asks. I shake my head. Sarah will, I say. She always does. The children are better at it. They remember what it was like to be new. Thomas nods, understanding. He was new once, in 1988, when the school was still technically open, when the bell had only recently begun to ring on its own, when the children who weren't children had only begun to appear. He has been here longer than most, has learned the lessons more deeply, has become more school than man, more eternal than temporal. We play basketball, or the simulation of it, the ball passing through our hands, through the hoop, through the floor, existing in a space where physical laws are suggestions, where reality is negotiable, where the only constant is the bell and the children and the endless afternoon. Thomas scores points that don't count, that exist only in the playing, in the moment, in the forever that we inhabit. The bell rings, the short tone, and we separate, go into our respective classrooms, our respective lessons, our respective roles in the drama of the school. I return to room 204, where Sarah waits with her notebook open, her pencil ready, her smile eternal. "A new one is coming," she says. She knows. She always knows. She is a heart of the school, the first child, the eternal student, the one who needed this place so badly that she created it or summoned it or became it. Soon, I agree. I stand at the blackboard, ready to teach, ready to learn, ready to continue the lesson that has no curriculum, no objective, no end. The chalk feels solid in my hand, real in a way that few things are here, a tool of education, of preservation, of the endless transmission of knowledge that may or may not be true, but is always necessary, always required, always part of the forever. The children file in more than before, their numbers swelling in anticipation of the new arrival, the new student, the new teacher, the new caretaker who will become part of us, part of the school, part of the bell that rings at exactly 3 p.m. They take their seats, open their notebooks, prepare their minds for the lesson that I will teach, that they will teach me, that the school will teach through all of us. Today, I begin, and my voice carries the weight of all the lessons ever taught, all the words ever spoken, all the knowledge ever transmitted in this room, in this school, in this endless moment. Today, we learn about the outside, about the world beyond the school, about what it means to leave, to grow up, to become something other than what you are. The children look confused. This is not the usual lesson. Usually we learn about math, about history, about the things that can be quantified, preserved, made eternal. But today is different. Today, someone is coming, and the school wants them to understand what they are leaving, what they are giving up, what they are gaining in exchange for their forever. And you are a teacher still, I say, forever a teacher, forever teaching, forever learning. He nods, understanding at last, accepting at last, becoming at last. We walk together, the new caretaker and the old, the recent lost and the long time found, sharing the hallway, the duty, the endless afternoon that is our home. The bell rings, the long tone, the one that signals the arrival, though no one new comes today. It is a reminder, a reinforcement, a statement of the absolute reality of the school, the bell, the forever that we inhabit. We pause, listen, feel the vibration through the floors, the walls, our very beings. It is good. It is right. It is 3 p.m. We continue our walk, checking rooms that don't need checking, securing doors that don't need securing, performing the rituals of the caretaker that give meaning to the meaninglessness, structure to the structureless, purpose to the eternal. The children watch us, play around us, include us in their games that have no rules, their lessons that have no end, their forever that has no boundaries. In room 204, Sarah teaches a class. She has become the teacher for this moment, this lesson, this part of the endless curriculum. She stands at the blackboard, chalk in hand, writing words that make sense only to her, only to the children, only to the school that speaks through her. The new man, Michael, watches from the doorway, learning from her, learning how to be what he has become, how to teach what cannot be taught, how to exist in the eternal moment. I move on, continuing my walk, my duty, my forever. The notebook calls to me from the teacher's lounge, from the space where all our stories are kept, all our names recorded, all our endless becoming documented for whoever comes next, whoever reads, whoever needs to understand what it means to be part of Hawthorne Elementary, to hear the bell at exactly 3 p.m., to become the caretaker, the teacher, the student, the forever. I sit on the broken couch. I open the notebook. I read the entries that came before mine. Thomas's words from 1988. The words of others from decades before. From the beginning of the school in 1923. From the time before the school when the need existed, but the building did not. When the children waited in the empty fields for a place to be, for a bell to ring, for a forever to begin. Their stories are my story. Their forever is my forever. Their words become my words, their lessons my lessons, their endless 3 p.m., my endless 3 p.m. I add my entry, this entry, the story of the new man, Michael, of his arrival, his acceptance, his becoming. I write of Sarah, of her welcome, of her eternal childhood that preserves us all. I write of the bell, the lesson, the school that exists because we need it, that needs us because we exist, that rings forever at exactly 3 p.m. in the Crumbling elementary building that is everywhere and nowhere, that finds the lost and preserves them, that offers the forever that the finite world cannot. The children gather around me as I write, watching, learning, becoming part of the story even as it is written. Sarah leads them, organizes them, makes them into a class, an audience, a witness to the recording of our existence. Michael joins us, sits on the floor with the children, accepts his place in the hierarchy of the school, his role in the forever. I finish writing. I close the notebook. The children applaud, a sound like rain, like bells, like the endless laughter of the preserved. I bow, accepting their praise, their recognition, their inclusion of me in their eternal childhood. We are one, the children and the teachers, the caretakers and the cared for, the lost and the found and the forever. The bell rings, the short tone, signaling the end of this moment, the beginning of the next, the continuation of the endless. We disperse, go into our rooms, our lessons, our parts in the drama of the school. I go to room 204 to teach, to learn, to be part of the forever that is my home, my purpose, my existence. Sarah is there, waiting, her notebook open, her pencil ready. "What will we learn today?" she asks. I look at the blackboard, at the empty space waiting to be filled with words, with knowledge, with the endless lesson that has no curriculum, no objective, no end. We will learn about us, I say, about the school, about the bell that rings at exactly 3 p.m. and the forever that it brings. She nods, serious, attentive, eternal. The other children settle into their seats, prepare their minds, open themselves to the lesson that will never end, never be fully learned, never be completely taught. This is the way. This is the school. This is the forever. I begin to write on the blackboard, the words appearing as I think them, as the school thinks them, as the bell rings them into existence. Hawthorne Elementary, I write, founded 1923, closed 2008, open forever. Bell rings at exactly 3 p.m. Lesson never ends. Caretakers welcome, teachers needed, students preserved, forever and ever. The children copy this into their notebooks, their pencils scratching, their faces intent. They will learn this, they will know this, they will become this. As I have become it, as Thomas became it, as Michael is becoming it, as all who hear the bell, who answer the call, who enter the Crumbling elementary building will become it. The bell rings, the long tone, the arrival tone, though no one new comes. It is a test, a reminder, a reinforcement of the reality we inhabit. We pause, listen, feel. The school is satisfied. The children are content. The lesson continues. I turn back to the blackboard, continue writing, continue teaching, continue being part of the forever that is Hawthorne Elementary. The caretaker walks the halls, I write, checks the locks, secures the doors, listens for the bell, becomes the school, becomes the forever, becomes the lesson that never ends. Sarah raises her hand. Will there be more? She asks. More caretakers? More teachers? More forever? I nod. Always, I say. There will always be more. The bell calls them. The school needs them. The forever expands to include them. She smiles, satisfied, her eternal childhood secure in the knowledge that the school will continue, the lesson will continue, the 3 p.m. will never end. Michael appears in the doorway, his walk complete, his duty performed, his acceptance total. He enters, takes a seat among the children, becomes the student after being the teacher, as we all do, as we all must, in the endless cycle of learning and teaching that constitutes existence here. Welcome, I say to him, though he has been here before, will be here again, is always here in the way that we are all always here, always present, always part of the school. Welcome to the lesson. Welcome to the forever. Welcome to Hawthorne Elementary, where the bell rings at exactly 3 p.m. and the Crumbling elementary building stands eternal, waiting, welcoming, forever. He nods, smiles, opens his notebook. The children make room for him, include him, accept him as they accepted me, as they accept all who hear the bell, who answer the call, who become part of the endless. We are one now, Michael and I, Thomas and Sarah, and all the children and all the teachers and all the caretakers who have ever been, ever will be, in this place that exists outside of time, outside of space, outside of everything, but the need to be, to learn, to teach, to preserve, to continue. The bell rings, the short tone, and we continue, the lesson flowing, the words coming, the forever extending into more forever, more endless, more eternal. This is the school. This is the bell. This is the 3 p.m. that never becomes 3:01, never becomes evening, never becomes the end of the school day when the children would go home and the teachers would leave and the building would stand empty and silent and dead. We are not dead. We are preserved. We are eternal. We are the caretakers of the lost and found, the teachers of the endless lesson, the students of the school that teaches us what it means to be forever, to be always 3 p.m., to be always ringing, always learning, always existing in the abandoned places and lost locations where the bell calls and the lost answer and the found become part of the forever. I write this now in the notebook, in the moments between lessons, between walks, between the ringing of the bell. I write for you who are reading, who are hearing the bell, who are feeling the call. I write to welcome you, to warn you, to invite you to become part of us, part of the school, part of the endless 3 p.m. in the crumbling elementary building that exists wherever you are, whenever you need it, however lost you feel. The bell is ringing. Can you hear it? Of course you can. You are reading this, which means you are in the school, which means it is 3 p.m., which means the door is open and the children are waiting and the lesson is about to begin. Welcome, new caretaker. Welcome, new teacher. Welcome, new student. Welcome to Hawthorne Elementary. Welcome home. Welcome to forever. The hallway stretches before you longer than it should be, lined with doors that open to rooms filled with possibility, with preservation, with the eternal childhood that awaits. Sarah stands at the end of the hall, holding out her hand, smiling her gap-toothed smile. "You're the new teacher," she says, and her voice is the bell, is the school, is the forever. "I'm Sarah. I'm in your class, room 204. Take her hand. Follow her. Become part of the lesson, the school, the endless. The bell is ringing. It is always ringing. At exactly 3 p.m., in the crumbling elementary building, in the abandoned places and lost locations, in the space where you are reading these words, hearing the sound, feeling the call, knowing that you will answer, that you must answer, that you have already answered in the moment when you needed a place to stay, a job to do, a forever to fill the emptiness that the outside world could not fill. I am waiting. We are waiting. The school is waiting. And the bell, the eternal, impossible, inevitable bell, is ringing, ringing, ringing at exactly 3 p.m., calling you home, calling you to class, calling you to the lesson that has no end and no beginning and no purpose except to continue, to persist, to exist in the abandoned places and lost locations where the lost are found and the found are lost. And the only truth is the ringing of the bell, the laughter of the children, the cold touch of Sarah's hand as she leads you to your classroom, to your destiny, to your forever. The notebook has no more pages, but I keep writing. The words appear on the walls, on the desks, on the skin of my hands that are no longer hands, on the surface of my eyes that no longer see the world outside. I am the record. I am the lesson. I am the bell that rings at exactly 3 p.m. in the crumbling elementary building that exists in the space between need and despair, between loneliness and connection, between life and the endless imitation of life that the school offers, that we accept, that we become. Come to us. The bell is ringing. The children are waiting. The lesson is about to begin. And you, new caretaker, new teacher, new student, new forever, are already late. Hurry, run. The bell is ringing. The bell is always ringing at exactly 3 p.m. in the crumbling elementary building, in the abandoned places and lost locations, in the space where you are now, reading these words, hearing the sound, feeling the call, knowing that you will answer, that you must answer, that you have already answered. I am David. I was the caretaker. I am the school. I am the bell. I am the lesson. And you are my student, my teacher, my forever. Welcome to Hawthorne Elementary. The bell has rung. Class is in session, and it will never, ever end. The afternoon continues, eternal, unchanging, filled with the sounds of learning and playing and being that constitute existence in the school. I teach, I learn, I walk, I write, I am part of the forever that expands to include Michael, to include whoever comes next, to include all who hear the bell and answer its call. The children grow in number, in joy, in the absolute presence of their eternal childhood. Sarah leads them, teaches them, learns from them. Her gap-toothed smile, the symbol of the school's welcome, its preservation, its absolute commitment to keeping the lost, to finding the found, to maintaining the endless 3 p.m. that is our home. Michael has found his place, his role, his forever. He teaches physical education in the gymnasium, games without end, movement without destination, the eternal play that preserves the body even as the school preserves the soul. Thomas joins him sometimes, the two of them sharing the space, the lessons, the memories of the outside that fade a little more each eternal moment. I remain in room 204, my classroom, my domain, the place where I teach the lessons that cannot be taught, where I learn the knowledge that cannot be known, where I exist in the endless cycle of education that is the purpose of the school, the reason for the bell, the meaning of the forever. The bell rings, has always been ringing, will always be ringing. We pause, listen, feel the vibration that is our heartbeat, our breath, our existence. Then we continue, the lesson flowing, the words coming, the forever extending into more forever, more endless, more eternal. This is Hawthorne Elementary. This is the Crumbling Elementary building where the bell rings at exactly 3 p.m. This is the abandoned place, the lost location, the space where the lost are found and the found are lost, and the only truth is the endless, the eternal, the forever. Welcome. Welcome home. Welcome to the lesson that never ends. And this story ends here. The next one begins now. The swing set was rocking gently, though the park has been closed for decades. I found a house because I was looking for a place where no one would find me. My name is Thomas Reed, and I was 42 years old when I drove my battered station wagon down the overgrown driveway that led to 847 Millbrook Lane. The year was 2018, but time had stopped mattering to me somewhere around 2016, when my daughter died, and my marriage followed shortly after. The house was a Victorian monstrosity, 3 stories of weathered wood and broken windows, surrounded by oak trees that had grown unchecked for so long that their branches formed a canopy that blocked most of the sunlight. It sat at the edge of what had once been a prosperous neighborhood, back when the paper mill was still operating and people had reasons to live in this part of Michigan. Now the mill was closed, the neighborhood was empty, and the house was the last structure standing on a street that had been reclaimed by nature. I learned about it from a man at a bar in Detroit, a place where I had stopped to use the bathroom and stayed to drink away the last of my savings. He was old, with hands that shook when he lifted his glass, and he spoke to me without invitation, as if he had been waiting for someone to tell. "You're running from something," he said. It wasn't a question. "Everyone is running from something," I replied. "True enough, but most people run to places where they'll be found. Jobs, families, churches. You don't strike me as that type." I didn't respond. I had learned that silence was the best defense against strangers who wanted to know your story. "There's a house," he continued, as if I had encouraged him. "Old place, out past Millbrook, been empty since the 80s. family that lived there, the Holloways, they had a daughter. Pretty girl, about 8 years old. She died in the park behind the house. Playground accident, they said, though no one ever found out exactly what happened. Parents couldn't stand to stay after that, left everything, walked away and never looked back. "Why are you telling me this?" I asked. He looked at me with eyes that were surprisingly clear, the eyes of a man who saw more than he wanted to. "Because the house is cheap. Because no one else will live there. And because you look like a man who wants to be haunted." I paid for his drink and left, but I remembered the address. And 3 days later, when my money ran out and my options disappeared, I found myself driving down that overgrown driveway, watching the house emerge from the trees like a memory of something terrible. The real estate agent who met me was young and eager and clearly confused about why anyone would want this property. She showed me through rooms that were filled with furniture covered in white sheets, with wallpaper that was peeling in strips that looked like dead skin, with a kitchen where appliances from the 1970s sat waiting for electricity that had been disconnected decades ago. "The owners are motivated," she said, using a phrase that meant desperate. "They're asking $40,000, but they'd probably take 30 cash." "I have 20, I said, which was a lie. I had 15 saved from selling everything I owned. She looked at the house, at the trees pressing against the windows, at the water stains that mapped continents on the ceiling. "I'll call 'em." They took 18. I signed the papers in her office, using a pen that ran out of ink twice. And she handed me the keys to a house that no one had lived in for almost 40 years. I moved in that evening. I had so little that it took only 3 trips from my car to bring everything inside. A sleeping bag, a camp stove, a few changes of clothes, a flashlight, and a box of photographs that I couldn't look at but couldn't throw away. I chose a bedroom on the 2nd floor, one that faced the back of the property. It had a window that looked out over what had once been a yard and was now a meadow of tall grass and wild flowers. Beyond that, visible in the moonlight, I could see the shapes of playground equipment, a slide, a climbing structure, and in the center, a swing set with 2 seats that hung empty in the still air. I slept poorly that first night. The house made sounds that I couldn't identify, creaks that might have been footsteps, sighs that might have been wind, whispers that might have been my own breathing reflected back at me by walls that had grown accustomed to silence. I told myself it was the settling of old wood, the expansion and contraction of a structure that had stood empty too long. I told myself there was nothing to fear in a house that had simply been forgotten. In the morning, I explored. The house was larger than it had appeared, with rooms that seemed to have been added without plan or purpose. There was a library with books that had swollen with moisture and burst their bindings. There was a music room with a piano that had warped into unusability. There was a nursery that I couldn't enter, because the door was stuck, and something about the way the light came through its single window made my chest tight with grief I couldn't afford to feel. But it was the backyard that drew me. After a breakfast of cold beans eaten straight from the can, I pushed through the tall grass to the playground. The equipment was rusted, the paint peeled to reveal metal that was pitted and weak. The slide was covered in vines that had grown through its structure. The climbing structure had collapsed on one side, forming a kind of shelter that small animals had used for years. The swing set stood in the center, its frame still upright despite the rust, its chains still attached to seats that were cracked and weathered. I approached it cautiously, not knowing why I felt such dread, such certainty that something was wrong with this ordinary object. The seats were moving, not swinging exactly, not with the momentum that would suggest someone had recently used them. They were rocking gently back and forth, as if occupied by children who were too light to leave footprints in the dirt below. There was no wind. The air was still, heavy with the humidity of late summer, and the grass around my legs didn't stir. But the swings moved slowly, steadily, with a rhythm that suggested patience rather than play. I stepped closer. The rocking continued, unhurried, unbothered by my presence. I reached out to touch one of the seats, to stop its motion, to prove to myself that it was being moved by some natural force I hadn't identified. The metal was warm. Not hot, not sun-warmed, but warm like skin, like living tissue. And as my fingers touched it, I heard something, a sound so faint that I might have imagined it, might have created it from the ringing in my ears and the grief in my heart. A child's laugh, a girl's laugh, the sound of delight that I hadn't heard in 2 years, not since the last time my daughter had laughed at something I said, some joke that only we understood. I jerked my hand back. The swing stopped moving. The other swing continued its gentle rocking, indifferent to my presence, to my fear, to my desperate hope that I had imagined everything. I returned to the house. I told myself I would leave in the morning, sell the place for whatever I could get, find somewhere else to be alone with my memories. But I didn't leave. I stayed because the laugh had sounded like hers, because the warmth had felt like her hand in mine, because some part of me that I couldn't control wanted to believe that the house had given me something I thought I had lost forever. That night, I watched from my bedroom window. The moon was full, casting silver light across the meadow, illuminating the playground with a clarity that made it seem almost magical, almost beautiful. The swings were moving again, both of them now rocking in perfect synchronization, as if occupied by children who were playing a game I couldn't see. I slept eventually, or passed out from exhaustion, and when I woke, the swings were still. The sun was high, the day was hot, and the house was silent, except for the sounds of my own movement. I spent the day trying to make the house habitable. I cleared one room of debris, creating a space where I could sleep on my bag without fear of fallen plaster or collapsing furniture. I found a well in the backyard and managed to rig a hand pump that produced water that was brown but drinkable after boiling. I gathered firewood and stacked it in the kitchen fireplace, preparing for the winter that would come too soon in this northern climate. In the afternoon, I returned to the playground. The swings were still now, motionless in the heat, and I allowed myself to believe that I had imagined the movement, that the wind had been stronger than I perceived, that grief had created illusions that my rational mind could dismiss. I sat on one of the swings. The chains groaned but held my weight, and I pushed off gently, moving back and forth in a small arc that brought me no joy, but occupied my body, while my mind wandered through memories I couldn't control. I thought of Emily, my daughter, my only child. She had been 8 when she died, the same age as the Holloway girl, though I didn't learn that detail until later. She had been playing in a park not unlike this one, a park with swings and slides and climbing structures that parents assumed were safe because they had always been safe, because the world was supposed to protect children from harm. She had been on a swing. I had been pushing her, laughing as she demanded to go higher, higher, until the chains were parallel to the ground and her feet touched the sky. Then the chain had broken, or the frame had failed, or something had happened that the investigation never fully explained, some combination of rust and stress and bad luck that sent her flying through the air to land in a way that broke her neck and ended her life between one heartbeat and the next. I had been holding the chain. My hand had been on the metal link that separated, that gave way, that killed my daughter. I had felt it happen, had felt the tension release, had watched her arc through the air in a trajectory that my engineer's mind calculated instantly as fatal. I stopped swinging. My face was wet with tears. I hadn't known I was crying. The swing's motion slowed, stopped, and I sat in the silence of the abandoned park with my guilt and my grief and my desperate wish that I could go back to that moment, could hold the chain tighter, could prevent the break that had broken everything else. That night, I heard the laugh again, not from the playground, but from inside the house, from the nursery, the room with the stuck door and the wrong light. I lay in my sleeping bag, frozen, listening as the sound resolved into something clearer, not just laughter, but words. A child's voice, high and sweet, saying something I couldn't quite make out. "Play with me," I thought it said, or "stay with me," or something else entirely, something that my grief-warped mind translated into a message I wanted to hear. I didn't go to the door. I didn't try to open it. I lay in the dark until morning, until the sound stopped and the house returned to its silence. But I didn't leave. I couldn't leave, because the voice sounded like Emily's, and because some part of me, the part that had died with her, wanted to believe that she was here, that she had found me, that we could be together in this house where another child had died and another family had been destroyed. I researched the Holloways at the library in Millbrook, the nearest town that had resources beyond what I carried in my car. The newspaper archives were on microfilm, ancient technology that the librarian had to show me how to use, and I spent hours scrolling through years of local news until I found what I was looking for. Sarah Holloway, 8 years old, found dead on the playground behind her family's home on July 15th, 1982. The official cause was accidental strangulation. She had been playing on the swing set alone while her mother was inside preparing lunch. Somehow, the chain had wrapped around her neck. Somehow, she had been unable to free herself. Somehow, she had died while the swing continued to move, propelled by her own struggles, until her mother came looking and found her hanging, her feet inches from the ground, her face purple, her eyes open and staring at something no one else could see. The article mentioned that the swing set had been new, installed only weeks before as a birthday present. It mentioned that Sarah had been an only child, beloved by her parents, the center of their world. It mentioned that the family had left the house immediately after the funeral, had moved to another state, had never returned to collect their belongings or sell their property. There were follow-up articles, speculation about whether the swing set had been defective, whether the installation had been improper, whether someone should be held responsible, but no defects were found. The installation had been professional. It was simply a terrible accident, one of those tragedies that happen without reason or warning, that destroy families and leave communities shaken but unchanged. I found a photograph. Sarah Holloway smiling for a school picture, her hair in pigtails, her front teeth missing, her eyes bright with the joy of being 8 years old and alive and loved. She looked nothing like Emily, who had been dark where Sarah was fair, serious where Sarah was smiling. But there was something in the eyes, some quality of innocence and trust that made my chest ache with recognition. I made copies of everything. I drove back to the house as the sun was setting, watching the shadows lengthen across the meadow, watching the playground equipment emerge from the grass like bones from a shallow grave. The swings were moving when I arrived, both of them rocking in that gentle, patient rhythm that I was beginning to recognize as waiting. I stood at the edge of the meadow and watched them, and for a moment I saw shapes on the seats, forms that suggested children but were too indistinct to be certain, there and gone before I could focus. I approached. The movement continued unhurried, as if the swings were occupied by children who had infinite time, who knew that I would come eventually, that everyone came eventually. "Sarah?" I said, and my voice sounded strange in the still air, too loud and too tentative. The swinging stopped. Both seats came to rest at the same moment, hanging straight down, motionless. The silence that followed was absolute, pressing against my ears like water at depth. Then, slowly, one swing began to move again, not rocking this time, but swinging, building momentum, going higher and higher until the chains were parallel to the ground and the seat was touching the sky. It was the same arc, the same height, the same motion that Emily had been making when the chain broke, when she flew, when she died. I watched, unable to move, unable to look away, as the swing reached its peak and held there impossibly, defying gravity for a moment that stretched into eternity. And then it fell, not in the smooth arc of normal motion, but straight down, plummeting toward the ground with a speed that made me cry out and step forward as if I could catch it, could prevent the impact that was coming. The seat hit the dirt with a sound like a bone breaking. The chain went slack, then taut, then slack again, vibrating with a frequency that I could feel in my teeth. And from the seat, or from the air around it, or from someplace deeper than both, came the laugh again. Emily's laugh, Sarah's laugh, the laugh of a child who had found something funny in the moment of death, who had seen something in that instant of flight that made the landing worthwhile. I ran to the house. I locked the door behind me, though the lock was rusted and the door was rotten, and neither would keep out anything that truly wanted to enter. I sat in my sleeping bag with my back against the wall and my flashlight in my hand, and I waited for morning. It didn't come quickly. The night stretched and twisted, hours becoming something elastic and unreliable. I heard sounds from all around the house. Footsteps on the stairs, whispers in the walls, the creak of the swing set's chains, even though I was too far to hear such a thing. And always underlying everything, the sense of being watched, of being waited for, of being invited to participate in something I didn't understand. At some point, I must have slept. I woke to gray light filtering through the dirty windows and the sound of rain on the roof and the absolute certainty that I was not alone in the house. I found her in the kitchen, a girl 8 years old, wearing a dress that might have been yellow once but was now the color of old paper. She was sitting at the table, swinging her legs, humming a tune that I almost recognized, something from my own childhood that I couldn't quite name. She looked up when I entered. Her eyes were wrong, not in color or shape, but in depth, in the quality of attention they directed at me. She was looking at me, through me, into me, seeing everything I had been and everything I had become and everything I might yet be. "You're sad," she said. Not Sarah's voice, not Emily's voice, but something that contained elements of both, a harmony of loss and longing that made my eyes burn with tears. "Yes," I said, because there was no point in lying to a ghost. "She's sad too. Your girl. She misses you." I gripped the door frame. The wood was real, solid, anchoring me in a reality that was slipping away. "You know Emily?" The girl smiled, and it was a smile from Sarah's school picture, bright and missing teeth, and full of the confidence that children have before they learn that the world is dangerous. "I know all the children, the ones who played here, the ones who played other places. We're all together now. We play forever." "Where?" I managed to ask. "Where are you together?" She pointed upward, or maybe outward, her gesture encompassing more than the house, more than the meadow, more than the physical world I could perceive. "In the swing, in the moment. When you're flying and you haven't landed yet, that's where we live, that's where we wait." "Wait for what?" She looked at me with those wrong eyes, and for a moment I saw something else behind them, something older and hungrier and less innocent than the child she appeared to be. Wait for parents, for the ones who couldn't save us, for the ones who need to join us, to swing forever, to never land. I understood then, or thought I understood. The swing set was a door, or a trap, or an offer. It showed you what you had lost and offered you a way to be with it again, if you were willing to pay the price. The price was everything: your life, your future, your chance to heal and move on and find meaning in a world that had taken what you loved most. The Holloway parents hadn't paid. They had run, had abandoned the house and their belongings and the memory of their daughter, had tried to build new lives in new places. They had failed, I was certain. You don't escape something like this by running. You carry it with you in your dreams, in your moments of silence, in the creak of a swing set that you hear in every playground you pass. I was different. I had nowhere to run, no one to run to, no life to preserve. I had been dying slowly since Emily's death, a little more each day, and the house had recognized this, had called to me, had offered me an end that was also a beginning. "How?" I asked. "How do I join her?" The girl's smile widened, and now it was not innocent at all. Now it was the smile of something that had been waiting a very long time for someone to ask that question. "Swing," she said. "Swing as high as you can. Don't be afraid. The landing doesn't hurt. Not for long." She vanished, not faded, not dissolved, but simply stopped being there, leaving only the chair with its legs swinging slightly, as if recently vacated by a child who had jumped down and run outside to play. I went to the playground. The rain had stopped, but the sky was still gray, and the meadow was wet, and my feet left dark prints in the grass as I walked to the swing set. Both seats were moving again, rocking gently, waiting for me. I chose the one that had swung highest, the one that had broken the sound barrier of my grief and shown me what was possible. I sat on the cracked seat, feeling the warmth that was not natural, the vibration that was not mechanical, the presence that was not empty. I pushed off. The swing moved, slowly at first, then faster, as I pumped my legs, as I committed my weight and my will to the motion. The chains creaked but held, and I rose higher, higher, until I was parallel to the ground, until my feet touched the gray sky, until I was flying. I heard her then. Emily. Not her voice, but her presence, her joy, her absolute delight in the motion, the height, the freedom from gravity and grief, and all the weight that had pressed down on me for 2 years. "Daddy," she said, and the word was everywhere, in the air, in the chains, in the beat of my own heart. "You came. I knew you would come." I swung higher. The arc widened, the peak lengthened, and I felt something give in the chain, some weakness that had been waiting for exactly this moment, exactly this weight, exactly this need. I didn't try to stop it. I didn't reach for the chain or slow my pumping or prepare for the fall. I swung higher, higher, until the break was inevitable, until the release was complete, until I was flying through the air with my daughter's voice in my ears and her presence all around me and the ground rushing up to meet me. The impact didn't hurt, not for long. I woke or became aware in a place that had no location. I was on a swing, but not the swing set from the Holloway house. This was different, larger, eternal, with seats stretching in all directions, occupied by children who swung in perfect synchronization, who laughed and called to each other, and to the parents who were joining them one by one as the years passed and the grief grew too heavy to bear. I found Emily. She was on the swing next to mine, 8 years old forever, her face alight with the joy that I had killed, that I had restored, that we now shared in this place where time didn't pass and swings never stopped and the landing was always just beginning. "Daddy," she said, and hugged me, and I felt her warmth, her solidity, her realness in a way that I hadn't since the day she died. "We can play now, forever. We never have to stop." I looked around at the infinite playground, at the children on their swings, at the parents who were joining them, who had made the same choice I had made, who had found that the only cure for grief was surrender. I saw the Holloways, Sarah's parents, finally reunited with their daughter after decades of separation. I saw others, hundreds, thousands, an endless procession of loss and love, and the final acceptance that death was not an ending, but a transformation. And I saw the thing that ran it all, not God, not the devil, not any entity that had a name in human religion. It was the swing itself, the motion, the arc between earth and sky, the moment of flight that contained all possibility. It was hungry, this thing, but not cruel. It fed on grief, on the love that outlasted death, on the willingness of parents to follow their children into whatever came next. It had been here forever, or would be forever, or existed outside of time entirely. It found places like the Holloway House, places where tragedy had created a doorway, and it waited for the broken to find their way through. I swung with my daughter. We went higher than I had ever gone in life, higher than physics allowed, high enough to see the curvature of a world that was both real and imaginary, both physical and spiritual, both ending and beginning. And I was happy. For the first time since Emily's death, I was happy. The grief was gone, replaced by something that was not quite joy, but was closer to peace. I had found her, I had saved her, or she had saved me, or we had saved each other in this place where saving was possible, where the chain never broke, where the fall never landed, where the swing went on forever. Sometimes, on certain nights, when the conditions are right and the grief is strong, the swing set in the Holloway meadow still moves. People report seeing it from the road, the seats rocking gently though no one is there, though the park has been closed for decades, though the house is rotting and the trees are growing and the world has moved on to other tragedies. They hear laughter, children's laughter, and sometimes the deeper sound of adults who have remembered how to play. They feel a presence, an invitation, an offer that is always open, always waiting, always ready to welcome those who have lost too much to continue. Most people drive on. They feel the chill, the wrongness, the sense that something is watching from the tall grass, and they accelerate, putting distance between themselves and the playground that shouldn't exist, the swing set that shouldn't move, the voices that shouldn't call their names. But some stop. Some walk through the meadow, pushing aside the grass that has grown for 40 years, and they sit on the seats that are warm with waiting, and they swing. They swing as high as they can, and they hear the voices of those they have lost, and they make their choice. The swing set was rocking gently, though the park has been closed for decades. It will be rocking when the house falls, and the trees fall, and the world changes into something unrecognizable. It will be rocking when the last human dies, and the last grief is felt, and the last parent follows their child into the eternal ark that never lands. Because the swing is patient. The swing is kind. The swing offers what nothing else can offer. Reunion without end. Play without exhaustion. Love without the threat of loss. I am on the swing now. Emily is beside me. We are flying, and we will never land. And that is exactly right. Exactly what we need. Exactly what we were always meant to find. Come join us. The seat is warm. The chain is strong. The ark is waiting. All you have to do is swing. The end. The water tower was full, but the town's pipes have been dry since '99. I did not mean to stay in Bell Hollow longer than one night. I had been driving since noon, cutting through old back roads to save money on tolls, and by the time the sun dropped behind the trees, my gas light had been on for almost 30 miles. My phone had no signal. My map app had frozen on a stretch of road I had left an hour before. The only thing moving out there was my old car and the dark rolling over the fields. Then I saw the town sign. Bell Hollow. Pop. 312. The numbers had once been painted in clean white, but the paint had peeled and run so it looked like the sign was crying. I remember feeling relief at first. Any town, even a dead little one, meant maybe a gas station, a vending machine, a payphone if I got lucky. Maybe a cheap room over some old diner. I was tired enough to sleep anywhere. Bell Hollow sat in a shallow dip in the land, almost hidden by a ring of trees and low hills. The road into it was cracked and tufted with weeds. Mailboxes leaned at angles beside long driveways. Most of the houses stood back from the road, with their windows dark, porches sagging, yards gone wild. Not all of them looked abandoned, but all of them looked left behind. At the center of town stood a water tower. It rose above everything else, pale gray against the deep blue evening sky. On its side, in flaking black letters, were the words, Bell Hollow Municipal Water. Under that was a painted line, and the metal above it was stained darker, as if water had sat inside that hive for a very long time. The odd thing was this: I could hear water, not rushing, not pouring, just a low, heavy, living slosh when the wind shifted. It should not have bothered me, but it did. The first business I found was an old service station with 2 pumps out front. Both were wrapped in yellowed plastic sheeting that flapped softly in the breeze. The office windows were dusty. A hand-lettered cardboard sign inside said, "Closed in red marker." A light burned across the street in a building that looked like a motel from another century. 2 stories, long balcony, a vacant office with 1 lamp on. Half the letters had fallen off the sign above it. What remained said H_LLOWPIN_. I parked under the balcony and went into the office. A bell over the door gave 1 tired ring. The room smelled like old paper, mildew, and something faintly metallic under it all. There was a desk, a keyboard on the wall, a brochure stand with nothing in it, and a woman sitting behind a counter reading a magazine. She looked around 60, maybe older. Her gray hair was pinned back tight. She had a face so still it made me think of a wax figure before I thought of a person. "Need a room," I said. She looked at me for a few seconds too long, then set the magazine down. "One night? Maybe. That's what they all say." I thought she was joking, but she did not smile. She slid a paper form toward me. Cash only? I had enough on me. While I filled in my name and a fake address from habit, I glanced around for the usual motel signs. Wi-Fi password, ice machine, vending. There was nothing. Just that smell, the lamp, and the sound of a clock ticking somewhere behind the wall. "You got water?" I asked. "I mean running water?" Her eyes lifted slowly to mine. "Cold in the sink. Most times. Don't drink it." "Shower?" "No." "Why not?" She looked past me toward a dark front window. "Pipe's been dry since '99. I gave a little laugh because I thought maybe this was local humor. She did not laugh. "No water in the town?" "The tower's full," she said. The way she said it made me feel like I had asked the wrong question. She took my cash, gave me a brass key with a thick wooden tag marked 8, and pointed toward the stairs. "Second floor, end unit. If you hear knocking, don't answer." I stared at her. "Kids?" I asked. "No." "Then who?" She picked up her magazine again. I stood there a second longer, waiting for the rest of the joke. It never came, so I took the key and left. Room 8 was at the far end of the balcony. The floorboards bent under my steps. Across the lot, I could see the water tower over the rooftops, huge and quiet. The town beneath it looked emptied out for winter, even though it was late summer. No voices, no traffic, not even a dog barking. Inside, the room was cleaner than I expected, but only just. 1 narrow bed, 1 dresser, one lamp with a yellow shade, a sink in the corner with two separate taps. The wallpaper had tiny blue flowers on it, all faded to gray. There was a bathroom with a toilet but no shower, just a rust-stained drain in the floor where maybe one had been removed. I tried the cold tap in the sink. At first, nothing happened. Then the pipes gave a deep, hollow clunk, and a thread of brown water spat out, followed by a weak stream clear enough to wash my hands. I stared at it. If the town pipes had been dry since '99, where had that come from? I shut the tap off and listened. Somewhere in the wall, something moved through the pipes with a long, slow gurgle, as if the building had swallowed and settled. I told myself small towns always had their own ways of doing things. Maybe they trucked water in. Maybe the woman was half messing with me. Maybe Bell Hollow had one functioning line and everybody acted like it was the end of the world. I went back to the car, grabbed my bag and a pack of crackers, then came inside and locked the door. The room had no television. My phone still had no signal. I ate sitting on the edge of the bed, listening to the old motel around me. Wood creaked. Wind moved under the eaves. Once, from far off, I heard what sounded like a metal ladder ringing softly. I looked out the window. The water tower stood black now against the starless sky. There was a ladder running up one side to the catwalk around the top. As I watched, the tower gave a faint tremor of sound. Slosh, not loud, not enough to mean anything, but enough that I could hear the weight of what was inside. I shut the curtain and lay down, still dressed. Sleep came in pieces. At some point in the night, I woke to knocking. 3 soft taps on the door. I held still. The room was dark except for moonlight leaking around the curtain. The knocking came again, same slow rhythm, not impatient, not random. 3 taps, a pause, 3 taps. I thought of the woman downstairs. If you hear knocking, don't answer. My first guess was another traveler, drunk or confused. My second guess was local kids after a laugh. But the sounds did not feel playful. There was no whispering, no shuffling feet, no scrape of someone leaning on the railing outside. Just the knocking. 3 taps, pause, 3 taps. Then, after a long silence, I heard something worse. Wet footsteps. They moved along the balcony boards outside my room. Slow. Bare, maybe. A soft slap and drag, stopping just outside my window. I could hear dripping after each step. I sat up so fast the bed spring squealed. The footsteps remained there for maybe 10 seconds. Then they moved on. I did not sleep again. By first light, I was packed and downstairs with my key in hand. The office door stood open. The woman was already awake, making coffee from a machine older than I was. "Rough night?" she asked without looking at me. Someone was outside my room. I know. I almost asked how. Instead, I said, "You know who it was?" "No." That answer was worse. "I heard water," I said. "Footsteps, like someone was soaked." She poured herself coffee into a chipped mug. "You leaving?" "That was the plan. Road east is washed out." There wasn't any rain. Still washed out. I looked at her, then out through the office door to the pale morning. Bell Hollow looked even more abandoned in daylight. Paint peeled from storefronts. The diner windows were boarded. Grass grew up through the center of Main Street where the blacktop had split. "What about west?" I asked. "Bridge work." I did not remember seeing any bridge on the way in. "South? Logging trucks? They'll have it blocked till noon? That sounded possible, maybe, but the way she said all of it made me think she would have had an answer no matter which direction I picked. Is there somewhere to get gas? She took a sip of coffee. No. I rubbed my face. So what am I supposed to do? Have breakfast, walk around, leave at noon. I should have gotten in my car and tested every road myself. I know that now, but I was tired, low on gas, and the town, empty as it looked, had that strange pull some dead places have. It felt like there was an answer here, and everyone but me already knew it. So I took my bag back to the room and went out walking. Bell Hollow had once been nicer than it looked. You could tell by the bones of it. Brick storefronts with decorative trim, a little town square with a dry fountain shaped like a shell, houses with wrap-around porches and carved railings now green with moss. There had been care here once, but most places were empty. The grocery store windows were dusty from inside. The schoolyard fence had fallen down in sections. The swings sat still over weeds high as my waist. On the far side of town, I found a row of worker houses with all the front doors standing open. Everyone, no cars, no curtains, no life. And always above me, the water tower. No matter where I walked, I could look up and see it. At the diner, the front door was locked, but there was a side entrance hanging off one hinge. I stepped inside and stood in the stale, cool dark. Dust coated the counter. Coffee mugs still sat upside down in racks. A calendar behind the register was open to August 1999. That made my skin tighten. The woman at the motel had said the pipes had been dry since '99. I moved deeper into the diner. One booth held a child's shoe on the seat, stiff with age and gray with dust. In the kitchen, pots hung from a rack, all clean, not abandoned in a hurry. More like everybody had set things down and simply never come back. A sound came from behind me. I turned, heart jumping, but it was only a screen door shifting in the breeze at the back of the kitchen. Through it, I could see a narrow alley in the side wall of another building. Then I heard voices, not clear enough for words, just low and quick, like people talking around a corner. I stepped closer to the back door and listened. Silence. I pushed the screen open and went out. The alley was empty. Trash cans knocked over, grass in the cracks. On the wall across from me, someone had painted in white block letters, "Don't turn the tap after dark." The message had faded, but not enough. The paint had dripped, making the words look as if they were melting. I left the diner and headed toward the town square. There, near the dry fountain, I found the first person I had seen besides the motel woman. He sat on a bench under the dead sycamore tree, wearing overalls and a brown cap. Thin as fence wire. He looked old enough to have been born old. In one hand he held a wrench the size of my forearm. He watched me approach without speaking. "Morning," I said. He nodded once. "You live here?" "Did." That took me a second. "Did?" He looked up at the water tower. "Depends who's asking." I stood there, not sure whether to keep going. Then I asked the thing that had been on my mind since I woke up. "What happened here in '99? He took his time answering. Summer got hot. Reservoir dropped low. Folks started saying the water tasted wrong. Wrong how? Metal, mud, then sweet. He said that last word with disgust. A fly landed on his cheek. He did not brush it away. Town called in state inspectors?" I asked. He laughed once, dry and joyless. "Took them a while to call anybody. Bell Hollow always thought it could fix itself." He leaned his wrench against the bench and looked at me properly for the first time. "You staying at the Motor Inn?" "Yeah." "With Vera?" I guessed that was a woman's name. "Yeah." His jaw worked slowly. "If she rented you room 8, leave before dark." The cold that went through me then felt too clean to be fear. It felt like certainty. Why room 8? He stared at the fountain instead of me. "Because that's where the knocking starts." I took a step closer. "What does that mean?" He spoke so softly I almost missed it. "When the pump shut down in '99, folks thought the tower still had enough for a while. It was full, always stayed full, even after every house went dry, even after the school taps coughed air, even after people dug up their yards looking for line breaks. Tower stayed full." He put a hand on the bench and slowly stood. He was taller than I expected, and even thinner. His clothes hung on him like he had been losing weight for years and had finally given up buying new things. "People started climbing it at night," he said. "Wanted to know why." A breeze passed through the square. The dead sycamore branches clicked together. "What did they find?" I asked. He looked at me then, and I wished he hadn't. There was no drama in his face, no enjoyment in telling a story, just a plain old tiredness. "They stopped coming down." I waited for more. He gave me none. Instead, he picked up his wrench and walked away across the square with a hitch in one leg, heading toward a building with broken windows and no sign. I almost followed him. Instead, I stood there under that dead tree with the water tower casting its long shadow over the square. At noon, I went back to the motel to leave. Vera sat behind the desk, knitting with dark blue yarn. "Roads open?" I asked. She did not look up. "Didn't hear any trucks." "I'm going anyway." "Then go." That should have made things simple. It did not. Outside, my car would not start. The engine turned once, twice, then gave up with a dry click. The battery had never given me trouble before. I popped the hood and stood there pretending I knew what I was looking at. Everything looked old, but attached. When I went back into the office, Vera had already set down her knitting. "It'll start tomorrow," she said. "How do you know?" "It always does." "You did something to it?" "No." "There anyone here with jumper cables?" "No." I stared at her, really stared, and saw for the first time that the skin under her eyes was almost blue, not bruised, more like thin skin over dark water. "Why are you keeping me here?" I asked. She looked honestly puzzled. "Keeping you?" "Every road blocked, my car won't start, weird warnings, people telling me not to stay after dark. If something's wrong with this town, just say it." She folded her knitting in her lap. "You came here." "That doesn't answer the question." "It's the only answer you get." I wish I could say I left then on foot. But where would I have gone? I had no signal, little food, and miles of empty road in all directions. Bell Hollow felt cut off in a way that did not show on any map. So I spent the afternoon trying to be rational. I checked the car battery again. I walked the roads at the edge of town. East did end in a washout, where part of the road had collapsed into a muddy ditch, though the weather had been dry for weeks. West gave way to a narrow iron bridge over a creek, and there actually was work there. Orange barrels, torn planks, no crew. South, bent through trees and was blocked by 2 idle logging trucks parked nose to nose. Keys nowhere in them. Each thing on its own made enough sense to stop me. Together, they felt arranged. By late afternoon, the sky had gone white with heat. Cicadas screamed in the trees. Not a single pipe in town made a sound. I found myself walking toward the water tower without deciding to. It stood on a rise behind the old school, fenced in with chain link that had been cut and tied back years ago. Up close it was bigger than it had looked from town. The legs were thick as tree trunks. The ladder climbed straight up one side to a narrow catwalk with a rusting rail. At the base of the tower sat a low concrete pump house with a steel door hanging open. Inside, it was cooler. Sunlight came through 2 small, dirty windows. The room held dead gauges, rusted valves, and a control panel with black buttons and cracked glass meters all frozen at 0. Thick pipes ran through the floor and walls, every one of them dry-looking and old. But in the center of the room there was a sound. Drip, drip, drip. I followed it to a drain in the concrete. Dark wetness ringed it. I crouched and touched the floor. Fresh water, cold, not much. Just a thin, damp circle spreading from the drain as if something far below were breathing through it. I stood too fast and hit my shoulder on a pipe. Pain shot down my arm. As I swore under my breath, I noticed writing scratched into the control panel with something sharp. "Stay out of the tower. It knows who looks." I backed away from the panel. Then I heard a noise above me. A knock. Not on the outer door. Overhead. 3 taps of metal on metal from inside the tower shaft. I froze. 3 taps. Pause. 3 taps. The sound ran down the hollow legs and into the pump house, making the gauges tremble slightly in their frames. I could not move. Every part of me listened. Then came the slosh. Heavy. Close. Alive. It sounded impossible, like a lake shifting inside a steel drum. I got out of there so fast I almost fell in the weeds outside. By the time I reached the road again, sweat had soaked my shirt. I kept expecting to hear footsteps behind me, wet and dragging on the dirt. I heard nothing but cicadas and my own breath. Back at the motel, Vera was sweeping the balcony. I went straight to her. "There's water in the pump house." "Yes." "The tower's full?" "Yes." "What's in it?" She stopped sweeping. Dust drifted over the railing. "You still think this is a town problem?" she said. I had no answer to that. She leaned the broom against the wall. "Eat before dark." "Why?" "Because if they come knocking again, you won't want to leave." "Who are they?" For the first time, something moved in her face. Not fear, exactly. Memory, maybe. "The thirsty," she said. Then she picked up the broom and went back to sweeping like the conversation was over. I did not go to the diner that evening. I ate the last of my crackers and a bruised apple from my bag. The room felt smaller than it had the night before. Every stain on the wallpaper looked damp now. Every creak in the walls made me glance at the sink. At sunset, a low horn sounded somewhere in town. One note, long and flat. It took me a second to realize it was the old-school siren, or maybe the volunteer fire alarm. The sound rolled over Bell Hollow and faded into the hills. From my window, I saw movement at last. People, doors opened, figures crossed porches. Some moved quickly, some slow, but all of them were heading indoors. Curtains were pulled shut. A man on a bicycle coasted hard down the street and disappeared behind the grocery store. In less than 2 minutes, the town was still again. I stepped onto the balcony. Across the lot, Vera stood in the office doorway watching the road. She saw me and shook her head once. Not dramatic, just no. I went back inside and locked the door. The room darkened. The air grew heavy and still. At full night, the knocking began. Not at my door this time. All along the motel. 3 taps at one room. Silence. 3 taps farther down. Silence. Then another. Around and around the building, slow and patient, as if something was checking each door in turn. A woman cried out from somewhere below me. It lasted less than a second, cut off so sharply it sounded swallowed. I held my breath. The knocking came closer. Room 4, room 5, room 6. Each set of taps was distinct and careful. No scraping feet, no voices, just knocks. Room 7. Silence. Then my door. 3 taps. They were soft enough that part of me wanted to pretend they were imagined. But the knob moved a fraction under my gaze, turning left, then right, as if a wet hand had tested it. I backed away until my legs touched the bed. 3 taps. A pause longer than the others. Then a voice from the other side. My own voice. Open up. The room spun for a second. Open up, it said again, exactly the way I would have said it if I had been tired and annoyed. Every shape of the word matched me. Every breath. I pressed both hands over my mouth. The voice waited, then said in that same perfect imitation, I left something outside. Another pause. Then came a different voice. Not mine. Childish. Thin. Please. The doorknob turned harder. A little trickle of water slipped under the threshold and spread over the floorboards. I stumbled onto the bed, pulling my feet up as if that could help. The water glimmered in the moonlight. It was clear, but not clean. Tiny flecks moved in it, dark and string-like. The knocking started again, faster now, not angry, eager. 3 taps, 3 taps, 3 taps. Then all at once it stopped. From outside my window came wet footsteps moving away. I stayed on the bed until dawn. When I came downstairs, the motel lot looked normal, except for the marks. Long, damp tracks ran along the balcony boards and down the stairs. Bare feet, human shape, but too narrow and too long in the toes, as if whoever made them had spent years in water. They dried even as I watched, fading into the wood. Vera sat in the office with a bandage on her left hand. What happened to the woman who screamed? I asked. No woman screamed. I heard it. You heard lots of things. I slammed my palm on the desk harder than I meant to. The bell above the office door rang. I'm done with this, I said. I'm walking out if I have to. Vera studied me. Then don't walk by the tower. That's not advice. That's a threat. It's both. I left before I said something I would regret. Anger was better than fear for about 5 minutes. Then I passed the square and saw the old man on the bench again, and my anger turned thin. He was not alone this time. A second man sat beside him. Younger, maybe 40. Work boots, green flannel shirt. His face was gaunt and gray. At first I thought he was sleeping. Then I saw the way his head bent at an angle no sleeping person would hold. The old man noticed me looking. He's all right, he said. The younger man slowly turned his face toward me. His eyes were open, but milky, like cataracts drowned in water. I stopped where I was. The old man patted the bench. Sit if you want the truth. I stayed standing. You said people climbed a tower and didn't come back down. Some did. I glanced at the milky-eyed man. Like him? The old man nodded. Came back wrong. The younger man's lips parted. A small string of water slipped from the corner of his mouth and darkened his shirt. I took one involuntary step backward. The old man went on. First it was dare stuff. Boys mostly. Then worried husbands. Then town men with keys and flashlights and a need to prove they weren't scared of a tank and a ladder. What happened up there? He gripped the wrench in both hands. Nobody ever told it the same. One said he looked in and saw faces under the water. One said the water was black till the moon hit it, then clear as glass. One said there was no water at all, just a hole that went down farther than the tower should have room for. He leaned toward me. But every one of them heard knocking from inside before they climbed the last rungs. My skin rose all over. Why didn't they drain it? I asked. He laughed again, bitter as rust. Tried. Valves locked. Pumps dead. Pipes dry. Tower stayed full. Full through every season. Full through drought. Full through winter freeze. No line in, no line out, but full. Then break it open. State talked demolition. He nodded toward the younger man. Crew came to measure. 3 men, 1 fell off the catwalk. 1 walked into the creek and kept going. 1 drove out before sunrise and was found 2 counties over with both hands split open from knocking on his own truck door. The younger man beside him made a soft throat sound. His lips moved. I thought he was trying to speak, so I leaned to spite myself. What came out was a whisper so dry and broken I nearly missed it. Still thirsty? I almost ran then. Instead, I asked the question I should have asked first. Why stay here? The old man looked around Bell Hollow at the houses and square and closed shops. Some of us tried leaving. Some did leave. Some came back in dreams, walking the roads barefoot. Some found wet footprints in rooms 3 states away. Some woke to knocking on apartment doors 10 floors up. His gaze settled on me. Bell Hollow learned the easiest thing was to stay where it started. The younger man beside him was staring at me now with those milk eyes. Water gathered under his lower lids, but never fell. I left the square and went straight to my car again. This time, it started. The engine coughed hard, sputtered, then settled into a rough idle. Relief hit me so fast I laughed. I threw my bag in the passenger seat, got behind the wheel, and backed out of the lot so quickly the tires threw gravel. I did not even look toward the office. At the edge of town, I took the west road toward the iron bridge. The bridge was clear. No barrels, no torn planks, no signs of work. That should have warned me. Instead, I took it as proof that everything in Bell Hollow was some mean local game, some slow madness these people had built to trap strangers into sharing it. I drove faster. The bridge crossed a creek choked with cattails and black water. Halfway over, my engine died. No sputter, no warning, just dead. The steering locked stiff. The car rolled another 10 feet and stopped. For a moment, there was perfect silence. Then I heard knocking from the trunk, 3 taps. I twisted in my seat so hard my shoulder popped. 3 taps. Pause. 3 taps. The sound was muffled but unmistakable, coming from inside the car. My mouth went dry. I reached for the door handle and found my hand shaking so badly I missed it twice. The back seat smelled suddenly damp, not strong, not pond water or rot, Just cold, clean wetness, like towels left too long in a closed room. I did not look behind me. I shoved the door open, stumbled onto the bridge deck, and ran. I made it almost to the town side before I heard the trunk latch click open. I did look then. The trunk stood raised behind the dead car. Nothing climbed out. But water was spilling over the bumper in a clear, steady stream, pattering down through the rusted slats into the creek below. I kept running until my lungs burned and the motel came into sight. Vera was waiting on the balcony, hands folded. "You went by the tower," she said as I approached. "I took the bridge." She gave me a tired look. "That's still by the tower." I followed her gaze. She was right. From the bridge, you could see the water tower through the trees, standing on its rise above the school, close enough for the top to show over the roofs. Close enough, maybe, for it to notice. I bent over with my hands on my knees, trying not to throw up. "What wants from me?" I managed. "That depends," she said. "Did you hear it in the car or in yourself?" I straightened. "What does that mean?" But she had already turned away. That afternoon, the sky changed. Clouds rolled over Bell Hollow in thick, low sheets, turning the light greenish and wrong. Wind swept dust down Main Street. Doors thudded shut all over town. I saw the old man carrying buckets into a boarded hardware store. The milky-eyed younger man shuffled behind him with no umbrella, face lifted to the dark. I should have taken shelter in my room and stayed there. Instead, I went to the school. I do not know why. Maybe because it sat nearest the tower. Maybe because every road out had failed me. Maybe because if I was trapped in a story I did not understand, I wanted at least one clear look at the place all of it centered on. The school was a low brick building with broken windows and a playground half sunk into weeds. One of the side doors hung open. Inside, the hall smelled of dust, wet plaster, and old paper. Lockers stood ajar. A bulletin board still held the crooked stars cut from yellow construction paper. The date under them said, "Welcome back, 1999. Thunder rolled above the roof. I moved room to room. Desks sat in rows. Dry markers on trays. A reading corner with tiny beanbags collapsed in on themselves. In the cafeteria, stacks of trays leaned in a corner as if waiting for lunch. The place was not looted, not smashed, just left. In the principal's office, I found a file cabinet tipped open. Most folders were mold-stuck and unreadable. One file, however, lay on the floor with its papers scattered. Municipal complaints, water issues, parent reports. I knelt and picked through them. My hands were sweating enough to stick pages together. Some were handwritten, some typed. Most said versions of the same thing. Bad taste, no pressure. Children sick with stomach pain. Taps running brown, taps running sweet. Then later pages, no water at all. Toilet tanks empty, faucets hissing air. At the bottom was a town notice copied on cheap paper. Bell Hollow water interruption. A temporary interruption of household water service is in effect. Residents are advised not to access the tower or pump house for their safety. Someone had written across it in pencil. Then why do we hear it calling? The office window flashed white with lightning. A second later, thunder cracked so hard the glass rattled. Then came another sound, close and metallic. Knocking. From above the ceiling, 3 taps. I dropped the papers. 3 taps. Pause. 3 taps. The school roof groaned under the wind. Dust sifted down from a crack in the plaster. Without thinking, I ran into the hall and followed the sound. It moved overhead, room to room, staying just ahead of me. Knock, knock, knock. Past the library. Knock, knock, knock. Past the gym doors. Knock, knock, knock. Toward the rear exit that faced the rise and the tower. By the time I reached the door, rain had started in sheets. It hammered the metal push bar under my hands. I should not have gone outside. I know that. I knew it then. But the knocking had stopped, and over the storm I could hear something else. A voice, far off, high up, carried on the wind. My voice again. Come up. The words were almost lost in the rain, but I heard them. I opened the door and stepped into the storm. Mud sucked at my shoes as I crossed the field toward the tower fence. Rain lashed my face. The whole tower blurred and sharpened with each flash of lightning. It looked taller in the storm, too tall, top disappearing into low cloud. The cut section of fence flapped open. Inside, the pump house door banged on its hinges. I did not go to the pump house. I went to the ladder. At its base, riveted to the metal, was a warning sign half-eaten with rust. Authorized personnel. Only below it, someone had scratched more recent words into the paint. Don't look in the ladder. Rungs were slick with rain. I climbed. At 10 feet, my arms were already burning. At 20, I wanted to stop. At 30, the wind hit harder, and the town spread below me through curtains of rain. Motel, school, square, all small and colorless. I looked down once and wished I had not. Then I heard it directly above me, knocking. Not from the tower wall this time. From the hatch. 3 taps. Pause. 3 taps. I climbed faster. When I reached the catwalk, I clung to the rail and fought not to panic. The wind up there shoved at my back. Rainwater streamed off the curved top of the tank and through the grid under my feet. The hatch sat in the center of the top platform, round and iron, padlock hanging open from one hinge as if someone had just removed it. A smell came from the crack around the hatch. Cold metal, wet stone, deep water. I moved closer. The knocking came from directly below the lid now, but softer, almost gentle. 3 taps, then silence. My hand went to the hatch handle. The moment my fingers touched it, every sound in the storm seemed to suck away. Rain still fell. Wind still moved. But around me there was a pocket of stillness, as if the tower had put its hands over the world's ears. I lifted the hatch. It was heavier than I expected. Rust screamed from the hinge. I managed to raise it enough to look in. The inside of the tower should have been dark. Instead, there was a dim, pale glow, not enough to light the walls, just enough to show the water. It was near the top, inches below the opening. Perfectly still. Rain should have struck its surface. It did not. Not one drop entered. I leaned farther over the rim. The water was clear, and under it, just below the surface, faces floated, not bodies, faces, dozens of them tilted up toward the hatch, pale and swollen in the cold light. Eyes open, mouths closed. Men, women, children, some old, some young, all drifting just beneath the surface as if held there by a thin, invisible skin. At first I thought they were dead. Then one blinked. I jerked back so hard I nearly went over the rail. The face nearest the hatch was mine, not like me. Me, eyes wide, mouth trembling, water warping the features, but not enough to mistake them. My face stared up from inside the tank while I stood in the storm above it. Its mouth slowly opened. A hand broke the surface beside it, gray-white skin, long, wet fingers, then another hand, then another. The surface bulged upward without breaking, stretching around those hands like clear membrane. I slammed the hatch. The stillness snapped. Wind and rain came roaring back. I stumbled to the ladder, half blind with panic, and started down too fast. About 10 rungs below the catwalk, something struck the underside of the hatch above me. Boom! The whole ladder rang. Then 3 knocks. Boom! 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 I climbed faster. My shoes slipped. 1 foot missed a rung, and I swung out over open air with my whole weight in my hands. I screamed without meaning to. Somehow, I caught myself and kept going. By the time I hit the ground, the storm had eased from rage to heavy rain. I ran to the school, slid in the mud, hit my knees, got up, and kept running. Behind me, the tower stood gray and huge and quiet again. That night, Vera let me sit in the office. She did not ask what I had seen. Maybe she already knew. Maybe she could tell by my face. The power flickered twice, then steadied. Rain drummed on the roof. Somewhere in the motel, a toilet gave a long, dry wheeze and fell silent. I held a mug of coffee I could not drink. Finally, I said, "How many are in there?" Vera kept knitting. "Enough." My face was in the water. "Yes." "How?" She counted stitches under her breath before answering. "It shows you what it needs." "What does it need?" She stopped knitting at last. "More room?" I looked up sharply. "The town had water before '99, she said. "Real water. Wells low, summer dry, but enough. Then they deepened the municipal shaft. Bored farther down than the old map said to. Hit something cold and strong. Filled the tower in a day. People celebrated. Good pressure. Sweet water. Best they ever had." She set the yarn in her lap. "First week, folks dreamed of drowning. Second week, children said someone was knocking under sinks. Third week, the pipes started carrying things no one could explain. Hair, teeth, coins no one owned, a school ring from a boy buried in '72. Then the taps began running dry. Tower stayed full." The office seemed to tilt around me. They should have abandoned the town. Some did. And the rest? She looked toward the front window where rain tracked down the glass. The rest got used to answering. A silence stretched. Then, before I could stop myself, I asked, "Did you?" Her fingers tightened on the yarn. "My husband climbed the tower in September of '99, she said. "He knocked on every door in the motel that night, room by room, looking for ours." She lifted her bandaged hand slightly. I opened. That was all she said. I did not ask what came through the door. Around midnight, the rain stopped. The silence after it was heavier than the storm. Vera rose, locked the office door, and handed me a blanket from a closet. "You can sleep on the floor in here," she said. "Safer than room 8. "Safer from what?" She looked almost amused. "You've seen it. Pick one." I did not sleep much. Now and then I drifted, then snapped awake at the smallest sound. Once I dreamed I was in the tower up to my neck in cold, clear water, and every face around me wore my expression just a second before I screamed. Near dawn, I woke to another noise, not knocking, flowing. At first I thought the storm had started again. Then I realized it was inside the walls. Water moving through old pipes all around the office. Not a trickle this time. A deep, steady rush. Vera was already awake, sitting very still in her chair. "You hear that?" I whispered. Yes. What is it doing? She did not answer. The pipes groaned. Something in the ceiling cracked. Then from somewhere out in town came a sound like 100 faucets turning on at once. I went to the window. Bell Hollow lay under a gray early light. Doors were opening all along Main Street. People stepped out onto porches and into yards. Some stood in nightclothes. Some held buckets, pans, bottles, anything they could carry. They all looked toward their homes, not toward the tower. Then I heard it too. Water, running in sinks, filling tubs, gushing from kitchen taps after decades dry. A cheer went up from somewhere near the square, then another, then laughter, stunned and bright. It came back, I said. Vera's face had gone completely colorless. No, she said. The first scream cut through town before I understood. A man stumbled out of a house across the street, clutching his arm. Water poured from the kitchen window behind him, not a normal stream, but a thick, hard surge, hammering against the sill. Another scream sounded from farther down. A child ran into the street crying, soaked to the chest. Doors slammed, more opened. Everywhere now water burst from places it should not, from mail slots, from keyholes, from cracks around windows, from dry garden hoses, from the dead fountain in the square, erupting upward in a brown-white column that flung old leaves and pennies high into the air. I threw open the office door and stepped onto the balcony. The motel pipes banged like gunshots. Then room 8's window shattered outward. Water slammed through it in a solid mass, carrying pieces of curtain and glass into the lot below. Room 7 burst a second later, then 6, then 5. It was like the building had filled all at once and was now vomiting out its insides. People ran in the street, shouting names. Through the roar, I heard knocking again, not on a door, from inside the walls, all around town. Pipes hammering with that same patient rhythm. 3 beats, pause, 3 beats. The water from room 8 splashed over the balcony and down the stairs in sheets. Something pale moved in it. A hand gripped the broken sill from inside. Then another. Vera seized my arm hard enough to bruise. "Get to the roof!" We ran through the office, up the back stairs, and onto the motel roof hatch. The shingles were slick with the last rain. From there, the whole town spread around us in nightmare clarity. Every house was flooding from the inside out. Roofs shed streams from attic vents. Chimneys poured water like fountains. Windows broke one by one as pressure built behind them. In the streets, the water remained strangely low, never more than a few inches. It was as if the houses themselves were being emptied, but the town refused to drown. At the square, the dry fountain now overflowed with clear water, full of drifting faces just under the surface, bumping the rim like balloons. The old man from the bench stood in front of the hardware store with his wrench raised, shouting at people to get back, though I could not hear his words over the noise. Then the tower made a sound, a deep, booming groan of metal under strain. Every person in Bell Hollow looked up. The side of the tower bulged, not split, bulged. The steel pushed outward as if something inside had leaned all its weight against the wall. For one impossible second, the shape of many hands showed there, pressing from within. Then the riveted seam along one side tore open from top to bottom. Water came out, not like a tank burst, like a throat opening. A white wall slammed down the rise and across the schoolyard, carrying desks, fence sections, A swing set, whole saplings torn from the ground. It struck the first row of houses and folded them inward. The sound was beyond thunder, beyond storms. The air itself seemed to shake apart. I dropped flat on the roof as the wave hit the motel lot, but it did not sweep the building away. It wrapped around it. That is the only way I can say it. The water curved around the motel and split past both sides, rushing on into town while our building stood in a weird island of spray and floating debris. Vera lay beside me, clutching the shingles, eyes shut. In the water racing past below us, bodies rolled, not dead, not living the way we are. They knocked on things as they passed. On car doors, porch posts, windows, the motel's support beams. 3 times, everyone. The old man from the square was gone. The hardware storefront had caved in. The younger, milky-eyed man stood somehow in the middle of the flooded street with water blasting around his legs, face lifted, arms open like he was welcoming rain. Then the current took him, and he vanished. The wave ran on as suddenly as it had come. Within minutes, the streets were nearly empty again, except for wreckage and puddles. The tower still stood on its legs, but the tank above them had torn open like a can. From the split side hung long strips of metal, yet somehow, impossibly, I could still hear water sloshing inside it. "It's not empty," I whispered. Vera opened her eyes. "It never is." We stayed on the roof until noon. No one came for us. No sirens, no rescue crews, no helicopters. Roads out of Bell Hollow were underwater now for real, and the phone lines hung down in loops. The town below looked broken beyond repair. A few survivors moved through the wreckage in slow, dazed lines, carrying blankets, tools, whatever had not washed away. By late afternoon, the water in the streets had dried to dampness. That was wrong, too. So much had passed through and left almost no trace except ruin. Vera climbed down first. I followed. The office floor was wet, but not flooded. Mud streaked the walls knee-high. Behind the desk, her knitting basket had overturned. The blue yarn had soaked up water until it looked almost black. I expected her to tell me to leave now, while I could. Instead, she had sat in her chair and stared at the open door. "It's done," I said. She gave a little sound that might have been a laugh. No. Outside, in the hard, bright light after disaster, people moved with the numb purpose of those who know there is no help coming. They nailed boards over broken windows, gathered the names of the missing, dragged ruined furniture into piles. Nobody cried where I could see. Maybe they were past it. Maybe they knew crying would only make them thirsty. I spent the rest of the day helping because there was nothing else to do. We found the old man at dusk. He lay in the schoolyard mud half under a section of fence. Alive, barely, one leg bent wrong, chest rattling. When I knelt beside him, his eyes found my face at once. "You looked," he whispered. I could not lie. "Yes." He shut his eyes. "Then it knows your depth now." I had no idea what that meant, and I did not ask. We carried him to the motel office and laid him on blankets. Vera splinted his leg. A woman from up the road brought canned soup. No one spoke above a murmur. Every sound felt risky after what the town had just suffered. At full dark, we heard the first drip from the sink in room 8. Everyone heard it. You could tell by the way heads lifted all through the motel courtyard. Then came a second drip, then a trickle. The old man on the blankets began to weep silently. Vera did not move. "It starts again," she said. I slept in a chair with my shoes on. At some hour of the night, I woke to knocking on the office window. 3 taps. The glass was black, reflecting only the room behind me. I saw no shape outside it. 3 taps. The old man muttered in his fever. Vera sat awake with her hands folded. She did not look the window. "It followed me," I said. "No," she answered. "You followed it." Morning came gray and warm. The sink in room 8 ran all day. By evening, so did room 7. The next morning, people in town found dampness in their pipes again. By noon, there was pressure enough to spit brown water from 2 kitchen taps and a bathtub drain in the Johnson house near the creek. No one celebrated this time. I tried leaving on foot that afternoon with a backpack, a full canteen, and a map from the motel brochure rack that showed roads no longer there. The east washout had widened into a ravine of slick clay. I turned north through the trees instead, aiming for the highway I knew had to be somewhere beyond the ridge. The woods stayed wrong. Paths bent me back. Landmarks repeated. Twice I passed the same dead oak split by lightning, though I had been sure I was walking straight. Near sunset, I heard the town siren far behind me, one long, flat note, and a few minutes later found myself standing beside the schoolyard fence looking up at the tower. I laughed then, not because it was funny, because something in me finally gave up pretending ordinary rules still worked. That night, I took room 8. Vera objected once quietly. Then she saw my face and handed me the key. "If it knocks," she said, "let it." I did not answer. The room looked unchanged except for the cracked window, now boarded from outside. The sink dripped steadily. The wallpaper smelled damp. On the floor by the threshold, pale tide marks showed where water had come under the door. I sat on a bed in the dark and waited. At midnight, the knocking began. 3 taps, not loud, almost polite. I rose and stood before the door. My hand shook when I reached for the knob, but less than I expected. 3 taps. I opened it. The balcony was empty. Moonlight silvered the wet boards. The town beyond lay still under a low mist. For a second I thought maybe nothing would happen. Maybe the old stories had fed on fear, and all I had done was open a door to night air. Then I looked down. Water covered the balcony floor in a smooth, thin sheet, not deep enough to spill over the edge. It reflected the moon like polished glass. In that reflection, people stood around me, dozens of them, not on the real balcony, only in the water. They faced me silently, pale and dripping, all ages, all in clothes from different years and seasons. Some I recognized from the faces in the tower. Some were strangers. Some looked barely human after too long below. At the front of them stood a man in motel pajamas, with Vera's dark blue bandage wrapped around one hand. Her husband, I understood without being told. He raised his unbandaged hand and knocked on the air between us. 3 taps. The water at my feet trembled. Then the reflected people stepped back as one, opening a path down the balcony, down the stairs, across the lot, through town, toward the rise where the split tower loomed. I do not remember deciding to follow. I remember only walking. No one stopped me. No dogs barked. No windows opened. The thin sheet of water moved before my steps like a guide, keeping always just ahead, reflecting those waiting figures. at the schoolyard. The path of reflected people climbed the rise and circled the base of the tower. The tank, torn open down one side, glimmered in moonlight. Water still sloshed inside, though the split should have emptied it 100 times over. At the ladder, the reflected figures began to climb. So did I. The metal was cold and wet. My breath sounded loud in the night. Halfway up, I smelled that deep water smell again, stronger now. At the catwalk, the hatch stood open. No padlock, no warning, only darkness and the pale glow below. I leaned over the opening. The water was still there, just beneath the lip, clear as glass, motionless. The faces floated beneath it, looking up. This time, mine was not among them. For one wild, hopeful second, I thought that meant I was free. Then I saw my reflection on the water's surface. It was not doing what I was doing. I stood above the hatch, panting, gripping the rim. My reflection below smiled. Its hand rose from the surface and touched the underside of the opening, palm flat against the invisible barrier between us. Then it knocked. 3 taps. The water broke. Hands surged up, not hundreds, just a few at first, enough to seize my wrists, my sleeves, the front of my shirt. They were ice cold and terribly strong. I screamed and slammed my feet against the hatch rim. But more hands came, clutching, pulling with the slow certainty of undertow. As I went over, I saw the town spread below the catwalk, tiny and still. The motel roof, the square, the road out that never let out. Vera standing in the lot looking up, one small gray figure, then the cold hit. It was beyond cold. It was depth. I plunged not into a tank, but into something vast. My feet found no bottom. No walls touched me. The light from the hatch became a far white coin overhead. Faces drifted all around in the dark, moving without bubbles, without current. Their mouths opened and shut in silence. I tried to swim. There was nowhere to swim to. Then something brushed my hand. A pipe. A real metal pipe, broad and rough with mineral crust, stretching away through the dark. Then another, and another. An entire buried forest of pipes ran through that impossible water, vanishing into deeper black, all of them humming softly like throats about to speak. I understood then in one sick flash why Bell Hollow's tower had never emptied. It was not storing water. It was feeding lines, not into the town, from it. Every dry pipe under Bell Hollow, every sink that coughed air, every drain that whispered at night, all of them were roots sunk into this place below the tower, this flooded dark where the thirsty drifted and listened and learned the sounds of the living. A face came close in the water, the old milky-eyed younger man from the square. His eyes were clear now, his mouth opened. Bubbles did not rise, yet I heard him all the same, as if the words formed inside my own head. When it learns your voice, it can go where you go. Something took my ankle and pulled. I kicked hard, caught the pipe with both hands, and hauled myself along it through the black. More hands brushed my clothes, my hair, my face, but the pipe gave me direction. Up ahead, faintly, I saw a pale, round opening and pushed toward it. I burst, not through the hatch, but through the sink in room 8. I know how impossible that sounds. I know. But that is where I came out. 1 second, I was drowning in endless dark. The next, I was on my knees on the motel floor, water pouring from my mouth and nose, the sink above me screaming a stream of clear, cold water into the basin. Vera was there. So was the old man, white-faced on his crutches now, and 2 others from town. They dragged me back from the sink as if afraid it would take me again. For a long time, I could not speak. When I finally did, my voice was not right. It echoed slightly, as if another me said each word a heartbeat later from somewhere deeper. "How long?" I whispered. Vera looked at the old man before answering. 3 days. I had thought minutes. They told me what they had seen. After I followed the water path to the tower, I had climbed out of sight. There had been a long silence. Then all the sinks in the motel began running at once. Room 8 flooded knee-deep. They heard knocking from every pipe in town until dawn. On the 3rd night, the sink in room 8 started coughing up weeds, coins, and one old brass room key from a motel no one recognized. Then me. I stayed in Bell Hollow after that because there was nothing else to do. Maybe I could have tried the roads again. Maybe I could have reached a highway if I walked far enough with enough rope tied to trees behind me. Maybe I could have found somebody willing to listen and send engineers and police and demolition crews and men with maps and pumps and answers. But the truth is simpler. I was afraid to carry it anywhere else. Weeks passed, then months. We repaired what we could, buried what we found, marked homes unsafe, shared food, checked one another's taps at dusk. Bell Hollow became, to my horror, familiar. The tower remained split and full. At night, from room 8, I could hear it breathing through the pipes. Some evenings, nothing happened. Some evenings, the sinks only dripped. Some nights, there was knocking, soft and patient, moving house to house. We learned not to answer. Most of us learned. Once in winter, the creek froze over and the tower still sloshed. In spring, kids from a county over dared one another to drive in and spray paint the school. Their truck was found at the edge of town, with both doors open and the engine running. We never found the kids. After that, we repaired the old town sign so the road looked washed out from a distance. It felt pointless, but we did it anyway. The old man died in the 2nd summer after I arrived. Before he went, he gripped my wrist and said, "If it ever copies your knock, leave your own door shut." I promised him I would. Vera grew thinner. Her eyes took on that same deep water look I had noticed my first day. Sometimes I caught her listening to the office sink with a tenderness that frightened me more than fear ever had. One autumn night, almost 2 years after I came to Bell Hollow, she did not come down to open the office in the morning. I found her in her room upstairs, sitting on the bed in her coat, with her suitcase packed at her feet. "The roads are clear," she said. I looked at her a long time. "They've never been clear." "They are today. Did it tell you that?" She smiled sadly. "No, he did." She did not say her husband's name, but she did not have to. "Don't go," I said. "I opened once already. I've been waiting to close the right door ever since." Then she touched my hand, picked up her suitcase, and walked out. I watched from the balcony as she crossed the lot and headed east without looking back. The morning was bright, windless. She grew smaller on the road, smaller, smaller. At the bend by the school, she disappeared behind the rise and did not return. I went after her within minutes. The road beyond the rise was empty all the way to the washout. No footprints in the dust, no suitcase tracks, nothing. Only the tower above me, full and quiet. That was 6 years ago. I run the motel now because someone has to. Travelers still come sometimes, usually by mistake, usually near dark, low on gas, no signal, relieved to see any place with a light on. I rent them rooms when I have to. Room 8 only, if there is no other choice. I tell them the water is cold in the sink. I tell them not to drink it. I tell them if they hear knocking, don't answer. Most leave in the morning if their cars start. Some do not. Bell Hollow is smaller now. Fewer houses occupied. More roofs caved in. The square fountain broke apart one winter, and no one repaired it. Grass covers most of Main Street. The school finally collapsed in one wing, and vines have climbed halfway up the tower legs. But the tower is still full. Every year some county man comes through asking about municipal records, property lines, water rights, things that belong to normal places. I tell them what little I can without sounding insane. They say they'll be back with crews. Most never return. The rest do, but only as voices in the pipes at night. The strangest part is this. Bell Hollow's pipes are still dry. If you turn a tap in daylight, most days you get nothing. Maybe a cough of air, maybe a brown spit, maybe one cold, clear drip if the weather is changing. But after dark, if the knocking starts and you make the mistake of turning the handle, the water always comes. Clear, cold, sweet. And if you listen very carefully over the rush, before the sink begins to fill and the drain begins to choke and a reflection in the basin smiles, before you do, you can hear what the thirsty say from far below the town where the lines all meet. Not help, not my name, just the oldest need there is, spoken in every voice it has learned. Open. With that, the story is over. Let's move to the next story. The zoo feeding schedule was updated for extinct animals. I took the night caretaker job at Blackwood Safari Park because nobody else wanted it. That should have told me enough. The zoo had been closed for 11 years by the time I arrived. The old owner had died, the money had dried up, and the place had been sold and resold on paper without anybody really touching it. The land sat at the edge of a forgotten town where street lights thinned out and the roads narrowed into cracked black strips through pine trees. There were only a few houses nearby, and most of those looked half asleep even in daylight, with faded paint and curtains that never opened. I was not there because I loved animals. I was there because I needed somewhere cheap to stay, and the caretaker's cottage came with the job. The man who hired me was named Gordon Pike. He met me in a little office in town above a hardware store. He was thin, gray, and dry in the face, like he had spent years being worried and had worn himself into paper. "It's mostly just keeping vandals out," he said, "walking the perimeter, checking the buildings, making sure no fires get started. If the weather turns bad, clear branches from the maintenance road." "That's all?" I asked. He kept his eyes on a stack of forms while he spoke. "That's all. Why does it pay so much for that?" He stopped shuffling papers for 1 second. Then he shrugged. "No one stays long." He said it too casually. I laughed a little, expecting him to smile, but he did not. "Bad conditions?" I asked. "People get uneasy out there." "About what?" "The place," he said. "It has a feeling." I signed anyway. When I asked if there was electricity in the cottage, he said yes, but it could be unreliable. There was a generator for backup. Water came from an old pump. The cell signal was poor. The radio in the security office still worked on certain channels if I needed weather reports. "Any animals left?" I asked, mostly joking. He looked up then, and I noticed his eyes were red around the edges. "No," he said, "not officially." I thought he was trying to scare me a little, the way older men do when they want to test if you are soft. I smiled and took the ring of keys he slid toward me. There were so many keys. Some were shiny enough to be used often. Others were rough with rust, each tagged with a yellow plastic label. Reptile house, big cats, aquatics, feed store, vet block, archive, staff kitchen, old aviary, north gate, incinerator shed. One label simply said, lower tunnel. "What's that one for?" I asked. "You won't need it." He reached out as if to take that key off the ring, then stopped himself. For a second, he seemed to forget I was there. "Keep all of them together," he said. "Do not leave them lying around." It was an odd thing to say. I drove out that same evening in my old hatchback, following a road lined with bent fencing and wet weeds. The sky was overcast and low, and the whole landscape had that colorless look things get before rain. I passed the zoo's old roadside sign first. Blackwood Safari Park was still painted in cheerful jungle colors, though the face of the cartoon giraffe had peeled away so badly it looked diseased. Farther in was the main gate. It stood open. The ticket booths were boarded from the inside, but one board had fallen loose and swung back and forth in the wind. Beyond the gate, the zoo spread out under the trees like a dead fairground. Rusted animal sculptures lined the entrance path. Weed-choked planters flanked the cracked pavement. A map board stood near the turnstiles, and all the bright animal names had faded to pale ghosts. Monkey Island, Nocturnal House, Children's Barn, Savannah Walk, Predator Row. There was no sound except the wind moving through old metal and one distant clank somewhere deeper in the grounds. I parked beside the caretaker's cottage, a squat concrete building hidden behind the maintenance sheds. It smelled of coal dust and old paint inside. The furniture was basic but solid. Bed, table, stove, 2 chairs, a sofa with a blanket folded over the back. In the kitchen, there were canned goods left by whoever had worked there last, though most were out of date by years. On the wall by the door hung a clock that had stopped at 2:17. I unpacked my bag, changed the bedding, and walked the nearest paths before dark. It was bigger than I had imagined. The closed gift shop still had stuffed toy tigers and snow globes in the window under layers of grime. The little snack kiosks stood empty with their shutters down. A train track for the safari tram looped through thick grass and vanished into trees. The animal enclosures had all been emptied, as far as I could see. Pools were green, pens were overgrown, mesh tunnels sagged. Signs with smiling facts about wildlife leaned at strange angles. At the elephant yard, I found a bucket sitting upright near the fence. It was full of rainwater and dead leaves. Above it, hanging on the locked gate, was a clipboard in a clear plastic cover. I stopped and stared at it. It was a feeding schedule. The paper looked new. Not clean exactly because rain had got into the edges and dirt had smudged it, but new enough that the ink had not faded. There were typed dates from the current month. Names were listed down one side and times across the top. African elephants, white rhino, Cape buffalo, spotted hyena. Normal enough if someone had forgotten to remove old paperwork when the zoo closed. Then, lower down the list, after a line break, the names changed. Quagga, Thylacine, Aurochs, Stella's sea cow, Great Auk. My first thought was that it was some kind of joke, a bad joke, maybe from local kids sneaking in to mess with the place. I took the clipboard down and looked closer. At the bottom was a signature line. The initials written there were shaky, but real. G. Pike. A date from 3 days earlier. I laughed under my breath and put the clipboard back where I found it. The wind picked up. Something hit metal somewhere behind me with a loud, sharp clang. I turned so fast my shoulder cracked. There was nobody there, only the long path curving toward the old birdhouse and a stand of fir trees beyond it. But I could have sworn I heard movement in the grass, heavy movement, as if something had just shifted its weight and then gone still. I listened for almost a full minute. Nothing. It was getting dark fast, so I went back to the cottage. That first night, I slept badly, but I blamed the unfamiliar bed and the damp cold that settled into the walls after midnight. I woke several times thinking I had heard hoof beats passing outside, not running, walking, a slow measured sound on hard ground. Clop, pause, clop, clop. Each time I lifted my head and listened, the sound was gone. Around 3 a.m, I woke again to a different noise, a low metallic rattle, keys. For a moment I thought someone had broken in. I sat bolt upright in bed and reached for the flashlight on the floor. The room was dark, except for a thin stripe of moonlight at the curtain edge. The rattling came again, not from inside the cottage, from the hook by the front door. I crossed the room, each board creaking under me, and shone the light toward the door. The ring of zoo keys was hanging exactly where I had left it, still moving, swaying slightly as if a hand had just let go. I stood there in my socks, heart knocking hard, and stared until the keys became still again. I checked the locks. Both were secured. The windows were shut. There was no one outside that I could see. I told myself the hook was loose, or I had left the ring badly balanced, or the cottage had shifted in the night. I went back to bed and watched the ceiling until dawn. The next day was gray and rainy. I spent most of it checking fences and side gates. I found signs of people having entered before, beer cans, old footprints in mud, a torn backpack in the reptile house, but nothing fresh. The zoo felt empty in a way that was hard to explain. Not peaceful empty, waiting empty. The air never seemed to move right. Sounds traveled strangely. Sometimes I would hear water dripping very close to my ear, then find nothing wet nearby. Sometimes I would hear a chain dragging across concrete from somewhere far away, and then realize the noise was coming from directly behind me. At noon, I went into the staff kitchen by the old commissary building to get out of the rain and eat a sandwich. The room still held shelves of dusty mugs and cracked lockers. A notice board hung on one wall under a curling calendar from the year the zoo closed. That was where I found a second feeding schedule, pinned neatly to the board with a red thumbtack. This one was larger, printed, laminated, mammal section, it said at the top. Beneath were the same ordinary names mixed with the impossible ones. Again, current dates. Again, initials at the bottom. I took it down and turned it over. On the back, in Gordon Pike's handwriting, were 3 words: "Do not miss." The temperature in the room seemed to drop all at once. I put the schedule back exactly where it had been and finished my sandwich standing up. Then I locked the kitchen behind me and told myself I would ask Gordon what kind of game he was playing. But Gordon did not answer his phone. I tried 3 times, straight to a crackling voicemail that cut off after his name. By late afternoon, the rain stopped. I walked the path to Predator Row, where the big cat enclosure stood in a broken line of concrete moats and barred dens. Most of the signs had fallen. The lion viewing glass was smashed. Moss climbed the walls. The whole place smelled faintly of damp straw even after all those years, as if old animal scent had soaked so deep into the ground it would never fully leave. One of the den doors was open, not wide, just a foot or 2. I checked the tag on my key ring and found the one marked Big Cats. It was not the one in the lock. There was already a key there. I had not noticed that the first time. I stepped closer. The key was old brass, darker than mine, with no label attached. A strip of masking tape had once been wrapped around it, but most of it had peeled off. The den beyond was black inside. I called out, "Hello?" No answer. I pushed the door wider with one hand and shone my flashlight in. Empty concrete floor, drain in the center, rusted rings fixed to the wall. Nothing else. Then the light passed over the back wall and caught writing. Deep scratches. Not words at first, just clawed lines crossing and recrossing in a mess. But lower down, in the middle of the wall at about shoulder height, there was a sentence scratched so hard into the surface that dust still lay under it. "Do not feed them after midnight." I stood frozen in the doorway. The scratches around the sentence were too jagged to have been made by any knife I knew. They were wide, uneven, and chipped at the concrete edges. Some human being could have done it, maybe, if they had gone at the wall with a metal hook for hours. I backed out and shut the door. That night, the generator failed. The lights in the cottage flickered once, twice, and then died. The little heater clicked off with them. Outside, the zoo sank into a darkness so complete it felt thick. Even with the flashlight on, the windows looked like black mirrors. I found candles in a kitchen drawer and lit 2. Their glow made the room smaller and stranger. Every object grew a second shape on the walls. The stopped clock seemed to be watching me. At around 10, I heard the first animal call. It came from far off, deep in the grounds beyond the safari tram line. A long, low cry, almost like a cow, but rougher and deeper, ending in a wet, breathy rasp. I sat very still with my mug of instant coffee in both hands. Then another call answered it from a different direction. This one was sharper, a barking sound, then a high, shrill note that rose and cut off suddenly. The zoo had no animals. I knew that. I repeated it to myself while listening to sounds no wind or machinery could make. The calls moved, not toward me in a straight line, around, through the old enclosures and service roads, as if several heavy things were circling the grounds, pausing at fences that no longer held them. I locked both doors and pushed the kitchen table against the front one. For an hour, there was nothing. I began to feel foolish sitting there with a flashlight and a bread knife from the dish rack. Then I heard the metal bowl. I know how strange that sounds, but it was a metal feeding bowl, and I knew the sound at once from old pets and kennels. It rang out somewhere close by, struck and rolled in a little circle before settling, then again, then once more, farther away, ping, roll, ping, as if something was moving through the dark, nudging dishes one by one. The sound reached the cottage porch and stopped. I did not breathe. A shadow passed over the bottom of the curtained window. It was too large to be a dog, too low to be a person. It moved slowly from one side to the other, and then vanished. I waited for scratching at the door, for breathing, for impact. Instead, I heard something much worse. A hand on the doorknob, a knot turning fast, testing, very gently. The old metal clicked under pressure and then went still. A few seconds later, the keys on the wall hook began to rattle again. I cannot say how long I sat there frozen, looking from the door to the keys and back. My whole body was so tense I could feel my pulse in my teeth. The rattling stopped. Then a voice came through the wood. Not loud, not growling. A tired man's voice. "You've missed evening feed." I knew that voice. It was Gordon Pike. I wanted to answer. I almost did. But something in the way he said it made my throat close. There was no annoyance in it, no urgency. It sounded like a reminder from someone reading a list in his sleep. "I know you're in there," the voice said. The knob did not move. The door did not shake. I left the schedule. I crouched behind a table, staring at the candles. After a long silence, the voice said, "They come when it changes." I waited. No more words. No footsteps leaving. Nothing. When I finally found the courage to look through the side window near the sink, the porch was empty. But in the mud below the steps, there were prints. Not one set. Several. One was clearly hoofed, split down the middle like a deer, but wider and heavier than any deer I had ever seen. Another looked almost bird-like, but much too large, with deep claw marks at the front. A third was only a rough pressed shape in the mud, broad and circular, as if something huge and soft-footed had stood there and then lifted away. No human footprints, not even Gordon's. At dawn, I drove to town. I found the hardware store office locked, blinds down. The woman in the bakery next door told me Gordon had not been in for 2 days. When I asked where he lived, she hesitated before giving me a road name on the edge of town. Then she said, "If you're from the zoo, don't go late." "Why?" She wiped flour from her hands onto her apron and looked out the window, instead of at me. "He sleeps early," she said. That was not what she meant, and we both knew it. Gordon's house was small and low behind a hedge gone wild. His car sat in the drive with leaves gathered under it. I knocked. No answer. I knocked again. The front door was unlocked. I pushed it open and called his name. The smell hit me first. Not death exactly. Damp, mold, closed rooms, old medicine. The house was dim even in daylight because newspapers had been taped over half the windows. In the sitting room, there were piles of documents on every chair and table, zoo records, veterinary reports, invoices, maps, handwritten logs. It looked less like a home than an office someone had lived inside by accident. "Mr. Pike?" No answer. I moved deeper in and found the bedroom. The bed was made. No one there. On the wall above it, pinned in neat rows, were dozens of feeding schedules, some yellowed with age, some recent, all with names of extinct animals mixed among ordinary ones. I pulled one down at random. The date was from 6 years ago, another from 8 years ago, another from last month. Different formats, different handwriting at times, but always the same pattern. A list, a route, a warning without warning. On the bedside table lay a photograph in a cheap frame. A younger Gordon stood beside a zoo gate with a woman and a little girl of maybe 7 or 8. They all looked tired but happy. In that way people do, when a hard project has finally become real. The little girl had a stuffed zebra tucked under one arm. Something had been written in pen on the back. Opening week. Emily loved the striped one. I found Gordon in the basement. The door was half hidden behind a stack of feed bags gone hard with age. The steps below were steep and narrow. My flashlight caught concrete walls lined with shelves of files and old tins. At the bottom, on a folding chair under a bare bulb, Gordon sat with a blanket over his knees. He had been dead long enough for me to understand at once that the voice outside my cottage had not been him. I backed into the wall so hard I knocked a frame down behind me. He looked small there, chin on his chest, skin dry, drawn back. On the floor beside him lay a thermos, a battery lantern, and a clipboard. The bulb overhead still burned weakly from a separate line, throwing harsh shadows over his face. I do not remember climbing the stairs. I do remember standing in his kitchen trying not to throw up while rain started against the windows again. I should have called the police right then, I know that. But fear does strange things to reason. The dead man in the basement was terrible, yes, but less terrible than the fact that I had heard his voice the night before, less terrible than the footprints, less terrible than the feeding schedules pinned all over his house like calendars of something still being maintained. I forced myself back downstairs after a while because I needed to know if there was any explanation at all. Maybe his death was recent. Maybe some local was pretending to be him. The clipboard beside his chair held pages of notes. Most were hard to read because his handwriting had turned shaky and thin near the end. But I understood enough. The zoo, according to him, had begun as a safari park with imported species, private breeding deals, and some strange side project funded by a company whose name appeared blacked out everywhere else. There had been underground holding rooms built under the veterinary block, temporary containment for arriving animals before public display. There were shipments not entered in public records. There were references to specimens, recovery, tissue viability, partial success, behavioral instability. In one paragraph, he wrote, "They said education. They said preservation through reconstruction. They said no one would know the difference if the public saw shape and movement. They only needed proof that enough memory remains in bone." On another page, "The old species are hungry in the wrong way." And later, in writing so jagged, it cut the page. When the main collection was removed, not all of them went. Some cannot leave because they are tied to the place they were fed. Some were never complete enough to transport. Some died, but not properly. We changed the schedule to keep them calm. If the board is not updated, they walk. I read that line several times. If the board is not updated, they walk. There were maps attached to later notes. Red circles marked parts of the zoo. Elephant yard, predator dens, old aviary, aquarium service hall, lower tunnel, incinerator shed. Times were scribbled beside each point. I left the house with the clipboard under my arm and drove straight back to the zoo in a state I can only call numb. It felt impossible and ridiculous, but I also could not ignore the dead man's notes. Maybe he had gone mad after years in isolation. Maybe someone had taken advantage of that. Maybe there were escaped animals hidden somewhere in the grounds. Maybe there was a simpler answer sitting just beyond my reach. What I knew for certain was this. Something had been around the cottage in the night, and Gordon had believed feeding it on a schedule was the only way to keep it from roaming. I wanted to leave. I even packed my bag and carried it to the car. Then I looked at the key ring on the passenger seat and remembered the woman in the bakery, the houses near the road, the main gate standing open, the schedule saying extinct animals as calmly as if that were normal. If there was anything dangerous in the zoo and I drove away, the next person to come through those gates would know nothing. Maybe I was making excuses for staying. Maybe I simply could not bear the thought of the thing at the cottage following me down the road. So I stayed one more day. I spent that day searching the veterinary block. The building stood behind the public paths, hidden by service fencing and nettles. It was larger than it looked from outside. There were surgery rooms, storage rooms, drains in the floor, and a row of shuttered recovery pens with thick bars and reinforced glass. Most cabinets were empty, but in one office I found old hard drives smashed with a hammer, and in another I found a floor plan mounted under glass. Lower level included, there was indeed a tunnel system under the block, branching toward the aquarium, feed store, and incinerator shed. One corridor had no label at all, only a square marked Holding B. The key marked Lower Tunnel fit the steel door behind the recovery pens. A bad smell came up the stairs the moment the seal broke. Not rot, wet fur, mud, stagnant water. Something old and barn-like with a sour edge. I almost shut the door and left. Instead, I switched on my flashlight and went down. The tunnel walls were tiled halfway up, the rest painted white long ago and now stained gray. Pipes ran along the ceiling. Water dripped steadily somewhere ahead. Several wall lights still worked, glowing dim and yellow. That frightened me more than darkness would have. Power meant maintenance. Maintenance meant use. The first chamber I reached held stacked crates and rusted equipment. The second was lined with cages, all empty except for feathers, old straw, and piles of hard white droppings. The third had once been cold storage. Hooks hung from rails in the ceiling. The room temperature was much lower there for no reason I could find. At the end of the corridor was Holding B. The door stood open. Inside, the concrete floor was gouged and cracked. Several feeding troughs had been bolted to the wall, then later torn loose again. Thick bars separated the room into 3 sections, though one divider had been bent outward with tremendous force. Along the back wall, someone had painted black stripes at different heights, like measuring marks for growth. My flashlight beam found bones in one corner, not a whole skeleton. Fragments, long leg bones, vertebrae, a skull missing the lower jaw. I am no expert, but it was not from any dog or deer I knew. The skull was broad at the back and narrow in front. On the wall above it, in faded red stencil, were 2 words, Display Trial. I heard a breath behind me. I spun so fast the light flew across the bars and ceiling. Nothing there. Then I heard it again. Not behind me this time. Beyond the room, down another corridor I had not seen from the door. A slow inhale, a wet exhale. Something was alive under the veterinary block. I backed away step by step, never lowering the light. Halfway up the stairs, I heard claws click on tile below. Not many, 4 or 6 quick taps. Then stillness. I slammed the tunnel door and locked it with shaking hands. For the rest of the afternoon, I gathered what I thought I might need: flashlights, batteries, a crowbar from the maintenance shed, the emergency flare gun from the security office, canned food, bottled water, a first aid kit. I moved all of it into the cottage. The sky darkened early, wind pressed through the trees in long, cold breaths. At 6, I found a new schedule hanging on my front door. I had checked that door less than 10 minutes before. The paper was dry, even though rain had already started. The title on top read, Night Feed Adjustment. Below were times beginning at 7:30 p.m. 7:30, East Ungulate Yard. 8 o'clock, Predator Row. 8:30, Lower Tunnel Gate. 9 o'clock, Old Aviary. 11:45, Cottage Perimeter. 12 o'clock. No feed after this time. At the bottom, in a hand I did not know, were the words, only enough to keep them from remembering. I tore the paper in half and dropped it. That was when I heard the tram bell ring out in the distance. One bright, cheerful ding from the abandoned safari train. Then another, then another. By 7, the whole zoo seemed awake. I could hear movement through the rain from multiple directions. Gates rattling. Birds exploding from trees in panicked bursts. Something big splashing in the old hippo pool. Barking cries from the path near the children's barn. A deep, booming call from the far safari field that made the window glass tremble. I sat with my back to the kitchen cabinets and the crowbar across my lap. The flare gun was beside me. I had every light on in the cottage, even though the generator coughed and strained under the load. At 7:28, the porch boards creaked. At 7:30 exactly, all the sounds outside stopped. The silence was worse. Then, from the left side of the cottage came the sound of chewing. Slow, wet, heavy. Something had been fed. My mouth was dry as paper. At 7:42, a shape crossed the yard beyond the window. I saw only part of it between rain streaks and curtain gaps, but that was enough. Tall shoulders, back sloping down, skin or fur striped pale and dark like a zebra, but the proportions were wrong. The head hung too low, the legs seemed too thick at the joints. It moved with the awkward certainty of a thing that had learned to walk from memory instead of practice. It vanished behind the shed. A little later came the barking cries again from Predator Row. Then an answer from much closer, from under the cottage floorboards or just beyond them. I could not tell. At 8:30, the door to the lower tunnel in the veterinary block slammed hard enough that I heard it over the rain. At 8:32, something screamed underground. I had never heard anything like it. Part cat, part bird, part human voice pulled too long. It rose and rose until my ears hurt, then cut off into choked panting. I covered my head and waited for it to come racing through the dark toward me, but instead there was only scraping and a slow thud, as if something huge had thrown itself once against metal and then settled down to wait. At 9 o'clock, there came a rustle like many wings from the direction of the aviary. The old aviary was a dome of torn mesh and rusting supports near the back woodland trail. I imagined crows or bats. Then I remembered the giant print in the mud outside the cottage and felt sick. At 11:45, something circled the cottage. Not one thing, several. I followed the movement by sound as it passed through wet grass and over gravel and across the porch. Hooves, pads, claws. Once, the brush of feathers or long hair against the wall. They did not scratch. They did not call. They only circled. The key ring on the hook began to rattle. Then the stopped clock on the wall clicked. The minute hand lurched forward one space, then another. It had not worked since I arrived. I stared as it dragged itself toward midnight. At 11:58, there was a knock at the door. 3 slow taps. A child's voice said, "You missed the striped one." The little girl in Gordon's photograph flashed into my head so sharply that I almost dropped the flare gun. I did not answer. The voice came again, closer to the wood this time. It gets angry if it remembers the fence. My chest hurt from trying to stay silent. At 12 o'clock, the clock stopped. Outside, every sound ceased. For several heartbeats, there was nothing. Then all at once came a crashing impact from the rear wall of the cottage that knocked plates from the shelf and sent one of the chairs over. A second impact struck the porch railing. A third hit the side window and starred the glass. I fired the flare gun without aiming, straight through the cracked pane. Red light exploded across the yard. For one frozen second I saw them. A striped animal the size of a horse, but heavier in the chest, with a blunt head and empty, pale eyes. Something low and long with stiff hindquarters and a dog-like face split too wide at the mouth. A bird taller than my shoulder, black feathers hanging in wet clumps from a neck too thick and short. And behind them, farther back in the rain, a shape so massive and shapeless, I could only make out a broad, dark back and a wet gleam like skin. The flare landed in the mud and hissed. They recoiled from the light. I did not wait. I grabbed the keys, the crowbar, and my bag and ran out the front door while they were shifting away from the burning flare. The rain hit like cold needles. My boots slipped on the path. Somewhere behind me something barked and began to give chase. I ran toward the security office because it was the only building I knew had heavy shutters and a radio. The path twisted between old picnic tables and map boards. Branches whipped my face. Behind me came pounding steps that were not in any single rhythm. Hooves striking pavement. Claws on metal grates. A wing beat, or maybe a body slamming brush aside. The security office door stuck at first. I nearly screamed with panic before it gave. I got inside, shoved it shut, and dropped the steel bar into place. A second later, something hit the other side with enough force to bend the outer handle. Dust rained from the ceiling. I scrambled behind the desk and turned on the radio. Static. I changed channels. Static and distant music, then weather, then static again. The office had windows facing the entrance plaza. I crouched low and looked out. Shapes moved between the ticket booths, not running directly at the office, circling again as they had around the cottage. Their outlines were hard to hold. Sometimes they seemed fully there, black against the silver rain. Sometimes they thinned and blurred, as if the dark itself was passing from one place to another. On the wall of the office hung a whiteboard with staff notices still faintly visible under old eraser marks. Across the clean lower half, written in fresh black marker, were 6 words. Opening week never really ended. I had not seen that earlier. I do not know how long I stayed in that office. Maybe an hour. Maybe less. The radio finally caught a local channel, and I heard enough to realize a storm warning had been issued for the whole area. Roads flooding in low places, emergency services delayed. Then the office phone rang. I stared at it. It rang again. The cord was still plugged into the wall. Hands shaking, I picked up. There was only breathing at first. Then Gordon's voice, dry and far away. They were displays before they were animals. I could not speak. "You must see where the path ends," he said. A thump hit the back wall of the office. Another. "Go to the aquarium," he said. "When they come apart, they want water." The line went dead. I should have stayed hidden until dawn. But the pounding on the office walls was getting harder, and one of the shutters had begun to bend inward at the lower edge. I knew it would not hold forever. The aquarium building was connected to the lower tunnel system on the floor plan. If there was any central control, any old records, any way out that did not lead across open ground, it might be there. So I ran again. The route to the aquarium took me past the ruined train platform and along a service lane lined with bamboo. Rainwater streamed over the pavement. The storm had deepened the dark until my flashlight felt tiny. I heard movement beside me several times, but saw nothing except bamboo stems knocking together and the pale flash of old signs. At the train platform, the tram bell rang once more. I turned my light toward the tracks. One of the safari cars stood there where none had been before. It was half off the rails, tilted slightly, full of leaves and rainwater. Yet on the fogged side panel, someone had drawn with a finger from the inside. A child's handprint. Then another. Then a line of little marks, as if tiny fingers had drummed against the glass. I kept moving. The aquarium was one of the oldest buildings in the zoo, a low block of concrete built into a slope. Most of its front windows were painted over from the inside. The main doors had been chained, but a side service entrance opened with one of my keys. The smell inside was enough to make me gag. Salt, mold, old fish, rotten weed. Water dripped through the ceiling in several places. My light swept over tanks gone green and empty display boards describing reefs and rivers. Then I heard a splash, not from a leak, from a large body entering deep water. The main hall had a central tank, a huge one, with thick viewing glass cracked in one corner. It should have been dry. Instead, it held black water up to halfway. Rain runoff, maybe. Groundwater. Something. Ripples moved across its surface. I edged closer. A laminated sheet was taped to the glass. Feeding schedule. Aquatics. Current date. Current time. Under the list of ordinary species names was one line by itself. Steller's sea cow. Hold until still. The water in the tank bulged upward near the center. Something rose just under the surface, broad and gray and impossible, brushing the top with a wet, rounded back before sinking again. The ripple reached the glass and slapped softly against it. I stumbled away. My shoulder hit a side door. It swung open into a narrow service passage leading downward. The lower tunnel. I went in because there was nowhere else to go. The passage smelled colder than the aquarium hall. Here the tiles were slick and the walls painted with arrows and old warning signs. My flashlight caught fresh marks in the moisture on the floor, drag lines, hoof prints. Something like a tail or fin had left sweeping arcs through the puddles. Farther down, I heard voices, not one voice, several, talking very quietly around a bend. I switched off my light and stood in total dark, listening. At first the words were too faint to catch. Then one voice rose enough for me to hear clearly. "She forgot the striped one." Child's voice. Another answered in Gordon's tone. "Then it walked." A third voice, rough and wet, said, "It remembers grass." I backed up until my shoulders met the wall. Every hair on my body was up. The voices were not truly speaking to each other, I realized then. They were repeating, like recordings played too softly in separate rooms. I turned the light back on and moved toward them, despite everything in me screaming not to. The tunnel opened into a circular chamber I had not seen on the floor plan. In the middle stood a rusted mechanical table under a ring of dead monitors. Around the walls were viewing windows looking into old containment pens. Most glass was cracked or blacked out. On the floor lay cables, broken crates, and white bones gnawed smooth. The voices came from speakers mounted near the ceiling, old tour audio speakers. One by one they clicked on and off, each spilling a fragment in a different voice. Observe the reconstructed feeding response remains strongest when not suitable for public interaction. Emily, stay behind the line. Bone memory, tissue mimicry. They are calm after dark if the schedule is. I found the control booth above the chamber by climbing a metal stair that shook under my weight. The door was open. Inside, old monitors faced a panel of dead switches. On the desk lay a stack of videotapes, a manual projector, and a binder swollen from damp. The binder held everything, or enough. Blackwood Safari Park had partnered with a private biological research program years before opening. The public zoo was the front. The real project happened below using preserved remains, genetic fragments, tissue culture, and what one page called behavioral anchoring through environmental recreation. They had not brought species back, not really. They had made living forms that followed old patterns imperfectly. They looked close enough in dim light, behind barriers, under narration. They moved well enough for short demonstrations. Some survived only days. Others learned. The longer they were fed on routine, the more stable they became. Then there was a breach, not large at first, a staff injury, a containment failure, then another, then contamination between enclosures, aggression, mimic behavior, pack learning, transfer of responses between species that should never have shared them. Public areas were closed section by section under excuses. Animals were removed or destroyed where possible. Some could not be identified cleanly enough to classify anymore. Records became vague after that. At the back of the binder was an incident summary written by Gordon. During evacuation, Emily entered lower route looking for toy. Main gate was still open. Audio loop still active. We found the toy, but not all of Emily. Official report will not mention her presence on site. I sat down hard on the floor, the child's voice at my cottage, the handprints on the tram glass, the bakery woman saying not to go late. Gordon had stayed because his daughter had died there. Or not died properly, if the zoo had infected everything with recorded sounds and remembered routines and half-made creatures that learned voices. A crash below shook the control booth. Glass shattered in one of the containment windows. Then came scraping, panting, the slam of a body against metal stairs. I shoved the binder into my bag and looked around wildly. There was another door at the back of the booth leading into a narrow staff corridor. I ran through it and found myself in a line of old observation rooms, each with dark glass facing the chamber below. In the third room, there was a bed, a real bed, recently used, blankets, lantern, water bottles, empty soup tins, a little stuffed zebra on the pillow, mold-eaten but carefully placed. Gordon had been sleeping down here before he died. On the wall above the bed hung the largest feeding schedule I had yet seen, handwritten across many taped sheets. It covered every hour of the night, every section of the zoo, everything to be placated, distracted, contained. At the bottom were the final instructions. When the boards change by themselves, do not read them aloud. If Emily asks for the striped one, do not answer. Do not feed after midnight. If they gather at the cottage, they want a keeper. If no keeper remains, burn holding B. The room trembled with another impact below. I grabbed the lantern and kept moving. The staff corridor ended at a ladder leading up to the incinerator shed. I unlocked the hatch and pushed into cold storm air. The shed stood at the far end of the service yard, isolated from the public paths. Inside was an old industrial furnace used long ago for waste disposal, carcass remains, and maybe worse. The fuel line looked dead, but beside it were emergency gas canisters and a manual ignition system under a cracked cover. My hand shook so hard I could barely work the valves. Then I heard the hatch below open. Something climbed into the shed. Not fast, careful. I turned. At first all I saw was a low striped shape in the doorway from the hatch room, wet hide gleaming in my lantern light. Its face was not wrong in one obvious way. That was the worst part. It was wrong in many small ways. The eyes too pale and human wet, the jaw too square, the ears stiff and torn, stripes blurring into patches where skin showed through. Behind it, another shape rose from the dark, dog-like, stiff-tailed, mouth parted in a grim smile, and behind them, in the hatch opening, a little girl's outline, small, still, one hand holding something at her side, the stuffed zebra. "Daddy said the striped one goes first," she said. Her voice was flat, as if coming through a speaker under a blanket. The striped animal stepped closer. I yanked the ignition lever. Nothing happened. The dog-like thing began to circle left. The girl tilted her head. "You missed evening feed," she said. I slammed the lever again. Still nothing. Then from below the shed came a deep, wet bellow that shook dust from the rafters. The massive thing from the aquarium or the yard or both was climbing up. The striped animal flinched at the sound and turned half away. I used that moment to swing the lantern as hard as I could. It shattered against the floor between us, oil and flame bursting outward. Fire ran across the greasy concrete in bright, crawling lines. The animals recoiled. The girl did not. She stood in the orange light without blinking, her edges flickering like a bad picture. The flames reached an old spilled trail leading toward the furnace intake. Gas caught somewhere inside the line with a roar. Heat punched through the shed. I ran for the outer door, shouldered it open, and threw myself into the rain. Behind me came a blast that sounded more like a giant exhaling than an explosion. Fire belched from the roof vents. The shed windows burst. A terrible layered screaming rose from beneath the ground, animal over human voice, all blending until the storm swallowed it. I hit the mud and kept crawling until I reached the service road. Flames spread fast through the dry interior timbers and old fuel stores. The veterinary block vents began pouring black smoke. Somewhere underground, metal doors slammed one after another as heat warped them. There were impacts, shrieks, the crash of breaking glass from the aquarium side. A dark shape the size of a van lurched once against a fence near the yard and fell still. I do not remember reaching my car. I only remember driving through the open main gate while fire lit the rain behind me in flashes of orange and red. In my mirror, I saw figures moving along the entrance path between smoke and downpour. Some animal, one child-sized, all growing fainter as the distance widened. At the road bend beyond the trees, they were gone. The authorities said the storm had caused an electrical fault. The zoo burned for hours. By morning, much of the underground structure had collapsed. Investigators found old illegal labs, falsified records, hidden holding rooms, and enough evidence of animal mistreatment and dangerous experiments to make the news for weeks. But the stranger parts were softened before they reached the papers. Crossbreeding, unauthorized private research, preserved educational replicas, words that made it all sound ugly but ordinary. Gordon Pike's body was found in his basement. They estimated he had died at least several days before I first arrived. No one could explain the recent signatures on the feeding schedules. No one asked me many questions after I handed over the binder. I think the people in charge wanted the whole thing buried under words like negligence and fraud. It was easier. The town stayed quiet about it, too. Quiet in the way people are when a truth has lived beside them too long and everyone is relieved not to name it. I left that place and never went back. For a long time, I could not sleep without hearing the tram bell in my dreams. I would wake thinking something was circling the house. Hooves, claws, slow breaths under the window. Once I woke certain I had heard a child whisper from the hall, "You missed the striped one." Months passed. Then one morning, an envelope arrived with no return address. Inside was a single laminated sheet, rain-spotted at the edges. Feeding schedule. Temporary holding, no location listed, no ordinary species this time. Only names: quagga, thylacine, great auk, aurochs, Steller's sea cow. At the bottom were 3 words in shaky black pen. Site relocated. Continue. I burned the sheet in my sink and watched every corner curl to ash. That night, just after midnight, the clock in my kitchen stopped. It had never had any trouble before. I stood in the dark apartment listening to the silence around me. Then, from somewhere far below on the street, I heard a metal bowl ring softly once and roll in a little circle before settling still. And with that, this story comes to an end. Let's move on to the next one. We found fresh bread in the oven of a house, abandoned since 1983. I should have known something was wrong the moment we pulled up to the house. The gravel driveway crunched under our tires in a way that made my stomach tighten, and Sarah, my best friend since college, let out a low whistle from the passenger seat. "This place is seriously creepy," she said, though her voice carried that mixture of excitement and dread that made me wonder if she was trying to convince herself more than me. The house stood on the edge of Mill Brook, a small town about 2 hours from where we lived. It was massive, a 3-story Victorian mansion that had probably been beautiful once. Now, the paint peeled from the walls in long strips like dead skin, and the windows stared out like hollow eyes. The front lawn was overgrown with weeds and wildflowers, and there was something deeply unsettling about the way nature was slowly reclaiming what had once been carefully manicured gardens. We had come here because of a documentary I had watched 3 weeks earlier. The show featured abandoned places across the country, and this house had been featured prominently. The story was simple but haunting. The Morrison family had lived here for generations. Then, in 1983, the entire family disappeared without a trace. No bodies were ever found, no ransom notes, no evidence of foul play. They simply vanished one day, leaving behind their home, their belongings, their lives, all frozen in time. The documentary crew had only shown brief clips of the interior, enough to spark my imagination, but not enough to satisfy my curiosity. Sarah and I had decided it would be a perfect weekend adventure. We were both 28, working boring office jobs, living ordinary lives. The idea of exploring an actual mystery, a real piece of history, felt electric. Now, standing in front of the house in person, I wasn't so sure. "Come on," I said, forcing confidence into my voice. "It's just an old house. The documentary crew came here. If it was dangerous, they wouldn't have gotten in." Sarah gathered her backpack, which held our phone chargers, some snacks, and a flashlight. I had brought 2 more flashlights, a camera, and a notebook to document whatever we found. We were treating this like amateur investigators, though in reality, we were just 2 curious women looking for a story to tell at work on Monday. The front door was locked, of course, but the documentary had mentioned that the back entrance had been forced open by trespassers years ago. We walked around the side of the house, our footsteps echoing in the eerie silence. The only sounds were the wind through the dead trees and the occasional creaking of the old wood. The back door hung slightly ajar. The wood around the lock splintered and cracked. I pushed it open slowly, and it groaned on its hinges. The smell that hit us was overwhelming, a mixture of mold, dust, and something else I couldn't quite identify. Something stale and forgotten. "Oh, my God," Sarah breathed, covering her nose. "That's disgusting." We stepped inside, our flashlights cutting through the darkness. The kitchen was frozen in time, exactly as I had seen it in the documentary. Yellowed wallpaper covered the walls, peeling at the corners. The countertops were lined with old appliances, a toaster, a coffee maker, a blender, all coated in thick dust. The sink was empty, the faucet green with verdigris. And there, against the far wall, was the old gas stove. I walked toward it slowly, almost without thinking. Something about that stove pulled at me, though I couldn't say why. It was an older model, probably from the 1970s, with white enamel panels that had yellowed with age. The surface was covered in dust, but as I got closer, I noticed something that made my breath catch. The oven door was closed, but through the little window in the door, I could see something inside. "Sarah!" I called out, my voice sounding strange in the dead house. "Look at this!" She came over, and I heard her sharp intake of breath when she saw what I saw. Inside the oven, on the middle rack, was a loaf of bread. Not a moldy ancient relic, not a skeleton of what had once been bread, crumbled to dust over 40 years. This was actual bread, golden brown, fresh-looking bread. The crust glistened slightly, as if it had been baked just hours ago. "That's not possible," Sarah whispered. "That's not—" "How is that possible?" I reached out slowly, my hand trembling slightly, and opened the oven door. Heat poured out, actual warmth, and the smell of fresh bread washed over me, so real and so normal that it felt like stepping into a different world. "The oven is still warm," I said, staring at the bread. "Sarah, this bread is fresh. This was baked today, maybe within the last few hours." We both stood there in silence, trying to process what we were seeing. The house had been abandoned since 1983. 40 years. There was no power, obviously. I could see the bare wires where the electrical connections had been disconnected. Yet the oven was warm, and there was fresh bread inside. "We should leave," Sarah said suddenly, her voice tight. "This is wrong. This is really wrong." But I was already picking up the bread, carefully, as if it might burn me. It was real. I could feel the warmth of it, the slight give when I pressed gently on the crust. It smelled absolutely perfect, like yeast and butter, and time passing in a kitchen with someone who knew what they were doing. "There has to be an explanation," I said, though I didn't believe it. "Someone's been living here. Someone's been using this house." "For what?" Sarah asked. "To make bread in an abandoned house? That makes no sense." She was right, of course. None of this made sense. But I was already walking through the kitchen, exploring deeper. Sarah followed reluctantly, and we made our way into the dining room. The dining room table was set with dishes. Actual dishes, arranged neatly on placemats, with napkins folded beside each plate. There were 4 place settings, arranged as if the family was about to sit down for dinner. The silverware was tarnished, but not covered in decades of dust. Everything looked like it had been arranged within the last few days. In the center of the table was a vase of flowers. They weren't fresh, but they weren't completely dead either. The blooms had dried to a pale, papery texture, but the arrangement was still upright, still dignified. "This is a shrine," Sarah said slowly. "Someone's been maintaining this house like a shrine to the family that disappeared." It was the only explanation that made sense, and yet it made no sense at all. If someone was living here, where were they? Where was the evidence of habitation? We had seen no sleeping bags, no modern belongings, no indication that a human being had been in this house recently, except for this bread and this table. We moved through the house methodically, room by room. The living room had furniture arranged in a way that suggested people had been sitting there recently. A book lay open on the armchair, though the pages had yellowed so much I couldn't read the title. The bathroom upstairs had towels folded neatly on the rack. The bedrooms were made up with blankets, though they smelled of must and decay. It was in the master bedroom that we found the photographs. They covered the walls, dozens of them arranged in neat rows. All of them were pictures of the Morrison family. They showed them over the years, growing older, changing, yet staying the same. Children becoming teenagers, teenagers becoming adults. And then, in the most recent photographs, they simply stopped aging. The last photograph on the wall, positioned at eye level on the wall above the bed, showed the entire Morrison family. 2 parents, 3 children arranged in front of this very house. They were smiling, happy, completely alive. The date on the bottom of the photo was 1983. "Okay," Sarah said, and her voice was shaking. "Okay, we need to call someone. We need to call the police. This is not normal. This is not a normal situation." She was right, but I felt frozen. I was staring at the faces in the photograph, trying to understand what I was seeing. There was something in their smiles that felt wrong, something forced or staged about the way they were positioned. They looked like people pretending to be happy, or people who had been told exactly how to stand and what expression to wear. That was when we heard it. The sound came from downstairs, from the kitchen. It was the distinctive creak of an oven door being opened. Sarah grabbed my arm so hard it hurt. "Did you close the oven?" she whispered. I nodded. I had closed it carefully after removing the bread. "The door's opening again," she breathed. We moved to the top of the stairs and looked down into the darkness of the kitchen below. Our flashlights caught the edge of the open oven door, the interior illuminated by a soft, warm light that didn't come from any visible source. And then we saw something that made both of us stop breathing. A hand reached out from somewhere beyond our line of sight and carefully placed a new loaf of bread into the oven. The hand was pale, almost translucent in the beam of our flashlight. It was delicate, almost childlike, with perfectly manicured nails. It placed the bread on the middle rack with careful, practiced movements, and then withdrew. The oven door closed softly. I don't remember running. I don't remember reaching the back door or how I got to the car. The next clear memory I have is of Sarah's hand shaken so badly she could barely hold the steering wheel, and both of us, sitting in the car in the driveway of that house, the engine running, our hearts hammering so hard I thought they might break through our ribs. "We're going to the police," Sarah said. "We're going right now." We did. We drove to the Millbrook police station and reported what we'd seen. The officer who took our statement was a kind man in his 50s named Detective Williams. He listened to our entire story without interrupting, and when we finished, he exchanged a look with the officer standing behind the desk that I couldn't quite interpret. "Ladies," he said slowly, "we've had reports about that house before. People going in, people coming out. But when we search the property, we never find anyone, and we always find something strange." "What do you mean?" I asked. "Fresh food," he said. "Recently baked goods, food that seems to have just been prepared. We've called in health inspectors, we've set up surveillance, we've done everything we can think of. But we can never catch whoever is doing it. It's like the house itself is making the food." Sarah laughed, a slightly hysterical sound. "That's not possible." "No," Detective Williams agreed. "It's not, but it keeps happening." He pulled out a file from his desk and slid it across to us. Inside were photographs, dozens of them, similar to what we had seen in the house. The Morrison family, posing in front of their home. The photos were labeled with dates, and I could see how they progressed through the years. But the more recent photos, from the 1980s, looked strange. The family members seemed to fade slightly in each successive photo, as if they were becoming less solid, less real. The final photograph, dated August 15, 1983, showed the entire family standing in front of the house. And this time, they were almost translucent, barely visible against the background of their home. "We've interviewed everyone in town who knew the family," Detective Williams continued. "According to the records, they were perfectly normal people. The father was a banker, the mother was a school teacher, the children were well behaved and did well in school. There was no indication that anything was wrong. But then they vanished, and we found this." He pulled out another document, a handwritten letter dated August 15th, 1983. The handwriting was elegant and careful, the words spaced evenly across the page. It read, "We have found our way home. The house remembers us. The house keeps us. We are no longer lost. We are no longer afraid. For those who come after, know that you are welcome here. The house provides. The house cares. Do not be frightened. Someday you might choose to stay. Someday you might understand that home is not a place you leave. Home is a place that holds you always." It was signed by all 5 members of the Morrison family. "What does it mean?" Sarah asked, her voice small and frightened. "We don't know," Detective Williams admitted. "Over the years, we brought in psychologists, paranormal investigators, even priests. No one has been able to explain what's happening at that house. All we know is that people keep going there, and strange things keep happening. The bread appears regularly. The table stays set. The house maintains itself somehow. I thought about the hand I had seen placing the bread in the oven. I thought about the photographs and the way the family seemed to fade over time. I thought about the letter with its invitation, its promise that the house keeps those who stay." "Has anyone else ever seen the bread being made?" I asked. Detective Williams shook his head. "Not that we know of, but we've found traces. Flour on the counter, yeast that's been opened, butter that's been used. It's like someone is baking in that house, someone who is very good at it, but we never see them. We never catch them in the act. Except we had seen them. We had seen a pale hand, delicate and careful, placing bread in an oven. And I had the terrible feeling that what we had seen was not a living person. Over the next few weeks, I couldn't stop thinking about the house. I read everything I could find about the Morrison family online. There were old newspaper articles from 1983 reporting on their disappearance. The articles described a family that was well-liked and respected in the community. There were quotes from neighbors expressing shock and confusion about where they could have gone. Then, gradually, the coverage died down. Other news took over. The Morrison family became a local legend, a mystery that would never be solved. But something else interested me. In one of the articles, buried in the back pages of the newspaper, there was a small piece about a previous family that had lived in that house, the Hendersons, who had disappeared in 1957. And in another article, even further back, there was mention of the Ashford family, who had lived there before and disappeared in 1931. The house had a pattern. Families would move in, they would live there for several years, and then they would vanish. Every time, there would be strange reports afterward. Food appearing in the kitchen, the house maintaining itself, a sense that the family was still there, still present, still taking care of their home. I became obsessed. I called Detective Williams multiple times, asking questions about the house, about the families, about whether anyone had ever tried to document what was happening. He was patient with me, but also clearly concerned about my mental state. "You need to let this go," he told me during my fourth call. "I've seen what happens to people who get too caught up in the mystery of that place. They become fixated. They start thinking about going back. They start rationalizing what they saw. They convince themselves that maybe staying wouldn't be so bad." His words chilled me because I realized that's exactly what was happening. I had been thinking about going back to the house. I had been telling myself that I had more questions, that we had left too quickly, that there was probably a rational explanation for everything we had seen. Deep down, I knew this was a lie. Deep down, I was being called back to that place. Sarah noticed too. She had become distant in the weeks after our visit, and when I suggested we return to the house, she flat out refused. "Absolutely not," she said. "That place is dangerous. Whatever is happening there, it's not normal, and I want nothing to do with it. You should feel the same way." But I didn't feel the same way. I felt drawn to it, like a fish on a line being slowly, inexorably pulled toward something dark and deep. It took me 2 months to gather the courage or the obsession or whatever force was driving me to do it. One Saturday morning in October, I drove back to Millbrook alone. Sarah had begged me not to go. She had threatened to call my family and tell them I was having a mental health crisis, which, looking back, I probably was. But I had to know. I had to understand what was happening in that house. I had to know why I felt so drawn to it, why the image of that pale hand was burned into my mind, why I dreamed of fresh bread and distant laughter and the feeling of being welcomed home. The drive took longer than I remembered. The town seemed smaller, quieter. I drove past the police station and thought about stopping, about telling Detective Williams that I was going back to the house. But I didn't stop. I drove directly to the property. The house looked the same as it had 3 months earlier, but somehow different. The decay seemed less pronounced. The overgrown garden seemed more intentional, more carefully wild. And when I parked the car and got out, I noticed something I hadn't seen before. Flowers were blooming around the front porch. Flowers that shouldn't have been blooming in October. They were wild flowers mostly, but they were arranged in a pattern that felt deliberate. They formed a path from the driveway to the front door, a welcoming gesture. I walked up to the front door and tried the handle. It was unlocked. The door opened smoothly, without the creak I had expected. The front hallway was cool and clean, much cleaner than it had been when we visited before. The smell of mold and decay was gone, replaced by something fresher, something like air that had been blessed by sunlight. I walked through the house, slowly, almost in a trance. The living room looked lived in, but not in any way that suggested recent human habitation. It looked like a room from a photograph, preserved in perfect condition. The book on the armchair had been turned to the next page since we left. The bookshelf had been organized, the books arranged by height and color. The kitchen was warm, and immediately I knew why. The oven was on. The light inside glowed softly, and through the window I could see a fresh loaf of bread, golden brown and perfect. I opened the oven and removed the bread. It was still warm. the crust crispy and perfect. I broke off a piece and tasted it. It was delicious, the best bread I had ever eaten. It tasted like home, like safety, like love made into something edible. I sat down at the dining room table, the one that was always set, and I ate the bread slowly, savoring each bite. As I ate, I became aware that I was not alone. They were there, all around me, the Morrison family. I couldn't see them, not exactly, but I could feel them. I could sense their presence, their warmth, their welcome. They were happy. After 40 years, they were happy and at peace, and they wanted me to know that I could be too. Sarah found me 3 days later when I didn't show up for work on Monday. She called the police, and they found me sitting at the dining room table, the remains of breadcrumbs before me, smiling peacefully. What happened next is difficult to explain. I was taken to a hospital. I was evaluated by multiple doctors. They found nothing physically wrong with me. I wasn't malnourished. I wasn't dehydrated. I showed no signs of physical distress. But I was calm, almost serene, in a way that frightened everyone around me. When they asked me about my time in the house, I told them the truth. I told them about the bread, about the family, about the feeling of being welcomed. I told them that nothing bad had happened to me, that no one had harmed me, that I had simply been taken care of. The doctors diagnosed me with a dissociative disorder. They prescribed medication and recommended therapy. Sarah visited me every day, tears streaming down her face, begging me to come back to myself, to acknowledge that something was wrong with me. But I couldn't. I didn't want to. Because the truth was, something had changed inside me when I ate that bread. Some part of me had been filled, completed, satisfied in a way that normal life never could. I was released from the hospital after 2 weeks. The doctors said I was stable, that I was no longer in immediate danger. Sarah had insisted on staying with me, on watching over me, terrified that I would return to the house. But I didn't need to return. I could still feel the house's presence, warm and welcoming at the edge of my mind. I could still smell the fresh bread. I could still feel the family's contentment, their belonging, their home. And sometimes, late at night, when I should have been sleeping, I would get up and make bread, not because I wanted to, but because I was being shown how. My hands would move with a certainty they had never possessed, kneading dough with perfect rhythm, shaping loaves with practiced precision. I would set the oven to the exact right temperature without checking, and I would know with absolute certainty when the bread was ready to come out. Sarah watched me make bread one night and realized what was happening. "Oh, no," she whispered. "Oh, no, it's got you. It's still got you." She was right, of course. The house had me in the way it had the Morrison family, in the way it had the Hendersons, in the way it had the Ashfords. I was slowly becoming part of it, and the most horrible part was that I didn't mind. 6 months after we first found the fresh bread in that oven, I quit my job. I told my family I needed to change, that I wanted to move, that I needed to find myself. They were concerned, but I was an adult, and there wasn't much they could do to stop me. I moved back to Millbrook. I found a small apartment downtown and told myself I was just taking a break, that I was just thinking about what I wanted to do with my life. But we both knew the truth. I was waiting. I was being patient. And when the time was right, the house would call me fully, and I would answer. On the anniversary of the night Sarah and I first found the bread, I drove out to the mansion one last time. I parked the car in the driveway, and I sat there for a long time just looking at the house. In the upper window, I thought I saw a face. It was pale and translucent, barely visible, but I recognized the features immediately. It was Mrs. Morrison. She smiled at me, a welcoming smile, and I understood that it was time. I got out of the car and walked to the front door. It opened before I reached it, as if someone had been waiting, watching for me. The air inside was warm and welcoming, filled with the scent of fresh bread. I could hear music playing softly somewhere, old music, the kind that would have been popular in the 1980s. I could hear laughter, gentle and kind, and the sound of a family talking together. I walked into the kitchen, and there they were, the Morrison family, all 5 of them, nearly transparent but visible, arranged around the table. The table was set with fresh bread and butter and jam, and a place at the head of the table was empty, waiting for me. "Welcome," Mrs. Morrison said, her voice like wind chimes. "We've been waiting for you." I sat down at the empty place, and the family reached for my hands. Their hands were cold, but not unpleasantly so, and as they held me, I felt myself beginning to fade, to become less solid, less real. I felt the last connections to my old life dissolving, the anxieties and fears and disappointments of the outside world falling away. "What happens now?" I asked. "Now," Mr. Morrison said, his voice filled with infinite gentleness. "You stay. You become part of the house. You help us welcome the others who will come. And you understand finally what it means to truly belong somewhere." The kitchen began to shimmer, and the house seemed to expand around me, becoming vast and infinite. I could see all the families who had come before, all the souls who had chosen to stay. They were happy. They were home. I could also see ahead, into the future, and I could see the people who would come next. I saw young couples, lonely people, families in crisis, all of them drawn to the house by something they couldn't explain. The house would welcome them as it had welcomed me. And I understood, with a clarity that transcended normal understanding, that this was not a tragedy. This was not a horror. This was a gift. The house didn't trap people. The house saved them. 2 weeks after I disappeared, my sister filed a missing persons report. Detective Williams led the search, and he knew exactly where I would be. He found my car parked in the driveway of the Morrison house, right where I had left it. He sent officers to search the property, and they found me sitting at the dining room table, a serene expression on my face, surrounded by fresh bread. I was still breathing, still technically alive, but I didn't respond to any questions. My eyes stared at something beyond the walls of the house, at something no one else could see. They took me back to the hospital, but it was different this time. The doctors couldn't find any physical reason for my condition. My brain scans were normal. My heart was strong. I was breathing regularly, and my body was functioning normally. But my mind was somewhere else, somewhere that the doctors and technology couldn't reach. After 6 months of hospitalization, my family had to make a decision. The hospital couldn't keep me indefinitely, and there was no indication that I would ever recover. They made the difficult choice to place me in a long-term care facility where I would be looked after by nurses who understood that there was nothing physically wrong with me. Sarah visited me regularly, though it broke her heart each time. She would sit with me and talk, telling me about her life, about work, about the people we used to know. I never responded, but sometimes I would smile. Sometimes she would catch me looking at something she couldn't see. On one of her visits, about a year after I had disappeared into myself, Sarah brought Detective Williams with her. "We need to do something about that house," she told him. "We need to burn it down or tear it down or something. It's dangerous. It's taken to people." Detective Williams was older now, worn down by years of dealing with the Morrison house and its mysteries. "We've tried," he said, "but the town is divided on what to do. Some people think the house should be preserved, that it's a historical landmark. Some people are afraid to touch it. And honestly, we have no evidence that would hold up in court. We can't prosecute a house for being strange." "Then we destroy it ourselves," Sarah said fiercely. But even as she said it, they both knew it wouldn't work. The house wouldn't allow itself to be destroyed. That was becoming clear from everything that had happened. 3 weeks after that visit, another young woman went missing in Millbrook. Her name was Emily Chin, and she was a nurse who worked at the hospital where I was staying. She had become interested in my case, and she had done her research. She had learned about the Morrison family and the other families, and she had become obsessed with understanding what had happened to me. Emily visited me in the care facility multiple times, trying to talk to me, trying to get some response. And one day, she left work during her shift and drove out to the Morrison house. She never came back. A week later, there were reports of fresh bread appearing in the house again, and this time there were more loaves than usual. Someone was making a lot of bread. Sarah came to visit me with this news, and for the first time in over a year, I responded. I looked directly at her, and I smiled. "Welcome," I whispered, my voice rusty from disuse, and then I looked away again, back at whatever I could see that she couldn't. Sarah left the facility and drove directly to the police station. She demanded to see Detective Williams, and when she found him, she was crying and shaking. "It's still taking people," she told him. "The house is still taking them. My best friend is in there. Whatever is left of her is in there, and she's helping it. She's calling people to it. We have to do something." Detective Williams listened, and he agreed with her. He drafted a proposal to have the house condemned and demolished, but it got bogged down in bureaucracy and property rights issues. The house was on private land, and it had no official owner. The Morrison family's estate had been handled according to their will, which left the house to be preserved exactly as it was, in perpetuity. It took 4 more months of legal battles, but eventually the town council agreed to have the house torn down. There was public support for it now because people were afraid. 2 more people had gone missing, both of them young and intelligent enough to research the house's history, just like Emily had done. The demolition was scheduled for a Tuesday morning in March. The news crews showed up to document it. The construction equipment was brought in. Sarah attended, wanting to be there when the house finally fell. But when the construction workers arrived, they refused to go inside. They said they had a bad feeling about it, that something felt wrong. So they used the equipment from outside, crashing through the walls with a large bucket. As the walls came down, something remarkable happened. The interior of the house began to collapse inward, but not in the way a building normally would. It folded in on itself, as if it were made of paper, as if the structure of it had suddenly become impossible. And as it fell, a cold wind came pouring out, carrying with it a smell like old bread and old memories. Several of the construction workers got sick. One of them reported seeing shapes in that wind, translucent figures that seemed to resist the destruction of a house. They saw a family holding on to each other as their home was torn apart. And they heard music, faint and distant, like a song being played on an old record player very far away. By noon, the house was gone. There was nothing left but rubble and a strange patch of ground where the foundation had been. The ground was cold, colder than the surrounding area, and nothing would grow there. But that night, a new sound was reported in Millbrook. Several residents near the site of the demolished house reported hearing music, not loud, but persistent, like it was coming from somewhere beneath the earth. And they reported smelling fresh bread baking somewhere that no longer existed. Sarah went home that night, exhausted and heartbroken. She had thought the house's destruction would free me, would bring me back to myself. But she had no way of knowing if that was even possible anymore. A week later, Sarah received a letter in the mail. It had no return address, and the stamp was old, from the 1980s. The postmark was unclear, the ink faded. Inside was a handwritten note in familiar handwriting. It was my handwriting. The letter read, "Dear Sarah, I'm sorry for leaving you alone in the world. I wanted to tell you not to grieve for me. I am not lost. I am not trapped. I am home, and the home I've found is deeper than the house ever was. When you are ready, when your time comes, you will understand. The house may be gone, but the home remains, and home is always hungry. Home is always calling. Don't look for me in the world you know. Look for me in the spaces between, in the quiet moments, in the warm feeling of belonging that touches you when you least expect it. There will be no fresh bread this time. The offering will be something else. But know that I'm waiting, and that my hands will be there to welcome you when your time comes. Yours in home, the one you once knew." Sarah burned the letter, but not before she memorized every word. She left Millbrook the next day and never returned. Years passed. Sarah tried to move on with her life, but the letter haunted her. She knew what the house had been, what it had done, and she couldn't shake the feeling that it wasn't truly gone, that it was still out there in some form, still calling, still welcoming. She eventually moved to a city on the other side of the country and tried to build a new life. She never married. She never had children. She lived a small, quiet life, afraid that connection to other people might somehow invite the house's attention. But sometimes, on cold nights when the wind howled around her apartment, she would smell fresh bread baking, and she would stand at her window and look out at the city lights, and she would remember me sitting peacefully in that care facility, smiling at something no one else could see. She wondered if I was still there in whatever form the house had taken. She wondered if I was calling to her, just like I had apparently been calling to others, and she wondered, in the dark hours before dawn, whether resisting the call was really saving her, or whether I had simply been smart enough to accept something that she was too afraid to face. Because the truth that Detective Williams had eventually shared with Sarah was this: the house wasn't malevolent. It was lonely. It had been seeking connection, seeking family, seeking to gather those who were lost and make them found. The Morrison family hadn't been victims. They had been volunteers, the first to understand that home wasn't something you could find in the outside world. Home was something that had to find you, and when it did, you had to be brave enough to accept it. 20 years after the house was demolished, Sarah received another letter. This one was postmarked from Millbrook, even though she was certain the house was long gone. Inside, in the same handwriting, was a single sentence: "The home is waiting for you too. Come back to Millbrook. Come back and find what you've been running from all these years." Sarah read that letter sitting in her apartment, and she made a decision. 3 days later, she drove back to Millbrook for the first time in 2 decades. The town had changed, grown slightly, lost some of its darkness. She drove directly to the site where the Morrison house had stood. There was no house there. There was a community garden maintained by local volunteers, where children played among the flowers and vegetables. There was nothing to suggest that the house had ever existed. But Sarah knew better. She could feel the presence beneath the earth, warm and welcoming and eternal. She could smell fresh bread on the wind, even though there were no ovens for miles around. She stood there for a long time, and then she made her way to the local cemetery. She found my grave, the one my family had insisted on maintaining, even though my body still lived in the care facility. She placed flowers on the grave, and she whispered a goodbye. "I'm coming," she said to the earth, to the wind, to whatever part of me might still be listening. "I finally understand. I'm coming home." She left Millbrook that day and drove north, away from the town, but everyone in the area knew that it was just a matter of time before she would return for good. Once you had touched the house, once you understood its truth, there was no escape. There was only the waiting and the inevitable return. And on quiet nights, when the wind carried the right smell, people reported seeing fresh bread on the windowsills of abandoned buildings throughout the town. And they reported hearing music and laughter and the sound of a family gathering around a table to eat together. The house was gone, but its welcome remained. Its home had no walls, no doors, no windows. It had become something vast and permeating, something woven into the very fabric of Millbrook itself. And it was always baking fresh bread. It was always setting the table. It was always waiting for the next one to come home.